The Horrible Gamers podcast may contain content not suitable for all ages. Listener discretion is advised.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Horrible Gamers Podcast, show number 276, being recorded on September the 28th, 2019. I'm one of your hosts, Jesus Gonzalez, sitting on Jesus Walks Out today. I'm joined by my friend from the West Coast, the best coast, Gunny Chief. Welcome back, Henley. Welcome.
Hey, hello, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. How are you?
Fuck yeah. Welcome. Thank you for coming back, I guess, again.
Well, thanks for having me back. It's good to be here, you horrible people.
Yeah, and from Ohio, the little state of Ohio, next to somewhere over there, next to something, Ohio. The Mayo. Welcome back, Mayo.
What's up? Little state of Ohio, huh?
What's Ohio known for? I don't know.
How are those Buckeyes doing?
Hey, we're probably winning right now. I don't know. They're playing right now, actually.
That's the only thing Ohio is known for.
Buckeyes are undefeated.
For the Buckeyes. That's the only thing they're known for. What else are they known for?
I have no idea.
Name one thing.
Dayton, Ohio. Isn't there like a racetrack there?
Something? Oh,
Hey, there is a nice amusement park here. Cedar Point. A lot of people
Yes.
know that one, actually.
nice.
So
We have
I think
them out
they-
here. They're just not called Cedar Points. But
I
they're
think
owned
they
by
say that's the
Cedar
#1 roller coaster park in the world, actually.
nah,
I believe.
it can't be. Number
I
one?
believe it is. Number uno.
No way.
Yeah, Great America's owned by Cedar Parks, the one that I go to.
Fuck out of here. It can't be number one in the world.
In the world.
Have you seen some of the roller coasters in Europe and shit? They got some crazy ass roller coasters over there.
I don't like roller coasters, so I don't really care one or another. But I'm pretty sure it's
scary-ass
advertised as the
ones.
#1 in the world. And on top of that, speaking of number ones, our zoo is rated #1 in the world right now.
Oh
Take
my
that,
God.
San Diego.
What kind of animals
kind of
do you
animals?
guys have in your
Yeah,
zoo?
we wouldn't
You got
know.
some exotic shit in there or something?
Oh, well, we got a lot. I mean, it's a big zoo.
Is it, bigger,
It's
is
really
it better than the
open.
San Diego Zoo?
Yeah.
I've never been there, but it's actually rated higher right now. So I don't know. To me, I find it boring, but because we go there so much.
It has to be a reason
So-
why it's rated so high. What kind of exotic animals do they have in that zoo?
To me, it's got the typical animals you would
You
find
guys
in
got
any zoo.
penguins?
Yes,
Got a polar bear in there?
yes.
You got a giraffe, a two-headed
Yeah,
giraffe.
you got giraffes?
Yes, we actually have a whole safari. They have an open safari where they run around free,
Alright, so that's probably
and then they have
why
cheetahs running
it's
around.
rated- that's probably why it's rated so high.
On top of that, attached between the zoo and we have a water park attached to it. It's a giant water park, pretty much
You
like a
swim
theme
with the
park.
dolphins?
No. And then between those two, there's a little kiddie ride amusement park that has like a little roller coaster and some
Yeah,
like
that's
fair
why
type rides.
It's a cheater ass zoo. It's like attaching all this other shit to it to make it
Yeah,
get
you can't
ratings.
have a high-rated stuff by adding
Yeah,
DLC to
just,
it.
Just fucking
I
add
don't know.
everything to
Or
it
not
as well. Oh yeah, and right inside the zoo, we get free drinks for every adult. No wonder it's rated so fucking high.
I don't give them these titles, but they do have the water park attached to it, and that is really nice. Actually, we usually do season passes there, so
Good for the kids.
Yeah, go to the Ohio Zoo, located in somewhere Ohio. Where's it
Columbus, Ohio.
located? Columbus, Ohio. Woo! Brought to you by Horrible Gamers. Anyways, you can follow us on Twitter at _Horrible Gamers. Leave us a review on iTunes, thumbs up on Stitcher, and all that good stuff. And Horrible Gamers Podcast Community is where you can go and join our Facebook group. It is a closed group, so it means anything you post in the group is not visible by people that are not part of the group. So it's not going to flood your timeline and your wife and your mom and your sister and your cousins and your cousin's cousins and your cousin's friend. They're not going to see all the video game stuff you post because only we can see it because we're part of the group. That's right. And you can always go to Patreon at patreon.com/Horrible Gamers and support the show with the monies. Anything as little as $2 will get you a shout out on the show, like Jonathan Hall, Alan Maybe, Evan T. Tanaka, John Jerome, Adam Sunday, Dirty Bite, Robbie Wheat, David Snyder, Brian Capessa, The Mayo, Jonathan Arcelo, Pork Chop Poo, Bo Sassone, Jesse Kraft, Henley M, Subbaiter, Native Lives Matters, Thank you guys for being patrons. And I'm pretty sure there's more people, right, Mayo? I'm forgetting Little Mayo. It's in the list.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
He's on
Shout
the
out
list.
to everyone that
The
supports
list
the show.
the list is a nice growing list. It's a nice thing to have.
Yeah, it's a very nice, a big list, a big, beautiful list. The most beautifulest list. It's the best.
Huge.
It's the best. Huge. Huge list, guys. Anyways, people, and let me tell you about a little bit of something, guys. Do you guys like podcasts, Mayo? Do you like podcasts?
Yes, I do.
Do you
I've
like to listen to
listened-
podcasts?
I listen to a lot of podcasts.
Gunny, do you like podcasts?
I do at times, yes.
Wait, what? At times? Do you listen to a lot of podcasts, Gunny?
I'm joking. I love podcasts.
That's right. Well, Gunny, let me tell you about a very awesome thing that you can do right now, Gunny. If you want to track your podcast listening hours with a very handy-dandy app, you can go and download Stitcher, Gunny. And with Stitcher, you can sign up for Stitcher Premium. And, Gunny, with Stitcher Premium, you get some pretty cool perks like ad-free listening and some premium shows like the Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend show, My Favorite Murderer, Wolverine, The Lost Trail, and a few others like the Fantasy Footballers, Science Rules with Bill Nye, and a bunch more, Gunny.
Yay!
This is only $4.99 a month or $34.99 a year, but if you go to Stitcher.com/premium right now and use promo code HorribleGamers, you get 1 month for free! Woo!
Ooh,
Nice.
sweet deal. I like Conan O'Brien. He's funny.
You like Conan O'Brien? Yeah, I like some of these shows. I've been listening to the Wolverine one. It's actually pretty legit, man. It's like voice actors doing this stuff. I thought it was kind of like, I didn't think it was going to be as good as it is, but I've been listening to it, and it's actually pretty damn good. I look forward to listening to more of it. And I'm a big fan of, like, a lot of true crime shows, and they got all the Wondery Network on there, so you can just go to the Wondery Network and look at other true crime podcasts. I'm a big fan of those.
Those are fun because when I do Audible, you figure I'm paying $26 a month. And so, understandably, these are full-length books, but there are things, like you said, like the Wolverine and a few others that do offer that. For $4.99, it's a good deal.
It's awesome. So Stitcher.com/premium, promo code HorribleGamers is going to get you a free month, people. Go and sign up, and you can either do the $4.99 a month thereafter, or just sign up for a year for $34.99, and there you go. There you go. So, promo code HorribleGamers, head on over to Stitcher. Anyways, our intro song and outro song is done by Fowler and Twistics, and it's called Breakout. And our outro song is done by Broke for Free, and it's called Night Owl. Let's get to talking about video games, Gunny.
We played games. You played games. Mayo played games, I hope.
We all played games.
Mayo played a few.
Yeah. I played some games. I played a lot of Borderlands 3 this week.
Wait, Borderlands. This is that hobo game that nobody wants to play. That we luckily picked it up last week, right? This is the same Borderlands, right?
Yeah, that hobo-ass game that I picked up last week.
The one that's just like Borderlands 1 and 2 and the pre-sequel, and it's so drab and so boring because they do nothing new.
Yeah.
Is this the same game we're talking about?
Yes, kind of.
Huh.
Maybe.
Okay.
So I ended up picking it up last week on the podcast as you guys were listening. I wasn't kidding. I actually bought it. I signed up for a Green Man Gaming account, and I got a promo code, and I signed up, got 20% off or whatever. And I've been playing it a lot this week. I'm actually level 20 now. I'm playing as Mose. She's the gunner person thing that has the mech. And so I've been playing as her. And it's a fun game, dude. I'm having a blast playing with it. It's funny. Seeing all the characters and the shit they say, the shit they do.
Yeah, I like the little one-liners.
The previous games are funny as fuck, dude. Yeah, the one-liners are pretty legit, especially Claptrap. His dumb self doing dumb shit.
Yeah, Claptrap is great. Even in, I think, Borderlands 2.
Oh, yeah, he's always
There's a
been
lot
funny.
of side stuff that where you can interact with Claptrap.
And like how he has, like, when you're on Sanctuary and you go to the front of the ship, there's a little hole in the glass and he's like stuck in the hole, and he's sitting there talking and stuff. And
yeah, he eventually gets out of that hole and he runs around. He's fucking funny as shit.
I think my most memorable moment with Claptrap was it was some of the side mission stuff you can do in Borderlands 2 once you're in Sanctuary, and it had something to do with like his birthday, and he ordered pizzas. It was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've been playing a
Have
lot
you
of
noticed
that.
a difference in
Actually,
voices?
this week, or today actually, so last time me and Brink were playing together. Brink is way ahead of me. He's like level 20 something. And so we were playing last night, and I actually caught up to his point in his story. And that kind of, not really spoilers, but you open up a vault, and that's where he ended his story at the time. So like we kind of caught up together, like from when he started playing and when I started playing. And then so today, in an effort to not try to get ahead of him, you know what I mean, to not leave him behind as much or whatever, to continue from where we left off, I ended up just doing all my side missions because my side log was just fucking filling up with missions. You know what I mean? Like, go to this village, go to this fucking town, go to this fucking city, do this, find this poster, do this. So today I just pretty much ran around Pandora and I ran around the other maps. Meridian, I think is what it's called. I ran around there just doing side missions, and there's some pretty fucking legit side missions in that game. Some pretty funny ones, man. That I had to laugh. For example, have you guys run into those little guys called the Nogs? Like the something Nogs. Like they're the little, like, look, it shows a brain, and they control like these little saucers and shit, and we throw them around, and they can throw shields on people and all kinds of cool shit. Have you guys run into those guys?
No, I'm only level 12, so I haven't gotten that
They're
far
called
yet.
like brain nogs or something nogs. But the guy, there's a side mission you do with this scientist, and he figured out how to hack them and how to make them think that their teammates are their enemies. So it makes them flip for you. Like you can throw a grenade at them, and it shocks them, and then it tricks their fucking thing to show like their friends as their enemies. But he was telling me like the only reason these guys are fighting the war is because they're thinking they're playing a video game. They're actually wearing a VR headset, and they're thinking they're playing a video game, so that's why they're out there fighting. He's like, in reality, these guys are just a bunch of nerds. He's like, but what they did is they gave these guys a virtual headset and put them out there, and they think they're playing a video game that they can't die. So I couldn't help but laugh at that. I was like, this is so fucking cheesy, but it's funny as fuck because I can see them doing that in real life.
Yeah.
But I had a lot of fun, dude, and I'm having a blast playing it. It's been a few sad moments in the game, in the campaign. Some pretty cool characters. I kind of like the enemies. I like the main characters that have shown up. I like all the characters from the previous games that have shown up. And one of my favorite characters from the game that I played in the past, Tales from the Borderlands, the Telltale game. He's actually the guy who runs Atlas.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Reese, dude. It's funny seeing him like all old now and shit. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, whoa, that's crazy. But it's cool seeing him like running this whole big ass like fucking war company. It's fucking legit. And he's still pretty funny, dude. And then in this game, he's fucking hilarious, and I like him. But yeah, hopefully I run into more of those characters from that game, from the Tales from the Borderlands game. Maybe we won't. Maybe we will. I don't know.
What's your what do you think about the weapons, and then also like what's your favorite vehicle so far?
So far, I've been using the little unicycle, like the little.
I love
thing.
that thing. Yeah, that's my because it only has like the machine gun on it,
But I think it's
still,
killer, dude. It destroys fucking other vehicles, man. Like you never have a problem shooting that thing.
no, it's not like the other vehicles. That one that shoots the barrels like classic Borderlands did,
it's
but
kind of boring.
yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Weapons that I'm using right now, I actually have a sniper rifle and I have a shotgun, and then I have another double-barreled shotgun, and then I have like a submachine gun, but it shoots out like these bullets that do the toxic damage. So like they're doing like damage as they're hitting the enemy. It's like a legendary weapon or whatever. I kind of don't really like that gun. It's becoming. It used to be my most powerful weapon, and now it's kind of becoming obsolete because I'm level 20 now. So yeah, I'm actually just looking forward to the fuck. Sorry about that. I'm actually looking forward to unlocking more weapons and playing with them. You know, I like the rocket launchers are legit. And other stuff are pretty good too. So I've been having a blast with this game, dude. All the guns that I run into. I kind of want to be a siren now. They look like the most badass ones out of all the characters.
Yeah, I think I know I'm just level 12 just playing with Zane, but I know like seeing some clips of seeing like the Siren and like the mech. Oh man, it looks like I can't wait to just switch over or start a new
Yeah, I
character.
can't wait to beat the game with Moze, and I'm definitely gonna run another run through with either a Siren or Zane, because the Sirens seem to be like the main people of the game in this game, at least. I don't know about the previous games, but in this game, they're like the people that the enemies are going after. They're going after all the Sirens and shit. So I'm like, why are they going after all the Sirens? They must be the most badass of all the characters if they're going after them. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I kind of want to play as one of them now, and I kind of want to play as Zane. That's the old dude, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Beast
Yeah,
Hunter.
what if you got like that Irish accent? Like
Yeah.
this is kind of cool because they actually talked for the first time.
And then the Beast Hunter, he looks pretty cool too. He can control the animals and shit. I think that would be a pretty cool, like, different type of style of gameplay. Because playing as this chick who runs with the mech, the only real style that you can do with this character is fucking run and gun. You know what I mean? Like, run in there and just fuck shit up. Like, you can't... There's really no other gameplay style that really fits her style. You can't really be sneaky. You can't stay back, really. You gotta kind of be in their faces and shooting them all the time. And
Yeah, like a real heavy,
yeah,
just a heavy build.
yeah, pretty much that's where you are. And once you start unlocking your upgrades for your, because all your skill points really revolve around the mech. A lot of them are like, oh, like the mech uses less fuel if you're shooting this weapon. The mech will withstand more damage if you have this, this perk or whatever. So I kind of just been building up her shields at this point. There's a perk that I know I picked last time that was like, you exchange shields for health. So like you take away 20% of Moses' health. So you see your health bar, it's always missing that 20%. But it gives you an extra 20% shield. So it gives you that, whatever you're taking away from your health, as a shield. But I don't want that. I'd rather just have a, whatever, like a tank character, like the way I have it. I mean, I don't know, dude. In my opinion, I feel like her character's not the greatest. I kind of regret playing as her, but whatever. Like, whatever. I'll finish the game with her, because I already picked what I picked. And
Right.
I'll play another playthrough with somebody else.
See, that's where it's got that replayability. And then also, like, you might find out also where, if you're playing with other people after you finish the game where, like, oh, we need a tank, we need a tank character to come in and, whether you're farming for, some guns or things like that.
Yeah.
Which
I
is
hear
a
that
lot
her
of fun.
character, though, once you get it fully leveled up, that it can be pretty much unstoppable. Because she never runs out of bullets. Like, you just constantly keep shooting without ever overheating your gun and ever running out of bullets. Just keep shooting forever.
Yeah, and that's something else you can build on with your perk points as well.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with all that. I look forward to playing more of the game. I look forward to meeting more of the characters. Right now I'm on the 4th or 5th planet. Actually, Mira was playing with me this earlier today. We actually got to meet what the fuck was his name? Mr. Jacobson or something like that? Jacobs?
Yeah,
Jackson or
something like that. The guy with the shotgun.
Yeah, the guy with the shotgun. Oh, howdy there, partner. The southern dude. Yeah, I like his world. Looks pretty green. It's all green and fucking foresty and pretty legit looking. So, yeah, that's pretty much it for me, guys. Borderlands.
That is it. What about some, the only other game that I played, and that was the Call of Duty beta this past weekend.
Well, I played a shit of it, dude. I got to level 30. Yeah, and then the last day they've actually unlocked realistic mode, which I told you guys about the week before that they unlocked it on Sunday. Well, they did kind of the same thing this time, where on Sunday they unlocked realistic mode, and the realistic mode is legit. I fucking love that mode. Like, there's no HUD, there's no cheating, there's no way for someone to, like, cheat their way to get to you. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because in regular team deathmatch, if you're using a sniper rifle and you're on the corner of the map sniping somebody, every time you shoot your loud-ass sniper rifle, it's showing the ping on the map, like a red ping, every time you shoot your rifle, right? So enemies are getting a general direction, like there's a guy over here shooting this loud-ass gun. So they kind of know where you're at, and it kind of gives people like I don't know if it's an incentive, but kind of like a direction to head that way. You can head that way and you're going to find this dude somewhere over here. Playing realistic mode, you can legit be in a really good spot and be shooting people without a suppressor, and they can never find you. They're just like, we'll never fucking find you. You know what I mean? Because there's no kill cams. It's just whatever. Just, we'll never find you, dude. You're just dying and dying and dying and dying and dying. That's what I love about that mode. Some people hate it. They're like, oh, it's a campy mode. But that's the point of it. The fuck, you're not going to die. No one
That's
goes
the
to
best
war
strategy
to die.
right there.
The best strategy in war is not to die.
Right, because once you've played enough of that realistic mode, you kind of get an idea of where they probably are, most likely are.
Yeah,
I was going in thinking this was like an option. Basically, you could just turn your HUD off, and I didn't realize it was a mode that everybody had to either like log into per se.
Yeah,
right?
no, this is a mode. Yeah, you have to select this mode. It's kind of like hardcore. It's like playing hardcore team deathmatch. Kind of the same thing, but they call it realistic in this one for some reason.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to check it out after Sunday, so I haven't seen it yet. But that sounds interesting because before, like I said, just when I heard about it, I heard like the realistic mode. I was like, oh, they just take away the HUD, and that's like that's okay in my mind, but that's just like whatever. But if it's a mode where everybody has no HUD, that makes it a lot more interesting. So I'm curious to check it out.
Because it kind of forces you to learn the maps and memorize them. It kind of forces you to not rely on that little fucking thing on this corner of the screen that's giving you the location of everybody all the time. You have to really focus. I mean, you can still call in UAVs as a kill streak and stuff. You can still get those, but I think they have like a faster cooldown and stuff like that when you're using them. So, yeah, Call of Duty Beta was fucking a blast, dude. I had so much fun playing that. So much fucking fun. And I got the white phosphorus. I got the white phosphorus kill streak.
Why?
Because I had it equipped. What do you mean?
Oh, good. Hopefully it was effective.
That was super effective, dude. I was surprised. So I was wrecking these guys. Right? I was playing not team deathmatch. There was domination, and I got really good on this one map. The map with the trains in the middle and like the bunch of cargo fucking thing containers. I got really good at that map. I knew where to sit and where people were going to run out of when they spawned. So I was spawn camping the shit out of my enemy team. Like just sitting there, just legitimately, dude, I killed 4 of them, right? I killed 4 of them. And one of the last dude who I killed, he saw where I died, so I heard him calling out, like, hey, he's laying right here. So I moved a little bit. I moved like legit, like 4 feet to the right. And they all came around the corner, like 6 of them, dude, came around the corner shooting at that one spot. But I was off a little bit to the right. So what do? I unload my fucking machine gun on all of them, and I took all of them out. Like every single one of them fucking died. And then what I do next? I put a fucking claymore down. So the next time they run around the corner, boom, the first dude went fucking flying because the claymore went off. And they all kind of backed up, and then I just unloaded on all of them. It was fucking a blast. And then I got the white phosphorus kill streak. Ooh. And I called it in right on their base, right on their flag. And that kill streak is legit, dude, because this big-ass, like, A-10 Warhawk comes around, and it drops, like, these canisters, and they're on fire, right? But I didn't realize that it makes the whole... Because I ran outside, and I was like, why is everything so foggy? Like, what the fuck happened? This is a weather effect going on? And I didn't realize that it was my kill streak. My kill streak made the whole map look kind of smoky. Like, it makes the visibility lower. So, like, it looks like everything's covered in smoke. It's kind of weird looking. And it was a pretty cool little effect, I thought, for, like, a kill streak to do that.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Nice, man.
So, it was a fun time, dude. Fun time. Anyways.
Yeah, I had a pretty good time playing with Nipron. Johnny, I think we played on Sunday. And it was a bit tricky trying to figure out how to add people, but then I realized, like, you can't just do it, like, on the PC. You have to do it with whatever system you're playing on. Mm. So, like you said, I have to actually be on the PS4, and then, like, you tell me what your name and your number is, and da-da-da, and then I kind of add you from there.
Yeah.
But it worked out, because Nipron was on the PC, I was on PS4, and we played the large battles on there, and that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I had a lot of fucking fun playing that mode, dude. I had a lot of fun playing all the modes, actually. I'm excited for this Call of Duty. Besides what we heard on the news this week, I'm really excited for Call of Duty. Like, it is my most anticipated game this year right now. It just is. There's nothing that I look forward to next month. Like Ghost Recon Breakpoint, I don't look forward to it. Like, I guess we could talk about that now. I played a little bit of the beta today, and it pretty much confirmed it for me that I don't want to buy this game. I just don't want to. I don't want it. I don't think it's going to be good.
No, another Borderlands.
No, I just don't think.
Maybe, you know?
I don't think it's going to be good. There's something about it where I don't like the setting. I don't like being in the jungle. I don't like the main bad guy. He's a stupid bad guy. I don't like it. I just, you know what I mean? It reminds me too much of the Division 2. And the Division 2, I liked it because I liked the Division 1. And it was set in New York City. And this one's set in D.C. And I like the urban landscape of it. And this is all like this jungle fucking setting and a jungle and lie prone and cover yourself in mud. Ugh.
So, I mean, I take it you didn't like Wildlands.
No, I thought Wildlands was kind of all right.
Yeah.
Not great.
I mean, because that was just more, you know, I remember when we played that beta, it was just like wonky helicopters and jungles and, you know, basically going from point A to point B, and
yeah,
it was just a lot of connect the dots, open world.
I might play this if I sign up for Uplay Plus for $15 a month next month.
Yeah, that reminds me.
I think that's the only way I'm going to play this, if I sign up for that.
Yeah, reminds me to either cancel it or keep it going at this point.
Because I'm not
with
paying.
My free
I don't want to pay $60 for this game alone. Like I don't want to pay the $60 for Ghost Recon Breakpoint by itself. I'll give them $60 over 4 months for all their games. But I don't just want to buy this game. You know what I mean?
But are you gonna play their other games? Because right now they don't. To me, really, they don't have a whole lot to offer right now.
Don't, but I might play like Rainbow Six Siege, maybe.
You've got Siege, you got Division 2, you've got your city builder Anno, and they keep that pretty much primo with content. Like I just got another like piece of DLC for free. It was like something like Gardens. But yeah, that's, I mean, really, and then it's just old games. You know, your older Assassin's
Creed. Yeah.
I mean, things that were single player that we finished and probably won't go back to.
The Settlers games, whatever those are.
I don't know what those are.
Yeah, old.
Who plays these games? Who the fuck buys these games, Ubisoft?
Like 2 gens ago.
Gunny, what are these games?
What old people are buying these fucking games?
No, yeah, probably something I would have played back then. You've got The Crew 2. I played that. It's not, I don't know, it was boring to me.
Yeah, it's not that good.
Not when you have Forza Horizon out there. Like
exactly, yeah. You got... That's what I've been playing a lot. Is I've kind of gotten away from the true nature of like the Forza Sims.
Like I said, I might pay the $15 for Uplay Plus to play this, and I'll probably maybe be playing it next week if I get like bored or something. If I get bored of Borderlands or something, I'm like, I played too much Borderlands. I'm Borderlandsed out. Jesus needs to play something with real graphics. I'll go play fucking this, but it's not the greatest game, dude.
But doesn't it only come out like 2 weeks before Call of Duty?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I'm buying a game next month, it's going to be Call of Duty. It's not going to be Ghost Recon Breakpoint. You know what I mean? Because even for the multiplayer, no one's going to be playing this multiplayer besides Alan maybe, and that's
it. Alan and David, Snyder, and the crew are all going to be playing it.
10 people are going to be playing the multiplayer.
Well, I jumped in today, or not yesterday, but last night. I jumped in with Ghost Nico, who is really excited for the game, and he's really enjoying it. And another one from the Discord is Pipe Dream. He was on playing, so the three of us played together as a group, and it was fun what we did. But they both really enjoyed it. I was still kind of on the fence. I was having some issues on it. Like I was trying to stream. And it wasn't streaming well at all. Like my poor 6700K i7 was like pegged at 100% usage, and then the stream was having skipped frames, and I'm like trying to make it work. So I stopped the stream, go back and I turned the game all the way down to low settings and locked it at 60 FPS and still tried to get to headroom, and it still was not streaming. Like I was still getting skipped frames. I had a couple like issues with the game, like just kind of acting weird. It minimized on me like once or twice. So, and it might just my situation with the game. Like they weren't having any issues with it, and so I went ahead and was like, let me log out, log back in, stop my stream, and see how it goes from there. So I stopped the stream, went back in, logged back in, and it did play a lot better, but it still like had some hiccups here and there. But the little bit we played was enjoyable. But yeah, like I said, I'm kind of with you.
This time around, I did notice though this time around that when you start off the beta, you're coming out of the helicopter with like unlimited health, right? You just heal up. You don't have to go find it. In the first beta that I played, or the alpha, whatever the fuck it was, so it's a close thing or whatever, that I played a long time ago, it made you go look for the health packs. You were like fucked up.
Yeah, the last one I did, I had to go look for it, and on this one, it was there immediately.
Yeah.
I could just heal because remember you had to like walk to that house to the left, and it took forever because you're like limping and dragging your leg.
And then you had soldiers looking for you, and she was like, "Stay in the cover, don't let them find you." And your guy's like fucking limping across the field, like what the fuck, dude?
And then too, the other thing I was kind of disappointed was Ghost and Pipe Dream had already been playing throughout the day, and I was actually helping my oldest son move through the day. So I get home, get settled down. I went to go launch the game, and it's like, no, you have to reinstall it. I never uninstalled it from before. It had an update. So I went ahead and installed the update. I launched the game thinking I'm going to jump in with them guys. No, I have to start at the very beginning of the game again. And, you know, I wish I could have picked up where I left off in the last beta because it wasn't that long ago. You know, it was literally just a couple weeks ago.
It was.
I was just really hoping I could just kind of pick up where I left off with, maybe even the same character. Instead, I had to go through the whole cutscene, and I'm just sitting there skipping through them. Skip, you know, getting the thing, running where I need to go, hurry up and grabbing a gun. And I don't know if you guys remember the part at the beginning when you first meet your bad guy you are facing, and you see those guys with the red skulls above their heads. So Ghost is like, let's get them. We know we got a team. There's 3 of us. And we did. We actually managed to kill all that squad really easily. Like we were basically there's this cliff up here, and we're standing up there hiding on the cliff and laying prone, and it took like 1 headshot to kill each guy, as long as you hit him in the head. If you hit him in the chest, they had like high armor and you didn't really hurt them, but all you had to do was get a headshot on them, and we literally wiped them out, went down and grabbed some of the gear they had. So we had some like really nice guns, and I gained like 5 levels of XP like right away. But Pipe Dream, who was playing with me, he was like level like 30 something at this point in time.
Shit.
And then Ghost Nico was like level like 12. But so I just kind of ended up joining their game later, and we ran through a couple of their missions instead of me running through mine. And I had a connection issue, you know, and so when I restarted the game, I load back in on my own, and it puts me dead center where I logged out of the game at, and I'm like in this complex, and there's bad guys everywhere, and all the guys that we killed as a squad were respawned, and I was right in the middle of them. I had to literally shoot my way out by myself then, and then literally when I had a free minute, join their game, you know, and go from there. So I thought that was kind of an odd place. Instead of me just starting in the headquarters when I log in or something like that, it literally just put me right exactly where I logged out at.
That's weird.
Yeah, I have it updated, but I haven't played the beta since it's been updated this weekend.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know about you guys, but I wouldn't spend my $60 on it. I mean, it's up to you. If you're looking for a game that's like a Division-style game with gear score and co-op and military-style Ghost Recon shooting, which the shooting feels really good, then go for it. I mean, that's what you're looking for, you know what I mean? You're looking for a military-style type game like that. Go for it. But personally, I feel like this game is not for me. It is for people that are looking for a value, man. You're probably going to get a lot of gameplay out of it if you decide to buy it. You know, that's just a known thing because it's a Ubisoft game. You're pretty much guaranteed a lot of content, either free or not free, but it's still a lot of content that's going to be coming out with this game. So if you buy the deluxe edition, it'll probably be worth it in the end for you. If you're buying it at launch and you're going to play the hell out of it.
Yeah, you get a ton of hours out of it.
Yeah.
Definitely get your money's worth.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it's a bad game, like I said, but it's definitely something I think I would pick up in the Uplay Plus and do it for like a month and play with friends mainly. I think I would have more fun playing in a group and just going through and especially playing by myself. Like playing by myself would be okay, but with friends, definitely, any game's better with friends. But this game, it just seems like it's gonna kind of strive on having people to play with.
Anyways, other games that I played this week, Gunny. I went to Apple Arcade and I decided to download some games.
Ooh,
whoop, whoop.
Yeah.
So,
I downloaded some of those as well.
This week, some more games got added to Apple Arcade. We got What the Golf, Spaceland, Red Rain, Mini Motorway, Skate City. A few other ones got added as well. So I decided to play Skate City. And Skate City is a little skating game that I wish I would have had when I was like fucking 15 or something. When I liked skateboards, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Just watching like the trailer, and I thought, oh, it's like pretty cool, like just how the controls work.
Like, yeah, it's just like a little it's like you just flick in a certain direction and do a certain trick, in like a nollie or a 360 flip or a fucking whatever flip, and you jump up, you ollie, and you get on top of these like rails as you see them, because you're going sideways on the game. You're going to the right always. You're always moving to the right. You can just nollie, and then get on top of like a fucking rail and grind it or whatever, and like you keep your balance by tapping on the sides of the screen to keep the guy in balance, and then he goes down these fucking staircases and shit. You can like take pictures, so you can like do a pretty cool trick, and like press the camera button really fast, and it'll like screenshot your character doing a cool trick. And I don't know what the fuck the point of the game is besides that. I played the first level. It's LA. They have different levels. They have Los Angeles, Tokyo, New York, Spain, fucking Berlin, I think, is another level. The UK is another level. They have like different like cities, I guess, for levels. And all it really is like the background is moving, like just like a different background. So like the LA one that I played today was a lot of like, it looked like a college campus, a beach, a fucking sunrise, sunset, stuff like that.
I like how, I think it works out well. I think, like some people might think of this as, oh, this is just going to be a side scroller, but it's not. It's like that background is moving, and just the way it's moving in almost like a 3D fashion.
Yeah. It's actually really well done.
This is cool. Like, I think they did something different here.
They did. To
keep my interest.
It's a really fun little skating game. If you ever played any of the other skating games on the phone, I would suggest you give this one a shot, especially being for free on the arcade. I guess maybe not free since you're paying $5 a month, but you know what the fuck I mean. You're paying $5 a month, people. Come on.
I get that all the time at work. I talk to an individual at work, and I'll be like, I'm playing this game off of Game Pass since it's free. And he's like, well, It's not technically free. You're paying the $15 a month. I said, yeah, but I'm also getting all of these games. And I just kind of included it as like the service. So, and he's like, well, yeah, I know. I'm like, well, yeah. And he gives me crap all the time.
The one penny you paid for access to that one game out of the 100 games you played on the fucking thing.
Yeah, you paid money.
So my counter to him is always he is a huge PlayStation guy, and I'm like, you can't tell me if you had a program on the PlayStation where you could get God of War and all the exclusives like Uncharted and The Last of Us and all these PlayStation exclusives, and you could pay a $10 or $15 subscription fee, that you wouldn't do it. And he's like, well, maybe.
You tell that Sony buddy, he's paying that. He's paying for PS Plus. So really, those are not free games every month.
Anyways, other things that I played this week on the iPhone, Gunny, I also played that Mario Kart game. I don't know if you got that.
Yeah, I just didn't know my Nintendo login. I was like, crap, you didn't know that?
That's a great one.
I was like, man. So I actually just exited out and I haven't played it yet.
So I played it, and like the first controls they give you. Okay, first of all, the game is in vertical mode, so you can only play it with your screen this way. Like, it can't be held sideways. You can only play it this way. And the only controls they give you right off the bat when you launch the game, when you first start playing it, is you can either use a swipe. So, like, you can swipe your finger to the right or to the left of the screen to drive the cart, or tap the right or the left of the screen to drive the cart. There's no, like, you know how usually a lot of racing games have tilt controls?
Yes.
On a phone. Well, this doesn't have that by default, which is fucking weird for a driving game. Like, it feels so weird to drive a car like without the tilt controls on a phone, because it's so natural to just tilt your fucking phone while you're driving a car. You know what I mean? I personally thought that everything looks good. It's a fucking Mario Kart. Like, it looks good on the phone. The one downside to this is the microtransactions that are tied to this game. As you all may have heard by now, it's $4.99 a month to buy the Gold Pass. And this Gold Pass lets you access the 200cc races and a bunch of other stuff. You get like different skins for your characters, etc., different character unlocks. But it's $5 a month. A month.
Mario Run, I think, had the option to outright buy it. What was it, 10, 15?
It was 10
20?
or $15, I think. It wasn't like $10 or something.
So this one's more that subscription base?
This is $5 a month that you have to be paying to access this Gold Pass or whatever. And the Gold Pass, like I said, lets you race in the 200cc races or above, like the better, faster little carts. More characters are unlocked, etc., better tracks. If you don't have that by default, you can only race in the 100cc races, and that's it, or 150 maybe, and that's it. And I just thought to myself, like, there's no way. There's no way I'm playing this.
Yeah, it's more of that MMO style.
And the way I know this is bots, the way I knew right away it was a bot that I was racing, or the bots that I was racing, there's like 6 of them or whatever, right? Was that all the bots had Japanese symbols for their names. All of them. It was like Japanese characters for their names.
Yeah.
And here's my name. Jesus walks out in the middle of all these characters. I'm like, fuck, I'm going to get my ass kicked right now, right? Like, I'm going to get my ass kicked. And I left him in the dust. Like, there was no fucking way they would have caught up to me. Like, I could have legitimately stopped, made a sandwich, ate the sandwich, and then started driving again for them to catch up to me. And I was like, there's no fucking way these are real people. Like, you cannot be driving that slow on the fucking track as a real person. Like, how? Because the carts automatically accelerate by themselves, and you, of course, you have to line up the cart to hit the boost or whatever, and all that. But the cart's always moving forward. Like, you cannot stop the cart. The cart is always moving forward. So, like, these carts that these people were driving were like way behind me. I'm like, how did I leave them so far behind? I didn't hit any boost or anything.
Yeah, it's definitely bots. Like a lot of mobile games do that. Even premium ones, apparently.
Yeah, and I was like, wow, I can't believe Nintendo's asking for $5 a month on top of this, and they're making me play with bots. And I get it, whatever. Like, I guess it's to learn the game, but it's still at the same time, it's whatever. But I'm not gonna go back to it, man. I don't know. Sorry, Nintendo, I guess. Have you tried this, Mayo, on your phone?
Yeah, actually, I did try it, and I had seen somebody post it on the Facebook group. So I'm like, oh, sweet, it's on Android too, you know. So I went ahead and looked it up, found it, installed it, and I seen the control things you were talking about. So I went ahead and just picked the standard, and it's basically where you just kind of to swipe a little bit to control, and it shows a little arrow in front of your cart.
Yeah.
Where you're steering, so that kind of helped a little bit, but yeah, why does this game not have whether it's like a gyroscope or whatever you want to call it, the turning of your phone to turn this to attacking, and also the ability to throw your items, your power-ups, you had to like swipe up. So I'm trying to turn a corner by sliding my finger across the bottom of the screen, and then have to swipe up to attack forward, and it just felt like it kind of messed me up a little bit. So I didn't like the controllers particularly. I unlocked like two carts. So I had Princess Peach and another one is some kind of little girl, like smaller, like female Toad kind of character. She was pink.
Toadette.
And I started with her. And and I haven't touched it for probably 5 days. So I tried it that first night. I'm like, oh, this is cute. You know, I did like 3 or 4 races, and it was like, you unlocked a new cup, and I never went any further than that. So I just can't get into phone games. You know, I was kind of joking around with you guys earlier this week that on top of the Apple Arcade Android is kind of answering back where Google is doing a thing called Google Play Plus, and they're offering like 350 games for $4.99 a month, but they're doing like a $1.99 per month introductory rate if you sign up now. guys, you can get these games for $1.99 a month for the first year, and then you can change your subscription after that if you find it worthy or not. And they had some good games. They had like Inside, and then they had Jesus' favorite game, Dev Tycoon, was in there.
That's awesome. Awesome fucking game. That game's like $5.
Yeah, so I mean that's a good game there. And then they had a couple PC games. They had a game called 80 Days I've seen, and then they had Thimbleweed Park was another one that was in there. So it's kind of cool having a couple of these bigger titles, and I think the Apple version had it too. But I can't get myself to play games on my phone. Like I just don't enjoy it. And I have a big phone, I have a Note 9, and so I have plenty of screen and everything. It just, as soon as I see paywalls on a mobile game, I instantly am like done. I don't have no desire to play it.
Wow.
But this is different, right? So, I mean, I just wonder, and I think I'm curious about mobile players that are out there listening, that they're fine with that model of, I'll take Gib 877 for example. Like he played a game, I can't think of the name of it, but it was like a shooter that came out, I think on Android, and he really loved it. He's like, I'll just go and play it all the way up to the point where I can't progress anymore, until it's just throwing loop, these microtransactions at me to.
I remember what that game was.
What
called,
the hell was the name of that
Guns
shooter?
Boom,
I just saw it again.
Something Guns of Boom.
I think something like that, right? And
some shit like that.
But then there's like, and then there's people out there like, fine, I'll just play that. I'll play FIFA and and these different games that have microtransactions and stuff. But now that they're playing like an Apple Arcade thing where you don't see any of that, like how does that change things for them?
Do some of the games have microtransactions in them though? Still, like on the Apple Arcade games, or are they just pretty much legit like Inside and stuff like that? So
just like Inside,
you are legit. That's the cool thing about Apple Arcade is any game on Apple Arcade is no microtransactions.
No notifications.
They guarantee it. They tell you like right on the main screen, like if you sign up for this, you don't get any paywall, like anything. It's all unlocked.
Yeah, and I think they're just more legitimate games in general, like actual games.
I wonder though, like how much a developer is willing to develop for Apple Arcade. Is it worth it for developers to do it? Because yeah, you're getting people to play your game, but how are you going to make money if you can't monetize it in any way? Can ads? But I don't even see ads in these games. So what are they doing to get money? Like unless Apple is really paying them a lot of money to put their app on this phone through this service, I don't know why a developer would want to do this.
Maybe they're going the Epic route and just Apple's giving them a lump sum of money.
A bunch of money.
And we're like, you know what, you're going to make this much in sales predicted. We'll just give you this much and we'll put it on here and hope we can get subscribers.
Yeah, so like I said, I played Skate City this week. I played a little bit of that Mario Kart, but Mario Kart is not part of the arcade. That's just something else that's came out separately. Other game that I played this week on my phone, Gunny through Apple Arcade, was Red Rain and Frogger. So Red Rain is like kind of like a strategy game, but really, really simplified. There's really no campaign. You just play the map over and over, the same map, and you're just spawning little troops in certain directions. It's kind of a little fun game. And I played Frogger in Toy Town. Frogger in Toy Town looks really good for a phone game. Holy shit! I was like, these graphics are really, 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 really good for a phone game. Like, I'm really impressed with what they did with the Frogger game, Gunny.
Yeah, it's like I've only seen gameplay. I haven't had a chance to even play Frogger, but
it looks good.
But just looking at videos and stuff, and they're adding like each, even older devices. That probably doesn't work well, with an iPhone 5 or something.
But
but
studded or something, yeah.
But it's like, hey, there's support for it, so you can download it. We kind of. It's more of a modification than anything.
They probably lowered the settings in the graphics or something in there.
Yeah.
Or the physics or something has to be lowered. But yeah, like Frogger in Toy Town, dude, yeah, you're the little frog and you're in a toy box type place, like everything's a toy, like the cars that are going across the road, you're like jumping on a rug like a kid's like, you ever seen like a kid's toy city, like a rug? It looks like a city that people, like, little boys drive their little cars on and shit. Like, they have, like, little roads and shit painted on the fucking rug. It's pretty much what you're jumping on, these, like, fucking rug. And, like, you see little toy cars going by, and you're jumping across trying to not get hit by the toy cars. And you're trying to rescue little frogs, and the little frogs follow you, but if the little frogs get hit by the car, they die, and shit like that. So, and you're jumping on top of these blocks, and the blocks can, like, fall over. So, like, you jump on top of the block, and the block can, like, fall over, so you gotta make sure you jump in a certain direction. It's so fucking fun. I was like, this is so stupid, but so much fun. Frog in Toy Town. Oh my. Yeah.
I gotta check these out.
The old frog. I can't. You know, I'm on my hobo Android over here.
Yeah, it's exclusive.
No,
it's exclusive.
you and your Android over there playing Dress My Cat.
Yeah, Dress My Cat.
On my subscription over here. No, you gotta
my cat is
join the
dressed very
Apple
well.
family. Join the Apple family. It's for everybody in the family. All up to 5
and that's
people.
actually
Mayo.
really, that's fucking crazy at the same time, Mayo. Like I said.
Do you have a wait, Jesus? Mayo, do you have a Google family? Huh? Does that exist on your Samsung?
Yeah. Does your things apply to everybody in your family?
Pretty much everybody but one. And guess which one of my family has an Apple product?
Your daughter.
Your son.
Exactly. I
I
have
knew it. I knew
2
it.
daughters and 2 sons in my wife in my family.
You know
and
why?
Of course, my daughter has the
Because
iPhone.
she's smart.
I know
that's
why. I know why, Mayo. Because she's smart.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Don't take credit for that. Okay.
Yeah.
All I'm
You
saying
you can have your simple iPhone, your email machine.
it's a good email machine.
That's what I call Apple. I call Apple email machines. I don't know why. I'm like, you could do fancy emails with Apple products.
You better buy
You
her
surely
a
can't play
Mac.
games.
But yeah, for $5
graduation.
a month, your whole family can be part of your thing on the Apple if you're part of people's family plans or whatever. So there you go, people. $5 a month, you honestly can't beat that on a phone. I mean,
And I think in a few days or less than a week, this should be out on iPad. So I'm actually really hyped to play this on my iPad
it's
Pro.
out pretty soon. I think it's already out now. I think you just got to update your iPad to 13.0.
Matter of fact, I did that last 3 weeks ago. I think we were on the show and I updated it to the 1.3 or whatever the latest update was. But it's just
I'm pretty sure
a
it's
phone.
already out for iPads, Gunny. I've seen people playing it already for iPads.
Those might be early preview press people. I don't know. I'll check it out. I'll
check
see.
it out. I think they were
During the
pretty
show,
much
check it out.
playing it through iOS 13 or whatever. I'm pretty sure it was out already for iPad. Check it out, Gunny. God damn it.
All right.
He's
Doing it
checking
now.
firsthand right now.
But yeah, play those games, people. Check them out. I mean, it's a fucking phone, whatever. Everyone has a phone these days. Just check them out. Other than that, I actually finished the last mission in Ace Combat 7 VR. Because I was like, I gotta play this VR. I fucking paid for this shit. I gotta play something on it. So I decided to play some Firewall 0 Hour. But guess what? Firewall had a fucking update. So I was like, fuck this. I'm not waiting for an update. I'm impatient. Let's launch Ace Combat. And I did, and I finished that last mission. God damn, Ace Combat VR is so good, dude.
I would like to
fucking
have
good.
a game like that on the Oculus. I have some good ones, in VR, but I'm kind of lacking that good fighter pilot kind of. There is one or two, but they're nothing like Ace Combat. They're more sim and stuff like that. And I don't really have. I want to play something more arcade like.
Yeah, Ace Combat is just arcadey like as fuck, but it's so much fun. Like just hearing the call outs and the jets flying next to you. You look over, there's like your wingman and shit to your right, and to the left there's the other dude. You guys are flying, doing missions and shit. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, it's really good. And then once you beat it, you unlock this weird mode called Air Show. I was like, what the fuck is Air Show? Like, do you have to do an air show, or what does this mean? And it's like, you're pretty much, they put you inside the game in like an aircraft carrier, and you're standing there, and you see these jets taking off, and then it tells you like, okay, now tell them what to do. And you're like, what? And like, you can pretty much tab in between, like there's like probably at least 20 different maneuvers that they can show you that they can do. And so you're pretty much just telling them to do different tricks, like do the loop-de-loop thing, and they like, oh, roger that, Morpheus 2, Morpheus 1, they're coming in for the loop-de-loop thing, and then they fucking fly their jets, and they do the fucking loop-de-loop thing, and then they do the stupid S's, and they do barrel rolls, and they do this shit where they fly it sideways, like at full speed, or like right above the fucking deck of the boat. And it's like, what's the point of this? Who the fuck thought that this was a cool thing to put in this game? I don't know.
Yeah, that does sound kind of lame.
It was pretty fucking lame. I was like, who in the fuck in the Ace Combat office thought, you know what we should waste our time on? We should add a whole thing where these jets fly in front of your face and you just tell them what to do.
Yeah.
You don't get to do
making
it.
the game longer.
Yeah,
let's make the game a little longer, right? No, we'll just go ahead and put a little movie thing to watch,
you
basically.
Have added a cooler mission in the VR or something. Or made this a mission for you, like you're flying the air show maybe, and you have to do these tricks with your fucking pilots. I don't know. That would have been kind of cool to like be having like, okay, you have to pull this off like perfect to like do some cool tricks and shit. And it's like, no, like you're fucking watching these planes go by in the middle of the ocean on an aircraft carrier. You're like, what the fuck is this bullshit? I thought it was kind of lame. I didn't really enjoy it, but all the other missions in Ace Combat VR were really good. Really, really good. And I wish that game was like all VR, dude. I honestly haven't even touched the like main campaign, the main story. I haven't even launched it. I bought that thing for the VR specifically, and I haven't even touched like the regular story, like the regular 2D television shit. Speaking of televisions, my TV broke this week.
What?
Yes, I remember
Your new
going
TV?
through this.
Well, my old TV. Well, my new TV, Gunny. Yeah, you're right. So that
Yeah,
OLED,
it's pretty much. It's still new.
the OLED that I bought last month ended up breaking this week on me, guys. It was like a shitty experience. So like Friday night, was it Friday or Saturday? I don't remember what day it was. Or Sunday night. No, wait.
It was
It was the
Sunday
middle of
or
the
Monday.
week. It was the middle of the week, wasn't it? Like Monday or Tuesday or some shit, or Wednesday.
I
One
think that's
of
when
those
you
nights.
texted us.
I think it was Tuesday night. I was watching this show on Amazon Prime called Undone, which is really cool. It's like an animated show, but it's like real actors, but they put this filter over them while they're filming them. They put this filter over the video that makes it look like animated. So it would be like you right now talking to me, Gunny, but you would look animated kind of, but you still look like you. That's kind of what they did with these actors. It's a really cool little show. It's on Amazon. It's a limited series or whatever. I was watching it and I was really into it, and then something happened where like the show ended, and then I was watching the credits go by, and like it was showing like countdown to the next episode, and then in the middle of my screen all of a sudden I saw like a flash, like a little line flash, and I was like, what the fuck was that? The fuck was that? And then I see it again and again, Gunny, and I'm like, holy shit! I start freaking out. So I go turn on the PS4 to make sure it wasn't like just the app, because sometimes the apps do funky shit on TVs, and I turn on the PS4 and it's still doing it.
Uh-oh.
There's fucking a line.
Were you thinking like it was the
across my screen.
HDMI cables or what?
Well, it's not an HDMI cable because I was using the app, the TV app, to watch the Amazon thing. You know what I mean?
Ooh,
So,
yeah, that would be a straight feed, right?
Yeah.
Direct.
Yeah, so like it wasn't and then I was like, maybe like it's just the app. Maybe it's that. So I turned on the PS4 and it was still doing it. I was like, holy shit, this is not good. So like I do that pixel refresher thing you have to do like every so often. Then
I see that option in there. I think I do it once every couple months.
People do it sometimes once a week. Some people do it like every fucking day and shit. It's whatever. Something you do on your OLEDs to like make sure they don't die or some shit.
That's something I was going to ask too. Is I've seen these in the stores, like the display models, and there's one at the Target I go to all the time, and they have it there on display, and this thing has such bad screen burn-in on it. Like, they're showing off how great it looks, and I think these TVs look amazing, but it has, like, right across the center of the screen has this big burn-in. I don't know what they had left it on or what happened, but, I mean, it's burned in bad, so obviously they never ran that. And that was my question for you guys is, have you like watched for that, or like when you play like a PlayStation game or something like that, when you have an icon in the same spot for a long time, have you noticed anything like when you first turn the TV off afterwards, if the image kind of stays?
I don't think that's a main problem in these televisions, man. I know it happens because obviously you've seen it and I've seen it too in the past. I think as long as you're not gaming on like I guess As long as you're not playing like Call of Duty 30 hours a day or 30 hours every fucking week or whatever, and just not turning it off, it should be fine.
Yeah, a lot of times, like when I'm playing like my PlayStation or Xbox, if you notice, like it will, like, even after, let's say I'm playing like you said, Call of Duty beta or something, right? And then I hit pause, or I think that's what I have to do, right? And then once my controller, automatically turns off after, 5 minutes of no activity, basically what happens is I notice that, the TV will kind of darken, right? Because your console, it notices that, right? So a lot of times, I can walk back in the room and go, oh, okay, I see what happened. And you still see it on the screen, but it's not going to be that bright thing showing, a certain text like you would see like at a Best Buy, where they're going to be, or, let's say if it's something like if you've ever gone to, not so much like a fast food restaurant or some place that just constantly show that same text, and they have it on the brightest setting, where, that'll definitely be like a burn-in thing, because it never leaves that. It's always going to show those pixels, like you said.
Yeah, and this was really, really bad. I mean, like, really bad. Like, you could almost, I can't remember what it said, but I could almost read it over top of another colored screen. Like, it was significant. And
right.
I just, and I have a friend that actually has two of these OLEDs. He's got one in his bedroom and one in his living room. And so I asked him about it too, and he pretty much runs, the pixel refresher quite often too, just to make sure nothing happens. And I was just curious if you guys have noticing like that. And also my mind too, knowing that it comes with software like that to refresh your pixels. Maybe they're aware that's a problem, and maybe that's just something owners of an OLED would just need to do. Just, okay, I'm done playing TV or done playing games today. Let me hit refresh and turn this thing off.
Yeah, I think after a while you just get used to it to know that you're supposed to run it every once a week or once a month or once every 3 months, whatever the fuck, And
there's a lot of different kind of, I would consider them settings like that are already enabled on the TV, like especially like on my Sony TV, where a lot of it is set up where, hey, if there's no activity after 5 minutes, do you want this to sort of not power down, but just, it turns off those lights, basically, is what happens.
I notice on my TV, once I'm watching, like, say I launch Netflix, or I launch Hulu, or I launch Amazon, or whatever, on the TV itself, right? I launch it, and say I'm like, if I'm on Netflix and I don't pick a movie within like the first 20, 30 seconds or 40 seconds, like maybe a minute. I think it's a really short amount of time, I know that. The screen just turns black, and it has like a screensaver mode where like it's showing like a little firework display or something.
Oh, that's right. Amazon will do that, yep.
And it's just going off constantly, and it's just going off, and it's just going off, and then it's just like the TV knows, like, all right, this motherfucker's not picking a movie. Let's just like go into screensaver mode. And that thing has saved my TV, I think, because there's times where I go to sleep and I'll wake up and it's like 4 a.m. my TV's still on, but it's doing that thing, like it's just showing like these little fireworks or something going off on the screen. Like,
well, someday you kids get access to it. Like in my house, I wake up every morning and my living room TV's still on, and my Roku will have like a screensaver that pops on. And it'll have that on. My TV's on nonstop. The poor thing. It's already 10 years old. And they sit there and leave it on every night.
It will, man. Because I remember, back in the day, like me and my wife had this other apartment. So, and then it just like that TV just like fizzled out like overnight. Just like had like, just like totally
won't do it. I'm secretly hoping every day that I wake up or I come home from work and the kids will be like, Dad, the TV doesn't work. And I'm like, all right, let's go shopping.
Yay,
let's go shopping.
Costco we go, Best Buy, let's go.
But I want to give a shout out to Video Only where I bought my TV, where like I legit called them and I was like, look guys, I bought this shit like maybe a little over a month ago. And the dude was like, what's wrong with it? And I told him exactly what was wrong with it. He's like, oh, that doesn't sound good. He's like, all right, just bring it in, bring the box. Because they told me to keep the box, which is what they told me to do. So I was like, okay, I kept the box. It's a big-ass box, by the way.
I wonder why they told you to keep the box. Like, I've never heard anybody tell me to keep the box.
The reason they told me to keep the box is for this reason. Because they told me, they're like, if anything's wrong with the TV, we kind of need the box so you can return it. And I was like, what the fuck do I need the box for? And they're like, well, because I think what they do is they go through the warranty process with the companies.
Yes.
And they want to have the box as proof of purchase or something. And, like, whatever. It's not my deal. I don't run their fucking company. So I kept the box, and I took my TV back, and they plugged it in. Like, right in front of me, they just plugged it in. And they turned it on, and right away they saw the lines going across the screen. It was across the whole screen this time. And they're like, oh, yeah, this thing is fucked. I'm like, okay, here you go. Here's a new one. They just, like, legit went to the back, grabbed the new one, and just gave it to me. Like, all right.
That's awesome, man. It wasn't like this. That's really good.
It wasn't even a hassle. Like, I even told the dude, like, do you want to look at my receipt? He's like, I guess I have to, right? Technically. And I was like, yeah, I guess you do. I don't know. I'm not your fucking boss. And he's like,
you're just going to believe me? How do you know I bought it?
How do you know? How do you just make this shit up? Just bringing back a random TV to you guys. No. And yeah, pretty much they gave me a new TV, and it works fine, and it actually, it's working just like the other one was working when it was working fine, looking amazing and everything, and yeah, man, glad I had a good experience with them, because I was reading reviews, and some people don't like them because some people have had bad experiences with them in the past, but I think that applies to every store, right? Like, no matter where you go, even Best Buy and shit is gonna have like bad reviews. Like, oh, they fucking,
everybody's gonna have a different experience.
They stole my computer or some shit. Like, no, lady, like, you left it there too long or something. They threw it away.
Yeah, there's always more to the story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you ever look at those reviews? Because I don't. Like, I review the product, and when it comes to like reviews on like the actual website, I don't look at any of those.
Yeah,
I will watch videos.
Bullshit.
I will watch YouTube. I will do research that way. But I will not go and look at, like, on Amazon where you scroll down and it says 5 out of 5, 5 out of 5, 1 out of 5, 1 out of 5, 5 out of 5. And the guy that's 1 out of 5 was like, I've seen it with motherboards and Newegg. People buy a motherboard from Newegg, they'll have it shipped to them, and they'll be like, 1 star, dead on arrival. I'm like, well, okay, it's an electronic, and especially with motherboards, I mean, things can happen. If the company is quick to make it right and send you the right product and not charge you anything, why would you give them a bad review? That, like Newegg, they had nothing to do with sending a bad motherboard. It's not like they're going to open it up, plug it in, make sure it works, and then ship it out. So I just find those reviews funny, and I never look at them myself.
No, I agree with that, man. Like, yeah, so, but yeah, like, I suggest if you guys are looking for a TV to go there and check them out, because they have really good deals on TVs, and yeah. Anyways, enough TV talk. But that's really all I played this week, guys. So just a little bit of Borderlands, a lot of mobile games, and a little bit of Ace Combat. I was going to play Days Gone, but I haven't got back to that yet. What else? And next week, maybe Ghost Recon. I don't fucking know.
There you go.
That's it.
Go, Gunny, go.
Yeah, I just talked about what I played, really, but I mean, it's just been a chaotic week for me. So, and even today, just not being able to game is frustrating.
Damn,
but
Gunny, you blew up
I know,
your car.
man. It was,
You blew up your car.
I did. It was, it was sort of like, we were talking about just really good customer service. That was, took the Jeep up to the shop where, we're doing all these upgrades to the Rubicon. And and so now we're so I'm playing Jeep Simulator is what I'm doing. And I'm like, okay, so I have a regular Jeep, like a 2014. It's just a plain, regular,
It's a Jeep.
manually roll the windows down. It's nothing too fancy at all. And, it gets me to work and back, right? So I drive up. I didn't even leave the parking lot, and it was like it kept stalling out on me. I'm like, what in the world? Like, I've never had this issue in the 3 years that I've had this vehicle. So I don't know. We were thinking it's the battery, it's the transmission, whatever it could be. So I drove it. I literally got it, let's say about maybe quarter mile from that shop. And, we're calling for tow trucks and things like that. Long story short, she calls the dealer, or I'll just say the mechanic shop back, and she goes, have you guys torn my vehicle apart yet? Because they're literally going to tear it all apart.
Yeah.
And they were like, no, not yet, actually. It's still all in one piece. She's like, okay, so is it okay if I have it back? Because now we have, like, no vehicles, right? Where before we were going to get a rental car, maybe possibly on Monday. eventually, I got back there. We both got back there. They brought my Jeep to that shop, and and kind of looked at it really quickly before I had it towed back home. And he goes, "Okay, so you're going to need your Jeep back, so we're going to kind of just reschedule this whole thing for next week." He goes, "I'll tell you what, I'll pay for the rental car for the weekend if we can keep the vehicle so we can get all this stuff done over the weekend." And so, yeah, that worked out really, really well.
That's nice of him.
Yeah, really awesome. He's like, it was like $200 for 2 days.
Yeah, that's actually like really nice of them to do that for you. I mean, granted, you did pay $8,000 for what they're doing to your car.
Almost $9,000.
They were probably afraid that he was gonna just change his mind and leave.
I would have been like, "Fuck you, give me my money back. I don't need to go buy a new car right now."
Yeah, I mean, of course, we can look at it as the glass half full and say that, or say that that's true. Like you could just take
You could have been like, "Fuck you guys, give me my money back. You guys haven't torn my car apart. Give me my money back. I need to go put a down payment on a new car." That's $9,000 you could put down on a new car, Gunny.
There literally is like another 4-wheel drive store like 1,000 feet from that location. So yeah, it's possible, right?
You see Gunny walking across the street,
buying a new car.
Yeah,
driving out with the new Jeep.
But yeah, he was really cool. He was like, "I tell you what, give me the bill on Monday when you come in to give us the almost $9,000, by the way." So of course, right? He was like, "Yeah, like don't worry about it." No, they were really nice. And one of the mechanics was like, he drove us to like one Enterprise location, then he drove us to another one.
Damn, he even drove you to 2 locations. I'm surprised.
He drove
that
our
guy's
Jeep,
really working for his commission, man.
the working Jeep to back to the.
That guy
it
really
was awesome.
wants your money, Gunny. He's like, "Fuck these. Not getting a refund today, sir. I'll drive you as far as you need me to drive you."
Why do I feel like Gunny is just stringing him along, going, "How much can I get out of this guy before he actually says no?"
Yeah, it was.
That's funny.
Yeah, good stuff, man.
Did you tell me I have to listen to our podcast also?
You should have told him, Gunny, "Sir, you have to listen to our podcast, or I changed my mind about this whole purchase."
I know, right? So, hey, technically, we haven't paid yet, so. Monday is
bullshit, Gunny. You do a $9,000 job on your fucking truck. They're gonna want you to pay. They're gonna want you to pay up, Gunny. They're gonna not let you drive out with your Jeep until they get their money.
Yeah, so basically what it was 80. Like I said, $8,000 was for one part, for mostly everything onto it, and then the wife added like another $500 to that. So then they were like, we were treated like royalty at that point.
Oh yeah.
Again, this is her money.
You even got a free hat last week, motherfucker. You were wearing the free hat they gave you.
Oh yeah, they came out with free hats.
Guys, they even gave Gunny a free fucking hat. Like, "Sir, here's a free hat and a T-shirt for fucking spending $9,000 with us."
Yeah, of course. You guys want lunch too? So
you should have asked for lunch, dinner, fucking free pizza delivery.
I can't go get any food today, so can you take me out to what's some expensive restaurant out there in California?
I definitely expect a pizza here by tomorrow. But no, so really shout out to that 4-wheel drive parts store. Apparently they're a big, like a chain, or they've got them across.
Actually recently, it's funny that you bring their name up. I actually watched the Undercover Boss episode of that company.
Oh really? Yeah, because he was telling me he goes
California.
Yeah, he was telling me like I think the coolest part was we can have those parts here in 4 days because we have other stores, and we've got.
They're think of like a Les Schwab, but for Jeeps and trucks and shit. That's what they are. Yeah,
that's a good way to describe it. Yep.
They only do lift kits and big tires and mud and shit. You want to go mudding, brother? Let's go.
Hell yeah! And and me being the gamer I am, and just having cars my whole life, basic cars. So I'm not really knowledgeable on all that stuff. So that's why I'm not installing or purchasing any of these things.
That's why you're paying $9,000 to get it done, Gunny. Yeah.
Okay, the wife's paying for it. It's her. Yeah, it's her money. Really, it's.
Yeah,
but it's like my daughter's car broke down and it had a brake-land brake, and I know my son, when he had his done, I didn't have time to get it fixed, and we sent it to the shop, and it was $600 to get the brake line replaced. and I'm doing my daughter's, and I have $35 in it right now. I'm not done yet, but
a lot of
let me
times
tell you,
it's that labor, man. It's that labor cost legitimately will cost you thousands of dollars. I remember the last car I had was a Jetta, right? And the water pump, the fuel, not the fuel pump, the water pump broke, and all that broke in the water for like the coolant system or whatever. The only thing that broke was this little wheel that holds. It's a little wheel that holds the belt for the water, for the coolant to flow through, right? It flows it through as the engine is spinning or whatever. This little piece is made out of plastic in a Jetta. It's like, fuck, I don't know why they make it out of plastic. They should have made it out of metal, but fucking Germans, they make it out of fucking plastic. And the shit broke because of the heat or whatever, so many years of being used. And so I go to the mechanic and I'm telling him, like, all right, dude, like, how much is this going to cost me? And he's like, well, I have to take this apart, I have to pull this off. $1,500. I'm like, fuck you. I legitimately fucking laughed at him. I fucking laughed at him, Gunny. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I was like, dude, I found the part. Literally, the part itself cost $2.50.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I bet you it's just the part you can buy for the water pump, right?
You're charging me $1,495 for the fucking labor. He was like, yeah. I'm like, you fucking gotta be joking, dude. It was a bullshit ass fucking charge. Ain't no way, dude. Ain't no fucking way, Gunny.
Yeah, because you can probably get that. I mean, 2 hours of labor. What are we talking here? It's $125 per hour. They, some of those, especially like dealerships, they'll just rob you.
They'll really fuck you over.
They will really get you really good. Because I'm going to go to 2 of them on Monday.
You want a new headlight on that car? $90, sir.
Like don't forget labor, tax, parts, service fees.
You can put your fucking headlight in 2 seconds if you just fucking take out the bulb and put it in.
No, I think it was really smart of the wife with the new Rubicon that she got. It was the Mopar package. Basically, what that, that's just the warranty shit that covers like literally from the front bumper all the way to the back bumper, and that was a lot of money to pay for that. So, but now with my Jeep, the one that just broke down, that warranty expired almost 6 months ago.
That's
7
horrible,
months
man.
ago.
That's when shit always happens, when your warranty expires.
I know. So, but enough Jeep talk, guys.
Wish you luck, Gunny. Hopefully you get a new car, maybe a Maserati or something. Maybe
I was thinking, Bentley. What about that Gladiator, the new Jeep Gladiators? Ooh. Those things are $62,000. Some of the ones that
are they like? I want to know what their rating is for their, like, as a truck. I don't feel like they really are.
It's a light truck. All Jeeps are rated as light trucks.
Is that like a Wrangler, like a Ford Wrangler or something?
No, it's basically, it is a Jeep Wrangler is what it is. They've just added a bed to it.
I mean, like a Ford Ranger, like a Ford Ranger, like a little tiny truck.
Yes, it is. It is rated as a light truck, like a Ford Ranger.
Like the old school, like little Toyota Tacomas from back in the day.
Yes, it's just like a Tacoma. It's rated the same way. But speaking of that, man, those Tacomas are really nice. The 4Runners. Hey, the wife's got deep pockets. I'm sure she's
going to become a Toyota man instead of a Jeep man. He's going to become a Japanese driving Toyota man.
I like the new Toyotas. Those are really nice.
Toyota's legit, dude. You can drive a Toyota forever, and the thing will barely break down on you, Gunny.
Yeah, those things will last forever. My uncle, retired from Toyota, and he says, man, probably like the Toyota, like those Camry and Corolla, those motors and transmissions, he said they will just last forever.
Yeah, I've seen cars with like 500,000 miles on it, their fucking Camrys, and people are like, yeah, the speedometer, like the fucking thing that counts the odometer or whatever, broke like at like 300,000 miles. I don't know how many miles it has. I've just been driving it every day.
Yeah,
like, what?
I know.
When's the last time you put oil in this thing? About 2 years ago. It's like, what? The fucking thing still turns on? Like, yeah, it still turns on every day and it runs fine. I drive it every day to work. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah.
That's how you do it right there. Those in the Hondas too.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
But I did play a couple games, guys.
Ooh.
Yeah, just a few of those. Besides, like, Borderlands getting up to level 12. I love it. I love that unicycle.
I can't believe you guys are only level 12. You guys were, like, way ahead of me. What happened? You guys had a whole week.
Yeah,
I know.
I haven't
been busy all
touched
week.
much of anything this week. Yeah,
What?
like
What's going
we
on,
were
fellas?
doing a lot of packing in my household this week. So,
Shout out
and
to
then doing
regular
a lot of
Mayo.
work in.
Regular
So,
Mayo
yes,
moved out.
regular
Yeah.
mail on the Discord. He
You
is
know what it is?
now on his
You know what
own.
it is, Jesus? It's all that overtime I have to make to pay for all these things.
That's
I'm
what
a
it is.
slave.
Poor Gunny.
To
I'm sorry.
Less of a gamer, man. But I did turn on that PlayStation. I did play after that beta. I played some Earth Defense Force 4.1.
Oh my.
You know, and these are nothing to really get excited over. They all pretty much look the same. These Earth Defense Force games.
So you played in? Did you have fun or no?
Yeah, I actually had fun with it. It really brought me back to playing one of the ones that I had on. Matter of fact, I still have it on my Xbox 360. It's still hooked up to the living room. I don't turn on Earth Defense Force as often as I used to. But I mean, but playing it on OLED, it's going to be, look a lot more better. And it is made for the PS4. It's exclusive, I believe, to possibly Steam and PlayStation, so not on Xbox. But again, it's not something I would tell you to go buy a PlayStation for. So, but it's got like over 80 missions, and they're all primarily the same. You're just kind of going after your, part of this military plot to, and you're on foot or in a tank and just shooting giant ants and spiders. There's really not much to it. You're just killing shit. I love it. It's like you've got an assault rifle to kill giant ants and basically a missile launcher.
Nice.
Yeah, those two weapons. It's so simple and so fun. It's just nice it's relaxing. Just get in there and kill shit, man.
Cool.
I think the funny part about it is when you'll see basically citizens. They'll just be trying to run out of the city and get away. And they're kind of running by you and they're doing this thing. This is a Japanese game, right? So they're like putting their hands like over their heads and they're like ducking and they're making these like funny ass sounds like like it's just it's funny to watch. So yeah, it's corny as hell, man, but I love it. Just it brings you back to the days of the last gen. But
Sometimes it's nice to go back to those simpler, just straightforward, mindless game. Just a nice little break.
Yeah, but there is one like I played on Xbox 360, and it didn't age well, so it doesn't look so good. But I do like playing it on a newer system with, adequate graphics. I'll say.
Adequate graphics.
Yeah. Let's see. Anything else that I played? No, I think that's really it. Just the 3 for me.
All right. What about you, Senor Mayo?
Oh, Senor Mayo. Senor Mayo's done a lot like you guys have.
Mayonesa.
And I think it's the problem. That's a good problem to have that we're finding this end of the year stuff where all these big AAA games are now finally coming out, and we're getting these beta accesses to play different games. So
betas.
I played a little bit of Borderlands 3, kind of like Gunny. I'm still sitting at like level. I think when I played with you today, that little bit, I think I jumped to. I'm like level 14 now, maybe.
Ooh.
But again, I haven't really put any time into it this week. Maybe an hour and a half max this week. I played with my son before he moved out. The one night we had just a little bit of time. We sat down on the PC and he left his computer hooked up in the same room that mine's in. And so we kind of played together with a friend from his community. And we played some Borderlands for a little while. And then, I'm trying to think, the next night I wanted to, play something a little different just because we've been playing these betas. So I jumped on my my Xbox beta app that I feel like I've been kind of neglecting for a little while. Besides Gears of War 5, which I haven't touched this week, but I'm like, I'm gonna find something on here to play. So I went ahead and I kind of enjoy my old school games and stuff like that. So I went ahead and downloaded Bloodstained: Ritual of the Night, and this game has been talked about by some before. This game is from the creator of the original Castlevania, and basically it plays like a Castlevania game, side-scrolling 2D, with a modern twist, So they've ramped up the graphics. The graphics are really, really good. It's almost like that 3D, 2D kind of thing, where like there's multiple layers of depth behind your character where you're moving around. and the display looks really, really, really nice. It's very dark at times and then very flashy at times. It's a very almost kind of like Japanese influence game, obviously. So it's very, your main character is a female instead of like Castlevania, instead of Simon Belmont, I think his name was. You're this girl, and I can't remember her name. It started with an M. And you look like a typical anime female character, and you run through, and the whole thing is you've been asleep for 10 years, and you are what they call a shard bringer, and basically these demons kind of are tormenting the earth, and you get woke up the same time this other shard bringer that's out there attacking the earth, basically, and you are the only two shard bringers left. All the other ones have been killed or used as like experiments or something like that. So you start off on this ship, and it just kind of introduces you to a couple of different weapons and a couple of different items. The game is neat about having like armor pieces, but with her it's like different dresses or something like that. Then you can have like a scarf for her hair or stuff like that. But it gives her like willpower, or it gives her defense, or it gives her like basically like her mana ability, because you have like a magic ability and then you have your weapon. So the more stuff you can find, the better and stronger she's going to become. So as you're playing through, you fight a few enemies. All of a sudden, this shard like comes out of the sky and like pierces through you. It's this big red crystal, and it like shoves right through her, and she screams. And that's how, when you level up, this shard goes into her, and it makes her stronger, and you get like a little bit more magic, a little bit more health, and stuff like that. And basically, you just keep your way through the game, getting stronger, finding better weapons. There is like little daggers you can find. There is short swords, broadswords. There's whips. There's like boots. Like you can, if you want to just like kick like a Streets of Rage style, you can literally just sit there and like kick your enemies away and stuff like that. But I tend to stick with the medium-sized sword. It doesn't do as much damage as like a broadsword, but it swings a little faster. And so working my way through it, get to the first boss, and I died like 3 or 4 times against that first boss. And this game is actually pretty difficult. Like, you have potions and stuff too, but once you use a potion, it's like gone, and you go to that save point, and if you only have like 1 potion left, and you save the game, and you use that potion, you die, you go back to your save point. It's like old school, so that's again, that's all you have. You're going back up there. And you can't just find potions. Like, I go back through the level, I can't just find another potion, so I'm stuck with just that 1 potion for that boss. So I learned real quick to be more reluctant to use my potions unless I really, really needed to. But it
looks, I was going to say, it looks like maybe a Dead Cells with a higher ceiling, like a roof, that it's just more of a side scroller, but it's not like leveled like Dead Cells. Would that be correct?
Yeah, well, I would say the only way it's like Dead Cells is the fact it's just a side scroller where you're doing the attacking. So think of Castlevania, or think of like an old side scrolling beat 'em up kind of game. But
okay, so I mean the levels are always going to be the same. It's not procedurally generated.
Yes, the levels are the same, and it even has that old, when you walk out to a level, so you get to the right of the screen, you go through a doorway. And if you turn around and you go back into the doorway you came from, all the enemies are back again.
Okay.
So you regenerate, and you're like, oh no, I don't want to walk through here again. It was a pain in the butt. But as you go through, like I said, I beat the first boss finally, and it's this big giant, like, I don't know, it's like a big giant woman with like a mouth and stuff in her stomach with like teeth and stuff. So she'll get in the front of the boat, because you're on this boat and you're on the very front of it, and she's at the end of the boat. You can see the mouth, and you're attacking it, and it spits out stuff you have to dodge, and these tentacles will come across the screen, and you got to dodge those. And when you do enough damage to her, she goes underneath. The camera kind of pans out. You see more of the boat, and she comes up in the middle of the boat, and she does this big like water spit thing where it goes across the bottom of the ground. You have to jump and dodge, and then she comes back to the beginning where she was at, to the front, and you got to hack and slash. Finally took her out, and then you work your way across. The ship gets put on land, and then it gives you the title screen. So I literally spent probably 45 minutes just to get to the title screen. I was like, holy cow, like this game might be a really long game. And so I kept playing, and you meet some of the characters, and you basically get like a headquarters, and in this headquarters you have a guy that can do crafting for you. So you find materials, and the stuff drops from enemies that you kill. You'll get like salt, potatoes, you'll get these like type of rocks and stuff like that, and all that is crafting materials. And you take it back to this guy, and he can make different weapons, he can make different shards, which are your magic ability. Like I have a magic ability where I can shoot like a thing of water, or I can change it out where I have a thing where I can do a fireball. And then after I beat the first boss, you get like a tentacle ability, but that uses most of your magic. So if you have that one equipped, this big giant like octopus tentacle swipes across the screen and damages everything on the screen. But it's pretty much a one-time shot. Like you have 100 points in your magic, and it uses 80 of them. You know, where the other.
Is there a cooldown? How does that?
You collect little orbs, and they will recharge, or you can use a potion to recharge your magic. So there's these lanterns, you jump up, slash it, a little orb will fall out of the lantern, and that will recharge your magic. So it's typical like that. So kind of like Ninja Gaiden, like old Ninja Gaiden, Nintendo 2. Very, very familiar theme, you know. So I really enjoyed it. Just again, kind of like I was saying earlier, it's just nice to go back every once in a while, and it's to play something a little more simple, 2D side-scrolling. Again, the game is very hard. Like the difficulty, you can die a lot. But just that simple play style side scroll. Okay, I need to go this way, and I know where I need to go. I know what I need to do. You know, so I'm enjoying that. The only drawback I've seen, and this is the first time I've ever run across this, is I played this on my PC on the Xbox Game Pass, and the next day I had just a little bit of free time, and my youngest son was actually on playing his evil epic Fortnite. And I let him play. I'm like, all right, you know, I'm just going to go down in the living room and fire up the old Xbox. Fire up the Xbox, and I'm like, I'm going to look for something to play, and I seen Bloodstained on there, so I'm going to go ahead and download Bloodstained and continue to play where I had left off. I get the game downloaded, and I go to launch it, and none of the progression is cross-platform. So, like, it had me starting from the very, very, very beginning again. So I was like, no way am I gonna like go through that much again just to play it on my Xbox. So I didn't shoot for it anymore.
The way you could probably tell if you go onto the Windows 10 store, but I am really surprised.
Play anywhere or something?
Yeah, it'll say cloud saving or like Xbox. Or like Xbox Presence or cross save, whatever it is. It'll show you on the description when you go to the Windows 10 store.
It's called Xbox Play Anywhere, right?
Yeah, you're right. So Play Anywhere would include like cloud and all these things. So you would have noticed when you fired that up on the Xbox, it'll say cloud syncing.
Yeah, Play Anywhere. Or syncing with your Xbox account or whatever the fuck.
So yeah, since you didn't get that, it may not be, enabled.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, but I was just kind of disappointed to see that. It's the first time I've ever had that, and it's just a reminder how nice it is now how we have access to cloud save and to be able to log into an account like Jesus did with Call of Duty, where he was able to just log into a completely different system and still have all of his information. It's nice, and it's something to really look forward to in the future.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised, just to be a real expert here, that they're working on that. Because a lot of those games, like you said, on the beta or even, they want to make sure that, hey, this is not just for people we're trying to bring over from the PC side, but also for people that do have Xboxes.
And it wasn't a deal breaker or nothing like that for me. I just didn't feel like picking it back up on the Xbox and starting from scratch, So I was like, I probably sank about 3 hours into it on the PC, so I didn't really want to be like, let me go play these levels again, And so, besides that, I also played some of the Ghost Recon Breakpoint beta I mentioned earlier with Pipe Dream and Ghost Nico. And I said I tried to stream it so a couple friends could watch it. Had some issues. Had to stop the stream. Once I stopped the stream, it was better. But it just It was Ghost Recon. I mean, it's fun. Like I said, it's a mix between, in my opinion, Division 2 and, say, Ghost Recon Wildlands, for those that haven't played it. You kind of have that central headquarters hub where you can pick up missions and see other players online running around and that, and you can, put a marker up on the map and you guys can all head there. You can take your own direction. You can just jump in random vehicles, which is kind of fun, or you can ride together, and Gunny, did you say you played this or no?
What game was it?
The Ghost Recon Breakpoint.
I played the last beta. Matter of fact, before we started the show, and just the kind of last couple of days I've had with, outside of gaming was, everything's updated, everything's downloaded. Just need to actually get in time to play it this weekend.
I do. One thing I wish that Borderlands 3 would have that Ghost Recon has is maybe Jesus can attest this to, or maybe you noticed it on the Xbox, is on the PC, the controlling of your vehicles is really weird, like with mouse and keyboard. So like typically even on a like Ghost Recon, A and D is your left and your right for your steering, and in Borderlands 3, it's wherever you're looking with your mouse.
Yeah.
So I have to sit there and move my mouse a lot, and I don't know how many times I've crashed and flipped my vehicle over in Borderlands because I can't drive it.
Dude.
I'm used to it from Borderlands 1 and 2.
But it's even worse with controller, because on the controller, I don't know if you ever played Halo, but it's like driving the Warthog in Halo. Like you have to use sticks.
Yeah.
I have played Halo with controller. Yeah.
I'm playing with controller. I'm playing Borderlands with a controller, so I am used to that. But no, I mean,
that's how it's always been.
I think the one thing that I do want to look left to see what's left, and then I'm going left. So there is that. So I have to keep, wiring my brain back to, okay, don't look over there if you don't need to. Just go there if that's. So, but I don't have any issues. There's no issue with me, and maybe
I wonder
if I
why they went with that control scheme. Like that. It's so much different from any other games that, I naturally right away, man. I remember when I did that first mission a couple weeks ago or whatever when it first came out, they were like, steal this vehicle and drive it back, and I'm pretty sure I just crashed it right into a canyon or right into a wall or something and got it stuck, and I had to go get a different one,
That's why I love that unicycle, man. That thing's awesome. Like, I think just driving that with those controls is
so
fine.
Much better, yeah. So much better.
That unicycle thing reminds me of the Gunny may remember this from the old cartoon G.I. Joe. The Cobra team had a black one that had like a red ring around the edge of it, and there's a gun on the one side. That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah. That thing's
like
awesome.
To a T.
Looks like some kind of hybrid vehicle that somebody made back in, the 1930s. It's just one wheel, man.
I think somebody did make that back in the day. They try to.
That's what it reminds me of.
Try to make the motorcycle like that, I think, and they've realized that it works, but people wouldn't like it.
Use this in the military. We're gonna put a freaking minigun on it. Hell yeah!
I mean, even Wolfenstein had the motorcycles like that. That's what they look like in Wolfenstein. So there's been designs based on that motorcycle style.
Yeah, it's a cool looking ride though. And Jesus, did I see that did yours hover today?
You can I unlocked this thing where I hijacked one that hovered, and then somehow I parked it in the garage, and every time like Liddy tells you if you steal a ride that it has tech or whatever on it, you can put it in the garage thing or the scanner thing, and she'll scan it and she'll steal the tech off of it. So I stole one that hovered, and when I use mine, I compress the space bar. And using A and D, it hovers left to right. And then I can make it hover left to right with the A and D. And then, it's kind of weird looking.
Something my son took advantage of, and we didn't get to, I think they must have patched it since then, is he was playing with MechMod, and MechMod would spawn a vehicle, and my son would get in it and just park it in the thing, and he would get access to it. So he would get all of MechMod's vehicles right out the rip, and then MechMod got all my son's vehicles right out the rip. So my son would just spawn stuff for him, and MechMod would jump in it, drive it over, claim it, and then MechMod would spawn something. My son would jump in it, drive it, claim it, and so they was able to share each other's vehicles really quick.
That's cool, yeah.
But
hopefully
that
was intentional.
Tried it like one day, and then it didn't work for me. So like he's like, I don't know why it's not working. So I think they maybe patched it so you didn't take that little. I don't want to call it a cheat, but it's a smart little workaround. Yeah. But
I don't know why they patch things like that, but I guess they want you to play the game and experience it how you're supposed to. The game gets tough though, man. Borderlands 3 has had some tough enemies that I've had to fight, and I just die and die and die to them. Yeah, I don't know what it is. And then there's some other enemies that I'm just breezing right through them. Like, I figure them out right away, and I'm like, okay, I gotta do this and this and this, and I take them out right away. I don't know what it is, but yeah. I was able to
there's that mission I told you guys about last week. Remember I told you when I met Zero?
Yeah.
And oh my god, like that mission was so freaking tough. I still died once or twice more after that. And then actually, but I guess the good thing is that I feel like they all respawn once I respawn, so it does kind of reset. But then I can just kind of maybe go in there at a different angle or
There's
not.
Some really cool
just
missions.
Go gung-ho in there.
There's some really cool missions in this game. There's one that's a battle royale mission, and you have to like make your way through a city, and like you have to fight 3 people and beat them and get their keys. And the whole thing is you're trying to have sex with this guy who's like a bazillionaire. So his thing is, you're gonna have sex with me if you win this battle royale, but you gotta win the battle royale. So like you're making your way through the city, and there's enemies spawning everywhere, and you gotta pretty much survive and kill the bad guys and steal their keys and get to the end. It's a Moxie mission. It's really fucking well done. And I was like,
is that her boyfriend? Oh, yeah, sorry if it's a spoiler alert.
Her boyfriend or whatever.
Yeah.
Or her ex-boyfriend.
I haven't played that because I thought, okay, I need to be level whatever it was, a few levels up higher.
Yeah,
but
I did it at level. I think I did it at level 18, and it had some. I didn't have problems dying in it, but I think I died in it maybe once.
Yeah,
but it was fun. Yeah,
good stuff.
It's a good
That's cool.
Game, dude. It's a good fucking game. Play Borderlands, people. What I like the most is just seeing the characters from the previous games, especially from Tales from the Borderlands. Seeing Reese was fucking awesome. I love that dude. I fucking love that dude.
Yeah, I had fun with that when I played with you today. We seen the what was it? Brick was the character's name. Yeah, and he's like almost like a Gears of War character. This big super guy, with huge shoulders and
he was like, waist. Yeah,
he was fighting everybody and just throwing them around on the map. You just see little bodies flying everywhere.
I open doors. That's all he does. Just fucking punches the shit out of the controls and it opens the door.
Jesus and I'd see Jesus up at the top of the balcony and he's like sniping things, and I'm like over there sniping things, and you see Brick down there just throwing people around, punching them,
grabbing people and throwing them around. I also like playing with Zero. Zero was fucking legit because Zero's, in every game he's been a badass, like a fucking ninja and shit. And like in this game he's of course a ninja. There's a whole mission you have to do with him. It's kind of based around him, and it's fucking awesome. It's funny as fuck.
Yeah, I like how even if you're playing with a real player as well, but I watched Zero where he basically he let his decoy go, and the enemy's just like totally trying to fight the decoy. It's basically an invisible. I mean, he's just his fists are going through it, and he's like shooting at it. It's like there's nobody there, man.
Yeah. The game is fun, dude. It's a fucking funny. The more I think about it, the more I want to play it. I got some of those golden keys or whatever. I got 6 of them right now.
How do you get those? Like, how do you... I know you can watch Twitter, but
you have to sign up for a Shift account. So you have to sign up for a Shift account. Once you have a Shift account, you have to verify it and all that bullshit. And then
you
have to watch Twitter. Or there's a few codes that have been released that don't expire, but a lot of the ones on Twitter do expire. So if you watch Randy Pitchford's Twitter account, he releases some every once in a while. But those have an expiration anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour to 3 hours, 9 hours. But they do expire, but you have to use them, and then they give you 3 golden keys or 4 golden keys or 1 golden key. And then you unlock that chest in the spaceship. What the fuck's it called again? Sanctuary?
Yeah.
There's that chest right there that tells you need a golden key to unlock.
Right.
You unlock that thing and
first walk in, yep.
It gives you badass fucking weapons. One of my main guns that I used for a long time, from level 12 on up to level 20 almost, I used it. It was this fucking rocket launcher that was lock onto people and just fucked everybody up. It was legit, and I fucking love that gun. Now I can't use it no more because it's under leveled. It's fuck.
I know, it's too bad you're thinking,
yeah, that's why I don't want to use it Because I thought about, like, right now, I thought about, like, unlocking another, like, opening that chest again and getting, like, whatever it's in there, you know, that's, like, legendary or whatever the fuck that's in there. But I'm like, I'm level 20. Like, before I know it, I won't be level 30 and I won't be able to use this stuff. Like, I kind of just want to hold on to these keys now. I don't want to fucking use them.
Yeah.
But yeah, so just go sell that. You know, like, I love selling stuff to Marcus.
Yeah.
And hopefully, like, Marcus will be like, you know, his thinking is that, you know, you gave him that level 10 rocket launcher, you know, and now you're 14. Like, could I get that 14 the rocket launcher now? You know, like, hopefully that's something he has for sale.
I usually don't buy stuff from the guns people. What were you saying, man?
Speaking of selling things, when I was playing with Jesus tonight, Gunny, we were talking about stuff, and I said something about my backpack, and Jesus is like, how much money he has. He's like, oh, yeah, I got a ton of money and this and that. And I'm like, yeah, I keep putting money into my backpack to make my backpack bigger. And he's like, well, how do you do that? I'm like, oh, yeah, it's over here in the sanctuary. And so, you know, as confusing as the sanctuary is to find your way around it, we find our way over there, and I show it to him. And next thing he knows, he goes, holy crap. He's like, it was like $65,000 or something like that for the next upgrade.
For the next upgrade. Okay. I was like, holy shit.
He went from having a lot of money to not enough to be able to do the next upgrade. So
I had like $59,000, Gunny. So I had already bought in the first upgrade. So I have like 19 slots in my backpack, but I always felt like I was running out of slots. Because what I do is I pick up the shitty guns and I just sell them. Like, that's a good way to make money. You just sell the
absolutely
shitty guns.
Yep.
So that's what I usually do. If I finish a level and I realize there's no more left on that level, I'm gonna get the guns and just sell them. So that's what I do. And the problem I could run into is I only have 19 slots. So when Mayo told me to go buy these upgrades, I bought the second the second and the third upgrade. And the second upgrade went from like being $3,000 to the third upgrade being like $21,000. And I was like, holy shit! So I ended up paying for it. But then it was like the fourth upgrade is like $81,000. It jumps from like $20,000 to like $80,000 for like 4 more slots. And I'm like, that is
before,
insane.
In the previous Borderlands, I think you had to use Uridium, didn't you? For upgrades like that, but now you can actually use money, which is nice.
It was nice, but when the fuck am I going to get $80,000? And then it tells you like you can also buy like an upgrade for your wallet to carry more money. And it's like, well, what's the cap of how much money can you carry? I don't know what's the cap on that.
There probably isn't any. Like Borderlands 2, you could just have millions of dollars. Yeah, and there were like exploits and things back in the day where somebody can gift you money and
you're picking up all the guns that you've been selling them. My son showed me too back at Sanctuary. You know, there's a machine that you go up to and all the guns that was in your mission it spits out. And you can just sell them there. So you really don't have to pick them up during the mission.
Found or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, like you can just pick up ones that I pick up ones that I want to keep or I think are going to be interesting.
No, I pick up everything that I want to sell.
And then I just go to the end of the level and I go back there and I have picked up and I just run over and sell them real quick.
That loot thing is always full for me, so I'm always just selling shit out of there. I'm like, fuck it, sell. Yeah. You know that little animal in your ship you can pet it? That little monkey-looking thing with the big ears?
I haven't seen it.
A little rat monkey thing that hangs out with one of the characters. I think it hangs out with Claptrap maybe or somebody else. It hangs out with somebody. Somebody brought it on the ship. It's a little animal-looking thing. And I walked up to it the other day and I started petting it. And like little hearts popped up around it. I'm like, oh, that's pretty nice. So I petted it again and it spit out like some fucking ammo. Like it spit it out. It's like it threw up some like ammunition box. I was like, what the fuck? So this thing gives you ammo.
That's funny.
And then I was like, whatever. Like that's fucking funny as fuck. It's like this little tiny ass little creature spitting out a big ass box of ammunition. Like here you go, dude. It's like, oh fuck.
I can just add that to the Twitter account. Yes, you can pet the animal in Borderlands 3.
You can pet the animal in Borderlands. I didn't know that. Like that's pretty like fucking cool little feature in the game. That fucking Sanctuary ship is the weirdest designed fucking ship in any game I've ever been on, man. It's so hard.
A little multi-leveled, but still easy to learn. The map is so hard to look at,
yeah.
Fucking yeah, that thing's weird. Like I think you can memorize it because I kind of have by now, but it's still kind of tricky sometimes to get certain places. You can lose your partner in there really quick.
Yeah, you could. Yep. Where are you at? I see you. No, I see you on the minimap. I see your.
Yeah.
I
Also,
see your diamond, your square, you're there.
Also, the city maps and the levels on like Pandora, like the different levels, the different worlds. Sometimes they'll like the map will have like a sub level to the level you're on, and that's where the mission is. So you have to get down there somehow, and there's only a specific way to get down there. That stuff is kind of confusing. But
Yeah, it kind
otherwise,
of reminds me of Youngblood. Remember Jesus when we were playing Youngblood? We were like, we know where we have to go, but how do we get there?
yeah, it's like a
So
fucking
you kind of look
confusing ass
around,
thing.
yeah.
But it's a fun game though, man. So check it out, guys. Play it.
Yeah. I guess besides those big games we've been playing, the last thing I didn't want my VR to feel neglected, so I went ahead and picked up the old Oculus, and it had an update, so I updated it, and I had to actually readjust all my my settings for my room scale. So you have to draw the circle around my room and do the floor level and all that stuff. Like it tells you to like put the controller by the floor to know where the floor is at. So I get all that set up. And I see a couple new games in the Oculus store right away. But there was this new one, and I can't remember what it's called now. But basically, it's like a big open social world thing, and it's done by Facebook and Oculus. And it says coming soon. So I'm like, I click on it.
Shit, I knew they were going to do this.
And it shows little people in like airplanes, and they're like, oh, and it shows like this lady, and she's in her kitchen. She's in her kitchen and she's doing different things, like she's shooting enemies, and it shows another lady and she's talking to her and she's like, yeah, I'm over here flying this plane. It looks like it's just a big open world where you can do whatever. But so I'm like, okay, this is
home for VR.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yep.
And so I'm like, and it says coming soon. I'm like, okay. So I'm watching this video. Well, next thing I know, I look at my phone, I have an email saying, hey, this game's coming out soon for Oculus. This is from Oculus, because my Oculus account has my email.
How much is the game?
It doesn't say. I think it's free. So I clicked on the email, and they're like, hey, you can sign up for the beta and test this game. So I'm like, ooh, excited. Of course, I'm going to sign up for any beta I can. I like to test things. So I get the thing and says, you have to fill out this questionnaire. So I'm like, okay, first question, are you male or female? Okay, simple. Click. Okay. Next question. Do you develop or make games? No, Third question. Do you run like a Discord or a YouTube channel, or are you a streamer or something like that? So I just hit yes, and I said, like podcast host, just whatever, just kept it simple. And I go scroll down, and that's the only questions there are. So I hit submit, and they're like, we will look at your questions that you have answered, and we will decide whether you would be a good fit for our beta or not. I answered 3 questions, and I'm like, and they were real simple questions, do you make games or whatever?
It sounds like they probably want you to do, sign a couple NDAs. So maybe you shouldn't have put podcast.
Yeah, and probably not. And I'm not real concerned with it. I just was like, okay,
right. It's not.
But then they're like, we'll let you know, and this will be out in like the beta. I think the way they were talking was going to be out in like early 2020 is what they told me. So I'm going, that's not for a long ways anyways. I'm like, why do you even have this in the store already and saying coming soon when you're talking about the beta?
They want people to buy these at Christmas.
Yeah.
They want people to start buying the headsets at Christmas so they can have them.
They can start promoting.
Yeah, so start promoting these. And like I've said it all along, man. Facebook, they own Oculus, so it's only natural that they're gonna find a way to put Facebook and like this social interaction type things on VR. And they're the company that's gonna do it because it benefits them the most. Think about it. If you can put on a headset and hang out with your family members from across the world or whatever the fuck in this virtual world without paying a dime. I mean, you pay for the headset. Saves you money. It's the future, man.
But I also think it's really, I think kind of what they might possibly be going for is, where I'm not saying that. Remember, Facebook did games back in the day, but they were just more social, smaller things. But now, with Oculus, but they may be teaming up with somebody to, they want to be able to promote games using these Oculus devices.
Gunny, they want you to invite your family member that lives in wherever the fuck, say India or something, and they want you to invite them to play fucking tennis against you in a virtual fucking court.
Who knows? Maybe, right?
You
It could be as simple as that, and play for free,
or
right?
they want you to invite them to watch Netflix in a virtual theater, and you guys both sign in at the same time and can go watch Netflix. Not even in a virtual theater, in Gunny's fucking virtual condo that Gunny owns.
It's got a water bed,
Trump Tower,
heart shaped. It's got a sauna spa. It's got a pool tables. Yeah, come and hang out. Table.
Gunny has posters everywhere. Fuck yeah!
See, so I think this will all, like you said, it's going to be like that, the PlayStation Rent, whatever.
It'll be free, Gunny, but it's going to cost you real money to buy all these things in the game.
Ooh, so if I want to hang pictures on the wall and everybody else will see them.
If you want to have a cool Pac-Man arcade machine in VR in your apartment, guess what? You got to pay $5 in real life to get that Pac-Man machine in your apartment in VR.
That's
or you can get a job in VR.
There you go.
Bus simulator.
Facebook is going to make you work for this. Oh, fuck. Everyone thought that the Oasis looked cool until you realize you have to work half the time if you're not a kid.
You know what? In this virtual reality, I'm going to be a pimp.
You're going to be a pimp. Gunny's like going to the first illegal thing he can think of. I'm going to be a pimp.
The dark side of Facebook, folks.
But Gunny, do you keep your police mustache?
Ooh.
Oh, of course I do. I'll still wear purple. Ooh. Wear that big old pimp hat. Got the mustache going.
Yeah.
And you'll be driving a new Jeep?
Shoot,
I'm driving a caddy, fool.
All the Jeeps in the fucking...
Lower down caddy.
Are you driving a lowrider?
Yeah, I mean, this is my reality, okay?
Big-ass Cadillac. Yeah. It's going to be legit, I think. I look forward to it.
Yeah, so it was called Facebook Horizon, and it says, welcome to Facebook Horizon, an ever-expanding VR world where you can explore, play, and create in extraordinary ways. At Horizon, you're not just discovering a new world, you are part of what makes it great. So.
Holy I'm in, Mayo. You sold me. I'm signing. I'm going to get an Oculus just for this.
There you go. So never mind that Respawn's making a game for Oculus. We all have to get on the Facebook.
Facebook Horizon, motherfuckers. The future of the world. In 20 years, everyone's going to be on Horizon going to work. I have to get up and go to work. Let me put on this fucking headset and sign on to my job.
Scroll through a timeline. We're an Oculus.
Somebody's going to ask you where you work and be like, I work for Facebook.
What do? I fucking answer people's stupid phone calls in VR all day. With technical support. Hello. Thank you for calling the Horizon support line. My name is Jesus. How can I help you today? And then Gunny's going to be like, I can't. My headset doesn't turn on. I don't know what is going on with it.
I don't see nothing. I see two lines going across the screen.
Sir, have you checked the wires going to your device? Are they plugged in correctly? You're going to be like, I plugged everything in correctly. You're going to be all mad and shit. Speak English, motherfucker. Getting all mad and shit.
I want to take this thing back. I need a refund.
Where's your supervisor? Hold on, sir. Let me get a supervisor for you. Shit. Anyways, let's move on to news.
News time.
It's news time. Speaking of Oculus, I got some real cool news for you, Mayo.
Okay, I'm listening.
Oculus unveiled the Oculus Quest's new finger tracking abilities that's going to take VR to a whole new level. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, this is what they say. They say, hand tracking on Oculus Quest hands-on review. Serious immersion with the caveat. It says here, this is a truly immersive experience. It does not require any additional hardware. It is coming very soon. It shows this here at Oculus Connect 6. Facebook unveiled one of the more exciting developments in VR technology we've seen lately, and that is hand tracking. But, Mayo, you may think hand tracking, oh, well, the Index does hand tracking and finger tracking. Well, guess what, Mayo? Guess what?
Yes.
This
What?
requires no gloves
Nice.
or no new headset.
Yes, I've seen this article and it is for the Quest, and I am hoping it is for the S also. Like, I have a Rift S, and this is for the mobile one. So I'm really hoping that the S also has it. So I wonder if they just don't have to use their controllers on the Quest, because I know it has controllers similar to mine. That maybe I can get the same option, because I think it uses the cameras, and it literally just uses that front camera, which is the same thing it's on my Oculus Rift.
Cool, man.
And it just tracks your hands that way. Like, so.
It's so fucking cool.
One feature I did notice the other day, and I actually turned on by mistake, and I really enjoy, is the ability to see, like, the real world in front of you by double clicking the home button. So I know you've mentioned it before on your PlayStation where you've done that. So, like, if I'm playing and I feel like I'm kind of getting away from where I need to be standing and I'm getting too close to a wall, all I have to do is double click the home button, and it gives me the video pass through, and I can see a black and white image of my whole room, and I know I can be like, step over to where I need to be again and just click it again one more time, and it puts me right back in the game. So that's kind of a nice feature. I just kind of discovered it was in the settings. I had to turn it on, but it was a nice little luxury to have, because games like Beat Saber and on occasionally I'll find I'm like in a different spot from where I started, because sometimes you have to move to the left or the right, like avoid those walls that are coming at you. And next thing I know, I'm like a different place. Or a couple of games like Seeking Dawn I played, where I just found myself completely in a different area where I started from.
Yeah. That's legit, man. But I look forward to this hand tracking tech. Not only is going to improve VR and make it accessible for more people, because there's people out there that don't play video games, but if you can convince like an old lady that, hey, you put this on, you're in a social space, and you just talk normal and just move your hands normal, you can reach out and grab stuff in the world. Just reach out and grab that thing. Grab it.
Mm-hmm.
And they use their fucking hands to grab it. Like, you don't have to teach them how to use a controller or anything. They just do it, and it fucking works. You get the masses like that, dude. The masses.
Well, hopefully I can report on it when it comes out here soon, and I'll get this update also. And
there you go.
They did do like a nice little update. I complained about the Oculus S when I picked it up over to Cadillac's one, where the audio wasn't nearly as good. And they've actually done like a software patch to make the audio louder and better. So like it's not as good as Cadillac's was, but it's significantly better now. Like, I can't complain about the audio now.
Okay. Well, let's move on to some more audio speak. Speaking of audio, Microsoft has now brought the Google Assistant support to the Xbox One. That is right. Just like Alexa, you can now say, Google, turn on my device, whatever you nickname your Xbox, whatever you can tell your Google to launch it. You can ask it to launch a game. You can ask it to do a bunch of things for your Xbox, to pause, play, turn off, turn on, etc. So just like Alexa, you can turn on your Google and your Xbox and make them work together. That's legit.
You can tell your Xbox to launch Stadia.
Oh, shit. Google,
My Xbox,
turn on
or
Xbox,
like,
launch Stadia. The future is now. I wonder if they're going to have that support. They're going to have to add that, right? That Stadia support. Like, Google, turn on Stadia, and then Stadia launches for you. That has to be there. I mean, they should have thought about that, especially after doing the support for the Xbox.
I think they will.
Yeah, why not?
Google Assistant, I'm going to download that right now. It's on iOS.
Speaking of assistants and Microsoft, Gunny, the Xbox One game streaming service, Project xCloud, is now set to go public.
When?
October.
Soon, hopefully.
In a beta, though. Not real public. So this is a public beta. It says here that Microsoft will begin a public test project of Project xCloud next month. This is the Xbox game streaming service in select countries next month. It says here this technology was first announced a year ago. This allows streaming of Xbox games to other devices such as mobile phones and tablets. It means that you can be playing Sea of Thieves on your smartphone on the bus while others play elsewhere on a PC or Xbox One. All you need is a compatible device and Bluetooth Xbox controller. It says here that United Kingdom, United States, and Korea get to try xCloud first, and you can sign up today and receive an invite. For the moment, though, it's Android only, so if you have an iOS device, you're out.
Damn it.
Sorry, Gunny. Sorry.
Man.
Get that hobo iOS stuff out of here.
I need to get a Google Play.
It says here, first up in the program is going to be Halo 5 Guardians, Gears 5, Killer Instinct, which is a fucking demanding game because you have to be pretty quick with those moves, and Sea of Thieves, with more set to join the preview over time. Says here, there's no word yet on when xCloud will leave public testing or what the business model might be when it does. Microsoft did say that the test will last, quote, until consumers are consistently reporting a great, fun experience and the technology meets our internal quality standards. The company is also working on another console streaming technology, and so that one might go into testing soon as well. But that's a different one from xCloud. So apparently xCloud is like the streaming your games to your phone, and then there's another streaming thing from streaming all your console games. So they're gonna have two streaming.
They talked about that. Yep.
They're gonna have the streaming from your console to your device, and then they're gonna have the streaming from the Xbox server farm to your device. So there's two different types of streaming going on here that they're trying to make work.
So it's almost like emulation, right, in a way?
There's the one that's on your console, that all your games on your console are playable on your phone or whatever. And then there's the one that's all your digital games are playable from the other one. You understand what I mean? Because if you put the one from your console, you can just stick a disc on your console, and you can play off of that disc on your console. So your Xbox is on at home.
Right, so it's emulation.
That disc is spinning, and that disc is throwing out.
or it's what do they call it? It's
that console streaming over to your phone. And then there's the one that if you own Tomb Raider on digital, you can launch Tomb Raider without turning on your Xbox at home. You just launch it from their servers.
Right, from the cloud.
So, from the cloud, yeah, I guess the cloud. Yeah.
I wonder. It makes me think of so Steam has had, in-home streaming for a while with the Steam Link, which I have. And my biggest drawback on the Steam Link is, you have to have it running on both. So, when I'm streaming to my TV off of Steam, my PC is actually running and playing the game on my PC, and then my living room is playing on the TV. So with the Xbox, is the Xbox going to have to be on and taking up your TV while it's streaming?
Well, it doesn't have to take up your TV. It's taking up the power that it usually does.
It's just
because someone else can be watching TV and using a
maybe
different
just change the channel, maybe okay. Because on the PC you can't really change your input, Your
Xbox is going to be on. It's going to be on. No one.
So that
I can't go to your Xbox and be like, all right, Mayo, I'm going to play Call of Duty on this, and then you launch Tomb Raider or whatever the fuck, and no, it's going to be like, well, now Mayo, now you're playing Call of Duty. You know what I mean? Right. So you can't play two games at once.
And that was a drawback about the PC one, is I really hate is, okay, so if I'm going to stream from my PC to my TV downstairs, now I'm taking up my PC and my TV, and now nobody can get on the computer. Or in my household, if I'm on the console, more likely my son's playing on the PC. Or if I'm on the PC, he's probably on the console playing. Yeah. So I hate taking up both. Or we just have the one TV in the living room, so then my wife and my kids are not, being able to watch what they want to watch either, because I have TV on.
Yeah. It says here that players interested in taking part in the Project xCloud public beta preview can sign up, and you don't need to own the games. They're going to be playable through the Xbox One in order to play them. It says here that it's going to roll out invitations in a phased approach, starting with a small number of participants. Project xCloud public preview test will initially be limited to Android devices running Android 6.0 or higher with Bluetooth 4.0. Participants will also need a Microsoft account and a Bluetooth-enabled Xbox One wireless controller. Project xCloud will be compatible with Wi-Fi and cellular networks, and Microsoft says that it is currently working with a number of cellular providers worldwide SK Telecom in Korea, T-Mobile in the United States, and Vodafone in the United Kingdom. Says here Microsoft, blah, 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 revealed it last year. Says here public preview is a critical phase in our multi-year ambition to deliver game streaming globally at the scale and quality of experience that the gaming community deserves and expects, said Kareem Koudry, Corporate Vice President for Project xCloud. He said in a statement, it is time to put Project xCloud to this test in a broader capacity with a range of gamers, devices, network environments, and real-world use case scenarios, and this is where you come in. At Xbox, we made it a priority to engage with all of you to help in the creation process. We now want you to play with us and share your feedback on Project xCloud so we can iterate and improve week after week. Join us, have fun playing, share your stories and feedback, and be part of the journey. Interesting. So they're going into beta. Stadia's going to release next month. I say next month, but I mean November or whatever the fuck. When did they release again?
I'm not sure. I think it was November.
I pre-ordered the shit. Fucking goddamn it. Stadia release, motherfucker. November 2019. So yeah, so they released in November 2019. And Xbox is going into beta a month right before that. So I still think Stadia has the upper hand in all this. The one thing that Xbox has over Stadia is a game library. That's a big thing too.
Right. Yep.
Because you don't gotta pay for those games again. If you can stream the games that you already own digitally to your devices, then automatically Xbox kind of beats Stadia in that case. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because it's like if Steam came out with this, Mayo, and Epic came out with it, you would most likely use Steam's all the time because you wouldn't need to use Epic's all the time because Steam has all the games you already own. You have 500 fucking games on Steam. You know what I mean?
Right. You're going to want to continue to build that library.
Yeah.
And Steam already has a thing where I can stream to my phone, and I don't bother with it though. Like, you know, again, playing games on my little phone screen, I can Bluetooth my Xbox controller to my phone. And there's a Steam app you download, and you can stream your games to my phone. But again, it takes up my PC, so my PC has to be playing downstairs, playing the game, and then it uploads that image to my phone. So I'm still taking up the PC, so I just kind of don't do it.
Yeah. So we'll see.
Yeah, I need to get a Bluetooth controller. I've had my PS4. It's connected to my iPad, but I definitely need one for Xbox to play xCloud. Beta, if I can get in.
xCloud. Another news,
yeah.
Gunny, another audio news. Razer is now bringing its vibrating Nari Ultimate headset to the Xbox One.
Ooh, my ears can vibrate. Tickle.
I'll get all the ear infections after that. Fucking last September, Razer unveiled a wireless headset called the Nari Ultimate. That doubled as a rumble pack. That's right. In addition to conventional drivers, which, I mean, they kind of vibrate if they have loud bass, the headphones actually had haptic actuators in each cup. The only problem is that they were designed for the hobo-ass PC Master Racer players. But now, Gunny, now, I mean, you could technically use those with the Xbox One, but you have to use a 3.5mm jack. You know, you have to buy the stupid jack adapter thing and use it. Use the wires. No one wants wires, right? Wires suck.
Yeah, who wants wires?
Well, that's why, Mayo. That's why the Razer Nari Ultimate for Xbox One brings the full head rumbling experience to Microsoft's family of consoles. Like the original, these headphones offer HyperSense branded haptics by Lofelt, a German company that also worked on the Baselet wearable and a rumble module for Teenage Engineering's OPZ sequencer and synthesizer. The vibrations work with any Xbox One game, Razer claims, to create an immersive in-game experience. That means they'll emphasize subtle footsteps, heart-stopping explosions, and other dramatic audio cues. Guess. You guys ready for this?
You sold me at full head rumbling.
And
Gunny's gonna have a heart attack. He's gonna be playing PUBG on the Xbox.
Oh my gosh!
It's gonna be all quiet, and then all of a sudden, bang! And he gets shot, and he's gonna die.
That was behind us, Mayo. It was behind us. I heard it.
Someone break into
my full head rumbling.
Right.
So head is gonna rumble because he got headshot. Gunny, you can have these, Gunny, for the low price of $199.
Damn it! Sold.
99 cents.
Sold. Pre-ordered. I'm buying it today.
Yeah.
You know, I'm looking at my Turtle Beach Pros, and I'm just like, those suck now. I got to tell the wife, like, paying $150 for those? No, those not good.
Do you think it's a good idea for Razer to bring out a vibrating headset for your?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, if it's got, you know what it needs, I think, and then after this, because they have been promoting a lot that keyboard and mouse, and Razer's a damn good product, guys. I love Razer. I think they look great. I love this mouse.
They look cool. They got all
the design and everything, right?
It's catchy. Green lights everywhere. Green light. Yeah.
I think we need RGB now. It'll be full head rebel
them
RGB.
To light up.
It'll look like the cops are in the room, you know. Like there's ambulance, fire, whatever is happening.
Lights everywhere, flashing in your
Lights
room.
everywhere. I want them flashing.
But I have seizures and shit. Gonna have a seizure from all the fucking lights.
I got headaches. I got seizures. Yeah.
Oh. Gunny won't be wearing them to play games, though. He'll be wearing them to bed at night.
You know, throw in some blue pills. I mean, we're talking just straight up cardiac arrest.
Gunny's wearing them while he's watching a movie on his iPad, and his wife's trying to sleep. Gunny's bright ass fucking headphones.
Watch her put on the earbuds, Jesus, and she'll be like, why is my husband's eyes rolling in the back of his head? You know,
or she'd be like, why are the police here? I see reflections on the walls. You know, they must be outside.
I don't know. I think it's a cool thing, I guess. I mean, why not? Fucking vibrating earphone things.
My kid's got a pair of the Razer headphones man, these are just sleek. I just love the design of these.
That was their big announcement that they had coming out, saying like, "Oh, we got something big coming." Yeah, and that was their big announcement for the Xbox.
And the one thing I like about, and even Epic Irk, and you guys know I'm just I love headphones, even though I don't wear them so much on the podcast. It's more of an earbuds thing, but you know, when I'm gaming, I'm playing on PS4, Xbox. Yeah, I gotta be wearing headphones.
Same here, man. I rarely game with like TV audio. I noticed that. I don't really ever game with TV audio. Like I could have a fucking sound bar with the subwoofer and everything, and I still won't fucking use it. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, what was I forgot what I was playing this week. I was playing something on Xbox, but you know, you need that immersion. It just needs to capture you with the audio.
The audio, I think, is just it makes a game, man.
Otherwise, it's like
decent audio.
Just trying to play from like the TV speakers. I mean, even though they're weird, great, right? It's just not the same thing.
Immersive. You hear your wife in the background making some fucking phone call, and
you hear it's just too many distractions.
Your kid is over there making noise. You hear the neighbors arguing outside. And you're like, what the fuck's going on out there? You just put on the headphones. You're like, fuck the world. Fuck the world. Right? The world could be a fucking zombie apocalypse going on outside, and I'm in here playing Call of Duty. I don't give a shit.
You know, because the wife can come in here. You didn't hear me calling you, and I'll be like,
that's where I was going. Then the wife and kids are mad at you because you don't hear them. You're like, what? I was busy.
You didn't hear
kill some zombies right now.
Come through? No, I had it on vibrate. There you go.
I had the vibrations on.
Headphones. But I did have a pair of, I think it was the Turtle Beach. They were for the Xbox 360, and they were wireless. But you know, and they took battery, and they just had like that extra volume to them. Ooh, so man, especially if you were listening to music or just you had a game on, like Borderlands, or it might have been. It's just way more louder.
I like these Turtle Beach that I bought like a month ago or 2 months ago. I bought the Stealth 700s. For the PC. They're technically for the PS4, but I use them for the PC as well. And they're not a bad headset. They're actually really good. And there's an app, I downloaded an app on my phone for Turtle Beach. And since they connect to my phone via Bluetooth, I get all the noise from my phone through my headphones. but I can also control, like, I can download, like, different profiles for them. So it's pretty cool. You can turn up the bass, turn it down, fucking make it really fucking loud or make it not so loud. It's legit, man. Headphones are good. Buy headphones, people.
Buy them.
Buy them. Listen to our podcast when you buy.
If you game, buy headphones.
Definitely. I would suggest that over, like, that's the number one gaming peripheral that I would suggest people buy if they game. It's a headset, right?
You know, I say, if you're using earbuds and you plug those into your controller, I say, what are you doing with your life?
Yeah, what is that? What kind of hobo shit is that? Mayo.
What?
We're talking to you.
Yeah.
Don't use earbuds to play games. Talking about
as we all have earbuds on right now.
No, right?
Yeah. Well, they're more comfortable for the podcast, but when it comes to game times, I have these trusty, big old Audio Technicas over here that I just absolutely love. So,
do they do the rumble? Do they do a rumble?
They do rumble. Well, they have a flat sound to them, but because they're like studio headphones. But I have like through my virtual audio mixer, it has an EQ in it, so I turn up the bass and stuff, and it has really good bass actually.
Yeah, but do they rumble? Do you do the rumble effect?
No, they don't. They don't rumble.
You
They
need to get the real rumble.
I don't like a lot of bass actually, so.
No, you don't need no bass, but the rumble's there.
I guess my voice makes up for all the bass. I don't need any other bass in my life. Or so I hear.
Fucking Mayo.
Causing ear infections and all. Breaking TVs.
My ears. You broke my TV. My ears were all infected. By the way, people, I'm fixing my ears this week. I went to the doctor and they told me I had a double ear infection. Ooh.
Ouch.
Yeah, my ear was hurting bad last show, dude.
Last week the last show, if you guys were wondering.
Dude, my ear was hurting so fucking bad.
As you notice, we rushed through the questions last week. We had to get through it.
Yeah, the whole side of my fucking head was like a fucking throbbing, like it was just pain. And I went to the urgent care, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you got an ear infection in both ears." I'm like, "Both ears? Like the left one feels fine." She's like, "No, it's pretty fucking bad. Here's some ear drops." She's like, "Put those in your ears the next 10 days, and like, don't like put Q-tips in your ears." And that's hard to not do, man. When you've been doing that forever, it's so fucking hard not to do. Q-tips feel so good. Anyways.
Man, glad you're feeling better. It definitely helped with that itch.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my ears feel so much better now, but I still need to use the ear drops tonight. So I still need to use them for like the next 7 days or whatever. 6 days or whatever. Fuck, 5 days. I don't know how many days have gone by. Anyways. I know the PlayStation 4 game is now leaving the PlayStation Store very soon. However, there is now a few days left to purchase the game before it goes away forever. The developer, Frogwares, the team most recently behind The Sinking City, announced that its partnership with Focus Home Interactive is now ending. As a result of this, some of its games are now being removed from digital storefronts. In fact, multiple of his PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 games have already been delisted, and come a few days, a PS4 title will leave PlayStation Store forever. This game is called Sherlock Holmes: Crime and Punishment, a 2014 detective game. And then, yeah, so it says here, on September 29th, which is tomorrow, it's going to be leaving PlayStation Store, as well as Microsoft Store and Steam. And yeah, so the reason I brought this up is not necessarily because of the game. You know, like most people have played this probably. I played a little bit of it. It's actually a pretty good game. The reason I brought it up was because digital libraries is something that we all have, and we know it's just there. It's a thing. Like we all have digital games. But like at any point, like things could just disappear, man. You know what I mean? Like deals go awry and people just, whatever, deals are over and like the games go away and are we fucked? Like what happens in that situation? Like in this situation, I'm guessing if you bought the game, you can always download it?
No, I don't think so. Well, you know what? In some situations, right? In some situations, you can delete it intentionally and then re-download it.
Because I mean,
I think that's the way it is on Steam.
But there's other situations where that's not true. Once it accidentally gets deleted, or if you do it intentionally, you will not be able to re-download it. But I don't know, isn't there?
Come next gen, say you buy the Xbox Scarlet and you want to download your entire library, like my crazy ass brother. He downloads like 1,000 games and only plays one. So you want to download your whole library that you've ever always owned on the Xbox. And so they're saying that the Xbox, the next one, is going to be supposedly backwards compatible, like with every Xbox ever. So say you own games that came out on the Xbox original and Xbox 360 and Xbox One and Xbox whatever. And some of these games have been delisted. Are we going to be able to re-download those games, or should you just keep your Xbox One?
Good question, yeah.
Because a lot of these games got to be delisted.
I mean, it would probably be a good idea if you have the money if you're not going to trade in that Xbox One.
To just keep it?
Then I say keep it, especially if you have those games downloaded on hard drives or the internal hard drive on the Xbox One, just to be safe, and you really want to keep those games on there as a backup,
It's just, to me, it seems like we're all moving to digital, and I'm all for that, but at the same time, you look at situations like this where, companies end partnerships, deals are done or whatever, they've been done for years.
Licenses are,
a lot of it is with expired. Music, a lot of the time is music. For example, Beat Saber, say in 5 years from now, when the music licenses are over for Beat Saber, when the companies, the record labels who made deals with them to put their music in the game, when those deals are over, am I not going to be able to play Beat Saber, like those songs anymore on my PlayStation VR?
I think you will. A lot of that comes into more streaming stuff, right? Like, for example, when I put up Forza Horizon 2 clips and I put them on YouTube back when that first came out, a lot of those were all flagged and taken down. There was nothing I can do because I couldn't claim that was is that your music? It's not your music. It's our music. So what these companies that were in Europe took my videos down. I was a little.
PlayStation took our whole E3 video down. Fucking assholes, and so did EA.
Yeah.
EA and Microsoft left it up. Microsoft left our E3 video. And when me and Ryan did the E3 show last year for E3, and we did it live, not last year, but the year before, I think, whenever Ryan was on, and me and Ryan did those E3 shows like that whole week, we were doing them live, EA and Sony both hit us with copyright strikes. They're like, no, fuck you, we own this. They fucking took us down. We're like, well, I guess. You guys do own this show, I guess.
Yeah, it's not like we were making money off of it or whatever. Come on, people. Relax.
But I'm looking at these digital libraries and I wonder if at some point we're gonna lose everything and they're gonna make us subscribe to everything. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a possibility.
Where we just lose our shit and they're like, well, technically you didn't really own those. You owned the license to play those.
There was a good article in
Game
Informer.
We took away your licenses, so fuck you. You want to play these again? You got to subscribe to our fucking Game Pass, bitch. Subscribe now.
Yeah, I know too, though, like I said, on Steam, Alan Wake was a good example at the time.
That's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah. Alan Wake, they took it off of Steam. But if you already owned the game, you could download it at any point in time. So they left it on the store, and you could look it up on the store, but you didn't have a link to purchase it. Yeah. You couldn't purchase it anymore. You could just see about the game. You could see the forums. You could see all that stuff. But if you did not own the game, you couldn't just purchase it anymore. But if you did own the game, you could still download it. You could still play it, and you still have access to it in your library. And that could be when, like we were talking about last week about reselling the games. So what happens when you get this game that is no longer viable on Steam, or say it's on Xbox, and this game is no longer viable, or PlayStation, and you owned it already, and you can still download it. You may want to sell that if you can sell the digital versions, and it may be worth a lot more money to people because you can't get it anywhere, which is kind of an interesting little situation that we can run into also.
You're right. But what if can't trade it? You can move that license. That license is stuck.
Right. That's the crazy thing too. Is like I said, if say we don't technically own these, and say, like in my situation with Steam, you can say I'm pro Steam, but like, what would happen if Steam completely went away? Like, what happens to my library?
Yeah, so let's use that example. I was going to use an Xbox thing, but let's take Steam, for example. And, worst case scenario, but definitely realistic, that Steam announces tomorrow on Twitter that it's claiming bankruptcy. It's claiming this Chapter 11. And, for some companies, that's different, right? They can claim it, but really, we don't really notice much.
And they're just restructuring, yeah.
It's a restructuring, right? But let's say that it's a total meltdown, basically, where
they just shut their doors.
We're just not going to operate anymore.
They close their doors like Telltale Games did. Like just overnight.
Exactly. Right? And everything closes down, and they're just saying, like, now it's time to dissolve, and basically what happens at that point is they sell it to, what's the name of that thing? Like an LLC. It's sort of like these companies that have tons of money.
Yeah.
So what happens then? Now are those licenses transferred to? Oh, it would just be a big nightmare with games and deals and licenses and yeah.
So that's what I'm wondering: is the future just instead of a game giving you a license to play that game forever, is the future really going to be subscriptions for everything?
Yeah,
that's the way I'm seeing it going, man. Like what else can we do besides a subscription to like make sure people have access to games? But like the thing is, my problem with that is everyone's gonna have a subscription plan, dude, and that's my issue.
Even look at this case in France with Steam, where I think that's kind of like that their leg to stand on against the other side of to the court, and that's just saying that look, we're a subscription service. We sell a license that you have a right to play it, but you don't own that game. So, that's what they're they're not a subscription service really. Steam's not.
Yeah, but they sell you.
Microsoft has a subscription service called Game Pass, and and so that's really just they can end that in 30 days, right? And just say we're not going to do it anymore. So what happens to that? You just can't play that game unless you really just purchase it digitally or.
And we talk about all these subscription services also. What happens, say, we all get on board and we're all doing, Microsoft really is doing a good job of getting us all on board. Okay, so we're all on board with Microsoft says, okay, people, now it's $20 a month.
Well, that's the thing, right? Yeah. They can do that.
They could.
And then next thing you know, it's $25 a month. Because look at all the stuff we're giving you.
Think about Netflix. So right now, if you look at Netflix revenue, it's down a lot. Like they've lost
this week
billions of dollars, dude. Their stock is literally from last year in January. Their stock is worth less than half of what it was like a year ago. So they've lost billions of dollars in terms of investor money and shit. And a lot of people some of the big investment firms are saying sell your stocks. Like sell your stock right now. It's gonna go even lower. Just sell it. It's a fucking fire. Just sell this shit. Fire sale. But some people are saying hold on to it. But the thing is, what Netflix did last year, or I think it was last year when they did the price hike.
Yes.
That was because Netflix knew two things. One, they had to make more money for their investors. And two, they couldn't make more money by getting more people to subscribe because everyone's already subscribed to Netflix.
Yep.
So what do you do when everyone's already subscribed to your shit? You increase the fucking price. We're going to add $5 to this fucking price. And now everyone pays $15 instead of $11 or whatever the fuck, or $10. You pay $15 now or $16.
And that's when the wife unsubscribed.
That moment is when the investors were super happy and they made all the money. And at any time, I can guarantee you, Microsoft can do the same thing that Mayo is saying. They could be like, well, fuck, we got everyone signed up to Game Pass. No one's buying games anymore. What the fuck do we do now?
Hey, it's like Apple doing this. The Apple, what's it called? Not the Apple TV, but the new subscription they use for not the Game Pass thing, and then they had for the TV.
It's called Apple TV, isn't it?
No, it's called something else, but it's really just more of their streaming service. Yeah. Right? It's going to tie in with Apple TV, of course, but it's only it's only $4.99 a month, right?
Only
It's
at
that
first.
first hit's free, man, right? And then once you subscribe, and then you'll have it for a few months, you're like, well, I'll probably watch this show. It'll just be so much harder to unsubscribe. I'll just keep that credit card on file.
Yeah.
That's what they bank on.
Yeah, then they bank on it's only $4.99 a month. You know, like, oh, I don't mind spending, but that adds up.
$60 a year, and that fucking thing of like Uplay Plus. It's only $15 a month right now, guys. It's worth it. We're giving you the
It's the same price as EA.
We're giving you the Ultimate
Xbox
Edition,
is
guys.
charging the same amount.
It's worth it. We're giving you the Ultimate Edition of shit. But at the end of the day, you're like, what if at the end of the day, what Ubisoft does, okay, they give us the Ultimate Edition of like Ghost Recon, they give us the Ultimate Edition of Watch Dogs 3, and like the next Rainbow Six, whatever the fuck, Outbreak, or whatever the fuck it's called. They give us the Ultimate Editions of these games, but what if the Ultimate Edition is actually including less content than they would have included had people been just buying the Ultimate Edition? You know what I mean? What if they're cutting back on the content to make that money? We don't know if they are or not, because we don't know what the content would have been otherwise. So at the end of the day, they could just cut content down and be like, well, instead of releasing 3 DLC packs, we'll release 2.5.
And make those 2 smaller?
We'll say they're 3, but really 2.5. We'll just fucking fool these guys. And most people are subscribing to our shit anyways. Like, whatever, you know? Like, they don't... Like, that's gonna happen. Like, what are these Microsoft games that come out on the Game Pass? What if we realize that, like, everyone right now is on board with Microsoft, right? Everyone's, like, super happy. Microsoft bought Ninja Theory. Microsoft bought these fucking studios. Whoa! Big hitters, right? What if we start realizing pretty soon, like say next year, that the games these companies are putting out are not as good because they know no one's buying their game.
So you're saying it could be potentially, hey, we're paying less from the subscription service, and we may be also getting less in return.
Because, I mean, wouldn't that kind of be a factor for you if you're making a game, guys? Say?
No, I've seen that question a lot, especially, where did I see it at? Was it on, it was either in a Facebook group when it talked about Gears of War 5.
Yeah, like, okay, think of like Phil Spencer and all these big guys, the big talking heads, they can say whatever they want. They can literally, like Phil Spencer can sit there and tell you that the Xbox will give you, like, fucking, it's a cancer cure or something, and he could be full of shit. He doesn't care. He's making the money. He doesn't give a fuck. It's the guys that work at the game studios that are going to be putting their like, day and night and grinding hours and missing, like, holidays and shit with their family and birthdays and stuff to put these hours in to make these games. They're the ones that are going to see all that return, man. And what if, like, no one's buying your game? What's the point of making a great game? Like, everyone's just going to play it anyways.
You know, I do see that, especially in like some forums that talk about what is the next Halo game, Infinite? What is it called?
Yeah, what if Infinite's not good?
That's what I mean. That could just be more negative thinking from their side, where it could be this thing where, hey, let's say, you know, like, it shouldn't be included in Game Pass. I think that's their argument, right? Because a game could be potentially better if it was just more like what's a good EA example? You know, like try and think of what one of their heavy hitters would be. You know,
Anthem.
They fucked all of them.
No,
up.
Anthem's a terrible.
The previous 3 years, you can name any heavy hitter they had, and they fucked every single one of them up.
Yeah. But let's go back a little bit. Maybe what's one of EA's? What was one of their
Mass
biggest
Effect
games?
2.
Like, or like, let's say like Battlefield 4 or whatever, or 5. I don't know. It's just something where, but maybe Anthem is another good example, because look at Anthem. Probably one of the best selling games they've had. It was a fucking dud, in my opinion, but still, they sold tons from all that advertising, all those pre-sales, right? And I think that's some people who are, you know, they could be fans of Xbox or own consoles, but to say that, I just don't know if that's even true.
I don't know, man. Maybe we'll get less. I don't know. I just think that digital is just the way forward. But at the same time, like, this right here makes me want to pump the brakes. Like, whoa, hold on there, motherfuckers. We need some kind of fucking plan when shit goes wrong like this. You know what I mean? There needs to be something, because there's no rules right now. There's no rules. There's nothing right now forcing Microsoft or PlayStation or Steam even to guarantee you that you'll be able to play your games if you've paid the money for that game. There's no guarantee for you.
Yeah.
Nothing.
A lot of that came out.
We are trusting Steam. We're trusting Epic. We're trusting Microsoft. We're trusting Rockstar. We're trusting all these launchers and all this shit to have those games for us whenever we want to play them because we give them our money. Yet, in their user agreement, specifically their user agreement says, we do not guarantee access to this game without an internet connection. We don't guarantee access to this game without the license or whatever the fuck. If everything goes awry, like the company goes under, you're fucked. You are legitimately fucked.
That's why we are hardcore fans.
And I think it's going to take something big to collapse for everyone to be like, okay, whoa, there needs to be some kind of rule set for this. And something big to collapse, like something would be like Xbox failing or PlayStation or Nintendo or Steam even.
I would even say maybe even Steam's probably in the most amount of danger right now because they're losing all these AAA games off of Steam and it's all indie stuff now. Yeah. So like, they had all this money before and, they continue, we hear about the whole 30% price cut, cut that Steam gets and stuff like that. So maybe these indie developers start getting signed up with these subscription services like Microsoft and stuff like that. And Steam doesn't have one right now. And next thing you know, your indie titles start leaving Steam. And then what does Steam have? Like, they are really relying on these, indie developers right now, and then they're relying on the sale of old games. You can still get your old AAA titles, you can still get your old Borderlands and stuff like that, but that's only gonna last them so long. Yeah. So I feel like Microsoft and PlayStation and them are gonna be safe for a little while, but like Steam needs to do something at some point in time here to make sure they can continue to succeed. And I wouldn't be surprised if they follow like Microsoft's route or something like that and turn around and offer some kind of streaming service. Maybe they could do, because Steam has such a big library, maybe they could do something like you pay so much a month and you could have so many games installed. Yeah. Like you can install 20 games on your computer if you pay $10 a month. And you can rotate out. But you can only have 20 games installed or something. Maybe they could do something like that. Who knows? Yeah. But they're going to have to come up with something.
But here's the thing, too, guys. Here's the thing, too, where I'm just thinking, like, as far as games that are digital, and let's say there are, like, these older games. Let's take Microsoft, for example, because they did that backwards compatibility from last gen to current gen. And, going forward into the next Xbox and the next PlayStation is even said that, you're going to be able to play your PS4 games. So they'll do some sort of emulation or what have you with bringing out your library forward. But let's say a lot of those older games are they're not accessible anymore, right? And, and they're just not going to continue to support them or even make them compatible. What percentage is really going to care about those? I guess I can kind of look at it, shrug my shoulders, and go, well, it's fun a while.
The percentage who's paid for that. Like, if Mayo lost his 500 games right now, you could say Mayo's 500 games are all old games. He's not even playing them.
No,
Mayo,
but
we're Steam, and we see Mayo launches PUBG and another game every month. He doesn't touch 498 games out of his 500 games. You know what? We're just going to delete those games off of his account. Fuck him.
I guess what I'm saying is that's worst case scenario.
Mayo would be pissed. Mayo would be like, fuck you, Steam. I'm going to Epic forever now.
That's right. I would pack up my bags
and move on over to
Epic. Not on little Epic store. And I'd buy one more game over there.
But, wouldn't you be pissed off, Gunny, if you go to the next Xbox and you realize half of your fucking library is gone?
Well, I think they would just do it slowly and very quietly.
Yeah, but it would happen, and it's going to happen, and we need some kind of rules so we can guarantee that our money is not being wasted on just... If it's going to be wasted like this, might as well just tell us ahead of time. Tell us, you're paying $60, Jesus, to access fucking Cyberpunk 2077 on your PC for 1 year. Once the 1 year is over, once you pay the 1 year, Jesus, Cyberpunk... you have to pay another $60 to access it for the second year. Fuck you, and that's the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't see us coming on saying, "Welcome to Horrible Gamers, episode 700. Remember the games we used to play, guys?" I mean, that's not going to freaking cut it.
It's not going
right?
to happen for us, but there's people out there that don't buy new games all the time, Gunny.
No, that's true. I see that in comments where, hey, it's like I still play,
still
games
playing
that
this
were
game over and over.
Originally came out mobile.
Yeah,
they still play.
So I'm just saying, we are a unique breed because we buy all the new shit, but there's people out there that legitimately rely on Game Pass and stuff like this to play games, or rely on their old library that people give them access to, or whatever the fuck, like Mayo Pass. What if it's all gone? Yeah. What if it's all gone tomorrow, Mayo?
There's Chris Birchmeyer. I forgot his name. He was over from a different podcast that I listen to each week, and and he has classic systems and loves his physical media, but then he also does buy things digitally, but maybe that things he doesn't quite,
I just think that we should be careful, guys, and we'll see what happens. We'll see. It's the future. Yeah. Like I said, something big and catastrophic needs to happen before we come up with, because that's American way of life. Something bad has to happen before we come up with the rules. That's just human fucking nature in us, I guess. You gotta have the big car accident before you put full coverage on your fucking car. So, something needs to happen in the digital storefront, or some crazy digital storefront collapses.
Before we put up that stop sign in all four directions, right?
And then we realize, holy shit, like EA went bankrupt. What the fuck? Everyone lost all their EA
Everybody
games.
Just cheered, by the way.
Fuck. EA, we just lost all the EA games, and Jonathan Hall is crying his fucking brains out because he lost all his Titanfalls. Like,
he's out there holding a respawn sign saying, "Buy me."
Jonathan's trying to revive Titanfall by himself. He's making multiple accounts to log in to play.
And
he
then,
did his job, and I know that's all he does full time.
His co-host of the He Plays People, right?
They both would be fucked. FIFA and fucking Titanfall gone. Anyways, guys, moving on here to some more news. Death Stranding news, guys. I'm bringing you all the Death Stranding until Death Stranding releases. And then once Death Stranding releases, I'm bringing you all the Death Stranding after that. Yeah, that's right. Death Stranding podcast.
Hey, you know what? I kind of missed. I missed watching more Death Stranding video this week.
You should watch it.
That means I'm hyped for this game.
Death Stranding's baby can communicate with you through your PlayStation 4 controller.
Oh.
That's right. Gunny, if you were worried about, man, what if I want to hear the baby tell me something? Well, if the baby is stressed or scared, it will get upset and start crying, and you will need to calm it down, Gunny.
So the baby cries in the womb? I did not know this. I'm learning more and more.
Now,
I see it now.
Hideo Kojima has revealed that for added immersion, you can have the baby's voice transmit through your DualShock 4 controller. It says here, you can have a baby's laugh and cries come through your TV. But having it come through your controller is a new level of immersion, Gunny.
That is right there. That is like pre-order shit right there, man.
Maybe it'll go through Gunny's rumbling headset.
What if you put the fucking baby's cries to the rumbling headset and you can't hear the baby crying because you got your fucking rumbling headset on, Gunny?
I won't be playing this with a headset then. Because I know it has that speaker on my PS4 controller.
You know what game uses it pretty cool too is The Last of Us. You know how The Last of Us has those clicker zombies that they click like with their tongues or whatever. They do the clicking noises. Well, you can actually, when you're going through those sneaking sections and you're in the subway and you're trying to get past the clickers, because they can't see you but they can hear you. You can actually hear the clicking with the clicks they do through your controller. It's pretty fucking neat. Also, there's other games like I think it's Metal Gear Solid 5. Like the radio calls, like when the guy talks to you through the radio, it comes through your speaker and the controller. It's like, Snake, I need you to go over here and do this. Like, oh, well, okay. So,
that is cool. There's been a few games that I play where I'm like, where's that sound coming from? It's from my controller.
Controller, yeah. Woo! The future.
But what happens when Gunny's over there playing this and he's getting baby cries from his controller, and if he has a real baby in the house, he's like ignoring the baby cry over there.
One gets neglect.
Eric
now
Smith,
your wife is
do
mad at
not
you
buy
again.
this game, Eric Smith.
Yeah, Eric.
The baby cries all the time, and it's going to be annoying. You're going to be like, fuck this. It's too much baby cries.
I know Ryan's
He's
already
going to be playing and
considering
ignoring
it
the baby crying, and his wife's going to walk in and she'll be like, "Don't you hear the baby crying?"
And
He's like, "I
yes,
thought it was my game."
I'm pacifying the baby in the game.
I'm over there with
Jesus.
tissue in my eye going, I'm tending to the new baby. This is Sam Porter's baby, right?
Gunny, Mayo, Infinity Ward and Modern Warfare developers now asking people, angry fans like yourselves, to ease up on the ultra dark, toxic comments.
No.
This is definitely Gunny. This is not myself.
Call of Duty.
This is a Gunny direction.
It's now under fire because fans who are unhappy about the new Special Ops Survival Mode being a PS4 exclusive for 1 year. And a rumor via Eurogamer that supply drops will include weapons as well as cosmetic items. And some of the reactions have gone a little too far in the eyes of Infinity Ward art director Joel Emsley, who posted a message on Reddit reminding everyone that real people are working on the game and that many of them read the comments. He said, quote, "We are a mixed bag of nerds, jocks, and everything in between. It is amazing, but we all get along and come together every day to build something that we believe in. We've dedicated our careers to being the best at what we do and to making the best possible game we can make. That's corny, but at the same time, this is a job, and if you work at a job and are successful, then eventually there is no job. Almost all of us have worked in the industry for long enough to know that if we don't make a good game, then no one will play it." He says public forums like Reddit are part of our process of gathering thoughts and feedback on the state of games, both while they're in development and after they've been released. But amidst the useful, helpful feedback are ultra dark, toxic comments that tell me how incompetent and stupid I must be and how I should go away somewhere where I can't harm people with my bad ideas and artwork. He says the Infinity Ward developers have thick skins, but sometimes it can get to you. He says, "I understand that there are people that have things going on in their lives, or they can get upset about something to do with the game and they need to get it out, get the poison out, and feel like they're being listened to. You are, and yeah, go for it, but keep it clean and maybe even a little creative. Get it out of your system. But remember, there's a team of human beings here at Infinity Ward, and we have crappy days just like you." So there you go, Gunny. There you go, Gunny.
Damn, it's good to know my voice is being heard.
Is it being heard, Gunny? Are you over there ranting on Twitter and Reddit?
I mean, I'm going super ultra dark now.
You're ultra dark?
I'm going
Toxic?
Ham on the
Ultra
Reddit
dark
threads.
toxic. Oh, that's a new one.
Gunny seems like he'd be one of those guys who'd send out really mean text, like, because he's not that way in life. So, like, I get to see him
Fucking,
doing
like,
these
really,
evil.
just like fucking raging some real dark shit.
Yeah, not me, of course, but I know what these guys are talking about. I've seen some really, I mean, things that bother me to this day. I'm not talking about like, I'm talking about a few in particular when it comes to, I'm trying to describe it without actually saying it, but I think when some of the ones I think are just truly disturbing are when they talk about, you know, the horrible, evil things they'll do to the developer and their family, right? Understandably, they'll never do it, but it's just the fact that, you know, it is on a thread like a YouTube or a Reddit or wherever it might be. It could be written on a freaking wall for all I care. And the things that they'll do to children, small children, adolescents, young adults, it's just, it's disturbing. And yeah, but then again, it's like, I don't know if I should be really reading the comments. I wouldn't, you know. I think official threads, yes, of course, you know, and anything just super evil, dark, or toxic should be removed, but somebody needs to be monitoring. I just don't think devs should just be on there, I'm going to read everything, you know, and because, like this article says, it's not, you know, everybody's different, they react differently, and, you know, and we see some things even on social media. I was reading another one today about, a young person, barely even a teenager, who committed suicide. And, so these things are real, and not saying that these devs, that's going to happen to them, but it really hurts, man. It's like, these are just like daggers to the heart for some people,
Maybe this is why, like, you see more and more developers on Discord, where they maybe can have more control over the environment because they can become a moderator. Like some of the games I like are like Dead Cells, and a couple other games I've known, I've got right in their direct Discord server, and and it says across the top, these are the developers up here, and then they have moderators in that channel saying, hey, don't bother the developers, they're busy enough, don't at them, and don't do all this stuff. If you have something, there's ways of getting hold of them. But maybe that's a better answer, because you start seeing bad comments in there, they can block that person out of the Discord, they can kick them out, they can make it so they permanently can't come back, they can ban them. So maybe that's just a way to go, instead of sitting there reading the comments on Twitter or reading comments on your reviews or something like that. Maybe if they're involved in a Discord server a little bit, there's some moderation there that will work for them.
Yeah, that's what moderators are for. That's why they're there. And I know that, I'm trying to think back to, was it there's the official Xbox thread. I don't go to that one. I think I might be subbed to that one on Reddit, and they have a good moderation team over there. Where, some things, everybody can disagree and they can fight back and forth, but there's nothing dark, evil.
But, Gunny, how dare they lock a whole mode of the game, Survival Spec Ops mode, only available on the PlayStation, exclusive on the PlayStation, for 1 whole year. That means on November 2020, us PC and Xbox players get to play it.
Okay, I have a thought on this. It's like, I feel like it's one of those situations where we took 2 steps forward and 1 step back. With cross-play on everything was the 2 steps forward, which is awesome, and everybody's mostly pleased with the fact that, hey, look, and then I played with some PS4 players today, and I played with Xbox people, and this symbol was a PC person, and I feel like we're all kind of coming together, and then boom, and then this is announced, and it kind of breaks this up again.
Well, it says too, like, they may be able to get, like, didn't it make reference to, like, guns and, exclusive skins would maybe be completely different. Maybe a gun's going to be different. But there's some kind of, like, weaponry they could get that you can't get on Xbox or on PC. It could really change things too.
So and really, but Mayo, who do you wag your finger at? Do you wag your finger at PlayStation of America and say, you're the ones, or is it just all Activision really that just?
I would say it's Activision for allowing it. You can't blame PlayStation for trying to lock up some kind of exclusive thing to get sales on their end. But and Activision, I guess, is taking the money from Sony. But if they're the ones willing to divide things up like that, because it'd be no different than if Xbox would have done it. I wouldn't have blamed Xbox for it. I would blame the developer more so, because they're the ones that are going to allow it to happen. They should just be like, no, we're going to put the same product on all 3. We're going to allow cross-platform on all 3, and that's how it's going to be. But as soon as Sony threw some money at them, I feel, then they're like, okay, we'll take this money and we'll go ahead and just make some exclusive mode that nobody else can play, and it just kind of shows to me that, like, they just want money. They just want our money. They don't really care what our opinion on the game is. Yeah. That's my thought on
it. All right.
Speaking of that, though, I have more news about this new Spec Ops mode. Says here that since they released the news saying it's a PS4 exclusive until October 1st, 2020, Activision previously said that the post-launch gameplay content, including new multiplayer maps, new multiplayer modes, special ops missions, and more, will release simultaneously across all platforms. Well, this is a new thing. It says here Activision hasn't yet responded, but Infinity Ward narrative director Taylor Kurosaki addressed some complaints on Twitter yesterday. He said that survival mode, which is a sliver of the Spec Ops, is the only exclusive content. It says here 100% of the player base gets Spec Ops and everything else in the game day one. Survival mode is the only thing in the game with the time advantage to Sony. You can play Spec Ops in every new bit of content we drop day one. So if you remember Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, there was a Spec Ops mode, and the Spec Ops mode was like these like 2-player missions, and like sometimes those were really cool. There was one one of them was like one person was on the ground and you were a sniper like with the ghillie suit, and the other person was like in an AC-130 like a fucking gunship, and you had to like protect the player on the ground, so you're like fucking calling in airstrikes and fucking shooting missiles down there and fucking like protecting the dude, and the dude was tagging targets for you and shit, and you were blowing tanks up and fucking all kinds of cool shit. There's another one where I think one of you was like both of you were wearing like juggernaut suits, and like take everybody out and defend like a base or whatever. They were really cool missions and they were well done. So I'm assuming that they brought those back, but this mode that is exclusive to Sony is a survival mode, so it's most like maybe like a horde mode style. I guess that makes it a little bit better, right? I thought the whole Spec Ops was a part of the Sony exclusive. Apparently it's just the survival mode. So that's good.
Yeah, I think now, because we truly understand it, but I think for the general consumer is not going to understand this one bit. And even with them just trying to describe this, they can just turn it upside down and say it's one thing, but everybody's going to believe it's not. And I don't know, it's like, but man, thinking back to those Spec Ops missions, those were a blast. Matter of fact, I was recently watching one on YouTube, like from back in the day, and it's like some of the best co-op ever created, in my opinion.
And last piece of news I have for Call of Duty here, Gunny. Totino's is going to partner up with Activision.
Still around.
Totino's is going to sell specialty branded frozen pizza snacks featuring Call of Duty Modern Warfare branding and exclusive in-game bonuses for buyers. That's right.
So I can't get it on my tombstone. This is some more exclusive.
More exclusive shit. Now I'm going to get on Twitter and get even more ultra dark toxic.
And I don't think we have Totino's out here. I haven't seen it in any of my grocery stores.
Says here, Activision's Blizzard's Call of Duty launch for October is coming with the new brand. It says here, Totino's Pizza Rolls, Mini Snack Bites, and Multi-Pack Party Pizza will feature codes that are used to unlock in-game items, including a calling card, a watch in the game, and a charm. It says here, additionally, retailer Walmart will exclusively have codes that offer players double the in-game XP while playing. Holy shit, double XP codes?
Hell yeah. Right off the bat,
last year.
That comes a little later after
all the
launch.
Totinos at Walmart.
Didn't they do somebody like that last year with like Mountain Dew or somebody like that where you got
Doritos,
like Slim Jims and Mountain Dew and fucking, they do it with all the unhealthy shit. You don't see them doing it with like fucking broccoli. We partner with celery sticks. Bring you healthy snacks.
Buy these apples, get double XP. We need that in beer companies too.
Another
Buy
news.
24-pack of Budweiser. Get your double XP right
PUBG
here.
news, Gunny. PUBG's back in the news here. It says her PUBG Lion skin has now been removed after a bug gave it a penis. It says her PUBG's 4.3 update, which went live this week, introduced a new survival mastery system and a bunch of shotgun changes. PUBG Corp also added a bunch of Halloween skins to the store, including a lion who was very happy about going into a war zone. It says here, the Leo jumpsuit lets you dress up as a leon. And then you dress that lion up, but it's not a wholesome family fun. See, the lion, Mr. Leo, has a tail. And it doesn't flop around naturally, so when you're flying through the air, like when you're, like falling out of the airplane or whatever, the tail goes in between your legs. And it kind of just sits there like a giant penis flying through the air. And everyone loves to screenshot it, so, yeah.
There's a nice screenshot of
Right
the lion with his
That's a
cock out.
Big old dick.
That's what the article says. I'm just
Japanese. It has to be a Japanese account. Says here, PUBG Corp says it removed the skin to resolve an issue, though that issue was not specified. Says here, please be aware that the Leo jumpsuit is temporarily unavailable for purchase as we work to resolve an issue related to this skin. Any players who have already purchased the skin will have their BP refunded.
Okay, so they're just going to probably... Now I have a lion without a tail.
They're going to take off the tail or make it to like when it's jumping out of the plane, the tail stays stiff.
I actually launched PUBG today on the PC. Actually, I was going to try and give it a comments. I played one round. I did look at the store, and they have just a lion head in there. So maybe you can just do a lion head, whatever clothes you have.
It wouldn't be a lion suit without a tail.
Yeah, it can be a lion without the suit. How fucking dare you?
So that's probably what they did. They probably just took away the suit part of it and just give you a lion head.
Yeah. Right, he's got looks like a shirt on.
How fucking dare you? Anyways. Stardew Valley multiplayer has now hit the PlayStation 4. The Xbox system has failed approval once again. It says here, Stardew Valley's multiplayer update has been out on Switch and PC for a long time now. And it's finally time for the PS4 and the Xbox to join. But, unfortunately for Xbox players, the Xbox system failed certification. So it says here, the news comes via Stardew Valley creator Eric Barone, who tweeted to say the update would be pushed live for PlayStation 4 while he works to resolve the Xbox issue. He said, normally I'd wait to release this simultaneously, but considering the circumstances, I decided to launch on PS4 immediately. I'm doing everything within my power to work with the porting company, Sickhead Games, to figure out what's going on with the Xbox update, to resolve the issue and to get it out as soon as possible. I apologize to the Xbox players for this delay, and thank you very much for your patience. You know what? Does this guy deserve ultra dark toxic comments, Gunny?
No. I mean, no. I mean, he's out to make money. I mean, it's not like... It sounds like from his statement that he's waited long enough.
Yeah, it sounds
and
like
this just needs to go out. And he's worked hard on this. And, people will probably...
Get mad,
make dark, evil, comments about him.
Fuck you, motherfucker. I wasted all my money on the Xbox version. I want to play.
This has to be some kind of security issue with Xbox.
Something's
it's just
going
not...
on, right? Like
something's not jiving. Yeah.
And this guy here is actually Stardew Valley was, I think, made by one individual. Yeah. So like, he's probably just trying to get the money he can, and coming in while he continues to work on it. And he's continued to put into this game. He said a long time ago that he was going to make multiplayer, and he came through on that end of it. He could have just not done multiplayer a long time ago, and just been done with the rake money he has, because he made a lot of money off of it initially. He could have just been done with it, but he's still pushing it and he's still trying to help it along. So I don't think he's doing it as a money grab. I think he literally just ran into a headache with it, and he wanted to get the PlayStation version out there because it works, and that way he can continue to have some income coming in, I guess.
Yeah, and also the other thing I was going to say, Jesus, was that I'm sure when he made this, was it originally on PC? Is that where it originally came out?
Yeah.
Right? So he probably had, sure he had anticipation for some future console stuff.
It takes one person to make a fucking game, dude, and then release it on everything.
They say the online part of it's the really hard part. Making a game isn't so bad, I guess, but they say when you start doing the online aspect of things, it gets really difficult.
Yeah, sure it is. It's gotta be.
Move on now to some more news, Gunny. Got some more news for you here. Big news for my friend, the Blaze, from the Blaze Experience. Mr. Blaze would be happy to know that Civilization 6 is now coming to the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox systems. That's right, Mayo, you fucking hobo PCers. Think you can never come to consoles. Look at us now. It's coming to console, motherfucker. Civ 6, the popular Civilization building game, is coming to both the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One consoles on November 22nd. Dun, dun, dun.
This came out...
is the last and latest port of the console because it came to Switch last year.
That's right. I remember this did come to the Switch, yep.
Says here Civ 6, first launched back in 2016, but for Axis Games has continued to keep things new since then, with the aforementioned Switch port, an iPad port, and a variety of both DLC and free updates, including in Battle Royale mode a few weeks ago. According to a Sony blog post announcing the port, the controls and UI are optimized for a controller experience. And there's no syncing for like PC syncing. So the thing about the Switch version is, if you play it on PC and you play it on your Switch, you can actually sync your playthroughs across both systems. So whatever you play on your Switch, you can like upload it to the cloud, and it syncs up on your PC while you're playing on your console. So you can always be playing that same story, I guess. You know what I mean? You don't have to be playing two different civilizations. You can be playing the same one all the time on the go or at your PC, which is fucking neat. But apparently the Xbox and PS4 will not support that feature, which is fucking crazy that the Switch does, but they don't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how often do you hear the Switch supporting that?
I know, right?
Yeah, it's true. It's got to be a first for them.
It says here that the base game of Civ 6 is going to cost $59.99, but Take-Two will also be adding Rise and Fall and Gathering Storm DLCs with it. And, no.
Yeah, there's a lot here to it.
No. It says Take-Two is going to be releasing Rise and Fall and Gathering Storm DLCs, which is sold together in a separate bundle, which will also include 18 new civilization leaders for an additional $49.90. So that's $100?
It's $110.
Oh my God! What are you? $110? What are you?
$110.
Oh my God!
Hmm.
Holy
and
shit!
You know what?
That's expensive, dude. You could buy like the ultimate mega super deluxe, like give you everything and then some version on the PC for like $30.
And probably probably get one from CD Keys for
on sale.
$25.
I've seen it on sale on Steam for like $30 for like the ultimate mega deluxe diamond edition or whatever the fuck. Or you can just use Mayo Pass. What the fuck is this? $110.
That's what I do.
Mayo, what the fuck is this, Mayo? How much did you pay for this game, Mayo? Tell us.
I actually picked up Civ 6 in a Humble Bundle monthly, so I paid $12 for it.
Oh my God.
Hey, but here's the thing too, like you're gonna find, so for those looking to pick this game up, but if you can wait until probably December, right, when we kind of get towards the
sales, I guess?
Later end of the year, that later, what is it, the countdown to New Year's or countdown to Christmas, just kind of pick it up for $40. I'd probably get everything at that point. All $110 worth of DLC in the game.
I can't believe they've decided to like rip apart the expansions. I thought it was included with the sell of the game.
Yeah, and then probably early next year it'll be on Game Pass. Separated.
Yeah, they sold it. They're selling it separate for $50 for the two expansions. I mean,
are you looking at Steam? I'm just curious if it even breaks it down further.
Well, I'm sure Steam has different versions of the game they're selling. I'm not looking at Steam. I'm looking at their website right now. Take-Two.
Yeah.
I just can't believe they're selling it for this much.
Yeah, so on Steam you can buy the Digital Deluxe for $79.
Does that include Rise and Fall and Gathering Storm?
It includes a whole bunch. It's Australia, Civilization and Scenario Pack, and in Indonesia, in camera pack. Just a bunch of different civilization packs. And then you can do another one for $24. It has a couple of these scenarios. It's basically what you get in the deluxe one. Then if you scroll down,
I'm looking for the Gathering Storm and the Rise and Fall expansion.
So this will just be set up in the console store as this together. You can buy the whole pack. Basically, it's a season pass for $49.99, but then they'll be separate.
You said it was called what?
Purchases.
Gathering Storm?
Gathering Storm and Rise and Fall.
Okay, Gathering Storm is...
It has to be $20 or $25 or something.
$40 right now.
Oh, shit. Wow.
For that expansion.
Fuck, that must be a big expansion then. No wonder it's $50 on the Xbox.
I'll pick it up during the holiday sale. At
yeah,
40.
You can definitely, I'm sure, get it cheaper.
Yeah.
You need a 12 gig of available space, so it must be about 12 gig
like
expansion.
A whole game, a whole expansion, like a whole... Because it says here that the Rise and Fall, it adds a new Golden Age and Dark Ages to the game, and it adds a new city loyalty system and governors who can be stationed in players' cities, giving players new choices and strategies and challenges. And the Gathering Storm is the most successful expansion in franchise history. Introduces players to an active planet where geology and climatology present unique new challenges. Some of it must be like you log too many forests and deforestation, you fucking offsetting the world or whatever. You pollution, motherfucker.
Yeah, let's get some new ecosystems, and then it says you get 8 new civilizations and 9 new leaders.
Okay.
7 new world wonders can be constructed, as well as a variety of new units, districts, buildings, and improvements.
Cool. So that's why this adds 18 leaders, because it's probably 9 per each expansion. So, not bad. I mean, I guess I thought it was going to be way cheaper for that expansion. It's $40. So I guess you're getting a deal, Xbox players, if you buy the season pass. Oh, fuck. That is nuts, though. $110. You're fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And I think that's all
I think 5 is better anyways. I think Civ 5 is better anyways.
Do you?
Yeah.
I like Civ 5, but I haven't played 6.
A lot of people like Civ 5, yeah. They like the art style in 5 better, because 6, they changed the art style, and they changed the economy and stuff, the way things work. You have like different little districts and stuff on 6, and I guess a lot of people didn't like that so well. Like on Steam, it actually has a mixed review. Their review on Civilization 6 is... Metacritic giving an 88. If you go up to the Steam reviews, it's at like mixed with 42,000 reviews, and it's still mixed. So usually it's in the high or a good range. So I would definitely pick up 5 over 6. You can probably do it a lot cheaper, but I don't think you know if you can do 5 on the console or not. So
no, I think they just got the one Civ game on there.
I guess you don't know what you're missing. I guess if you're on a console, buy 6 and enjoy 6. I guess.
Yeah, they don't have 5 or 4 or 3 or 2. I think the last one they had is Civ Revolution that came out 10 years ago.
Just get the mobile version. I own the mobile version. I paid for that one. It's called like Civ Revolution or something like that.
Yeah.
You just play that one.
That's the one they have. This came out on 360 12 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good game, actually. Don't make fun of that game, motherfucker. I like that game.
Oh, no, I'm not making fun of that game. I was just saying to get your Civ
How
fixed.
fucking dare you, Mayo? How fucking dare you?
Best Civ game made ever.
Yeah.
Best
I own
Civ
it.
game.
I tell you, I don't play phone games. I own like 3 phone games, I think, and 2 of them are actual titles. Like one's a Civ game, and then I own Terraria on my phone.
Yeah. Oh, I actually played that game too, Gunny. That game you're playing right now? What the Golf?
Yeah. So thank you. I did download the latest update for the iPad, right? And I am playing Apple Arcade.
Yeah. So I actually played that What the Golf game, and it's pretty funny. Like, it reminds me of that Donut Hole, or what the fuck was that game called?
Donut County?
Donut County. Yeah.
I hated that game.
It's like that game.
It better not be like that. It doesn't. I
It's
don't
like
want it to be like
that.
a whole game.
It's a whole game. Like you're pushing shit to the
No.
whole one. But it's different things. Like one time it'll be the golf ball, and then it'll be the golf club, then it'll be the person, then it'll be the tree, then it'll be the stick, then it'll be something else, a cat or a fucking log or something. Just different shit. Anyways, guess it's time to move on now, Gunny, to community questions. Leave questions for us in the Facebook group, or you can leave them for us on Twitter at _horriblegamers, or you can directly leave them for us over at Podcast Questions on the Discord. Yeah! Join the Discord. Discord link in the show notes. Join it. Anyways, questions gonna go.
Questions, guys. Questions. For first one comes from John Jerome. It says, all right, you guys have won we've won a contest, and we get free games for life, but only from one game developer. Who would that developer be?
That's a tough one.
Yeah, it is.
And there's probably no easy out. We can't really say Microsoft because I know they bought up all these studios. They're individual.
I was going to say Microsoft.
I think those are like ahead. Microsoft's ahead, and they have different development studios underneath them. I think he's probably thinking more of like what studio would you want?
Yeah. Who's the? Yep. Our.
Like, are you saying like I'm gonna get like all the games this publisher makes, or developer?
Right, like the publisher. Does that include everything under?
No, because I mean, if it was a publisher, like if I say Ubisoft, then I'm getting all the Ghost Recons, all the Assassin's Creed, all the Watch Dogs, all that. That's a lot.
Yeah, and he's not exactly asking like what launcher,
So a developer. Okay, so we're saying a developer, then I'm gonna go with. Fuck! I just had him in my. Fuck! I legitimately just lost them. I don't know.
Naughty Dog? No, I don't know. Just
that's exactly what I was thinking. Naughty Dog. Fuck yeah! If I'm getting all the games from Naughty Dog for free for the rest of my life, why not? Fuck yeah! If it's like the ultimate edition of the game, fuck yeah! Fuck yeah!
Because I kind of thought about this a little bit today when he asked this question, where I thought, hey, I'm probably going to get it's free. I'm probably getting early access. I'm getting the premium editions of them.
Or Rockstar. But see, the thing with Rockstar and Naughty Dog, they don't make games very often.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, they're the best quality. I mean, they're super high quality, but
it's like every fucking 7 years. I could die before the next game comes out. What about, who makes games often? All the fucking time. They're just releasing games. Call of Duty. Infinity Ward.
There you go.
Every other year, getting a new Call of Duty. Woo!
But isn't that a different developer every year?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. That's why I picked Infinity Ward. But I mean, that's why every other year I'm going to get a new Call of Duty.
Right, he could just purchase anything from them every. It's just going to be an every year thing for sure.
Well, who the fuck? I don't know who makes games often. Like, I mean, you can really say any developer because every developer takes their sweet fucking time.
Right. I'm thinking in my mind is, and this isn't my answer, I guess, but my first answer in my mind was like, whoever made actual World of Warcraft. I know it's on Battle.net and Blizzard and stuff, but I'm not sure who actually made WoW, because that game just seems to have lasted 15 years. But do I really want to be stuck playing the same game? And then my other thought initially was like Minecraft. Like Minecraft is something that has like an open where you can really expand. But again, I'm playing the same game. So
it says Blizzard is the developer of that game.
Okay, then so Blizzard also has, a few games, but
you got your Diablos, right?
Yeah, they have Diablos and they have your
Overwatch, Hearthstone.
Overwatch. Yeah, I mean that would be bad. They give you a nice variety, give you some MMO action, give you some shooter action.
A lot of Diablos, a lot of Warcraft shit. You gotta be really into that stuff game, man.
See, I was thinking more like Ubisoft, just because I'm pretty sure they're the ones developing, the Ghost Recons and Assassin's Creeds, right? And the Far Cries.
They just had different studios.
That's the thing about, that's what I'm saying. Ubisoft is the publisher, but at the same time they're the developer.
Yeah, and there are other games within that ecosystem that where they don't, they are just the publisher.
I guess, 'cause right now it says for the developer of like Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Breakpoint, it says Ubisoft and Ubisoft Paris.
Right. So the different studios from around the world. So I think it's still my answer is still good with that. So it being Ubisoft.
I would want it to be Ubisoft too then. Ubisoft makes all kinds of fucking games. If we're going that route, Gunny,
Ubisoft's Watch Dogs 2.
Ubisoft is a fucking
3.
publisher, Gunny. You're cheating, motherfucker.
Leave it to Gunny to cheat.
Yeah, leave it to Gunny to fucking try to cheat, motherfucker, Gunny.
Let's go with that.
We're going with BioWare. Fuck you guys. Mass Effect for life, bitches.
Oh hell no!
Mass Effect.
Don't hold your breath.
I want all the Mass Effects. I want you guys to give me all the Mass Effects, even if they're bad Mass Effects. Give them to me.
Mass Effect Andromeda. Here it is, guys. It's kind of broken.
Anthem,
all right, we repaired it. Guess
2.
what? We're coming out. We're going to come out with
2.
DLC. Nah, now we're not going to do that anymore.
Anthem 2. I don't care. Give me some more Anthem. I want all the Anthem. Give me some more of that fucking Dragon Age. Give me that shit, BioWare. Give it. Yeah.
You know what? Jesus, I can tell you, those developers read your comments on Reddit.
Did they? In my
And
ultra
they're
dark, toxic
quite
comments?
emotional over those.
Yeah.
Man.
Did you see that Respawn? You know how what's his name? Jonathan was all excited for Respawn making something for Oculus.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, oh, what are they making for Oculus? Is it a new Titanfall game? Guess what they're making?
Oh, what are they making? I'm kind of curious since I own an
I want
Oculus.
you guys to guess. So it's okay. I'll give you some hints here. It's being made by Respawn, which is owned by
Oh.
EA, and it's an EA property.
It's some mobile game. No, it's for VR. You
It's
said?
for Oculus. What did
It's going to be a social app.
I know. So Respawn is known for the following, Mayo. They made Infinity. So they're the ones who. They used to be Infinity
Shooters.
Ward. They used to make Call of Duty Modern Warfare, and they're the ones who made Titanfall and Titanfall 2. And Apex Legends, obviously, but yeah. So they're making a new Oculus game based on a EA franchise, but it's not Titanfall and it's not Apex Legends. It's not related to Titanfall at all. It's something else.
Is it anything Star Wars related? No, because
It's
that
war
would be
related, but it's not Star Wars related.
yeah.
It is war related, though.
Probably not Battlefield, but that's too obvious.
Maybe. I want you guys to see. You guys
I don't know. I
outside
can't
the
think
box.
of what it might.
Think war. Think shooting and explosions and lots of war. You
Battlefield 5 VR.
Call it the greatest war there's ever been. A global war.
World War II. I don't know.
Okay, World War II. Getting closer. Okay. World War II. Okay. Got another hint there. Okay.
It's not Battlefield 4 VR, right?
No. Wrong! What's another franchise EA owned, guys? Come on, the biggest World War II
Medal of
game.
Honor.
Yes! God damn!
I was just thinking, like, they haven't done anything with it in so long.
Says here, 3 years ago, Respawn Entertainment has begun making a new Medal of Honor game, a first-person shooter set in World War II.
That was...
Says here, this team included developers who had worked on the original video game nearly 2 decades earlier, and they wanted to bring it back. And thanks to a couple of deals, Medal of Honor is now coming back as an exclusive 2020 VR title for the Oculus Rift and Rift S.
I believe that was Visceral who did the last one, right?
Medal of Honor Above and Beyond. It says here that this is a beefy game, Mayo. Beefy. For all that mayonnaise. You're going to beefy game with more than 50 levels. Which means it will have as much single-player gameplay as most standard console video games, and it will also, Mayo, have multiplayer gaming.
I like it.
Boom, son. Boom.
Shakalaka.
Says here, first, Doran, who previously worked with Respawn at EA, pitched Respawn on doing a game for the Rift. They went along, and then EA bought Respawn. The project still went forward, and now there are 180 people working on the title, making it perhaps the most ambitious VR project ever. It says here that they played a part of the game at the demo event and then asked questions. So one of the questions I was asked was, I wanted to understand the development timeline. You said you were working on the game, and then Oculus came calling. It says here, probably 3 years ago, Respawn was still independent, but we had a very close relationship with EA. They had done Titanfall and Titanfall 2. We were still doing Star Wars with them. And an opportunity came along, well, this is what we wanted to do. So they started making World War II. And it looks fucking good. It looks like a Medal of Honor VR game. Like it's fucking cool looking.
There's things like this where I think, okay, I'm on board, I'm on track with my PSVR this holiday. And you bring things up like this that make me think, oh my gosh, I really want this to come to PlayStation, or do I just get the Oculus on the PC?
I say, because it'd be like the same price, isn't it? Because it's $399 for the PC Oculus.
Yeah, it's $399 for the Oculus Rift S, right? And this.
Yeah, that's what I paid for mine.
And it's $299, or I guess regular price for the VR, PSVR is $299, but you can always get it for $250 or $200 even sometimes.
Okay, yeah, so we'll save $100. I wonder how big this game's going to be, because
50 levels, man.
That's a lot of levels.
Well, because there was a new game actually on my Oculus store, and I just opened it up, and I was seeing it earlier today, and I was like, holy crap, that takes up a lot of storage, and it's called Asgard's Wrath, and you get to kind of play as a god, and it says battle as mortals, rise a god, and all the way down, space required. 121 gigabyte to download this game. So I wonder if these games are
gigs for the Medal of Honor game.
So I wonder if these games are just big because they're in VR, and this is actually like a full title, because a lot of VR games are smaller. Like they have just a few levels or something like that. So maybe this is one of the first few titles. This is going to be a full, legitimate, long game. But 121 gig, that's pretty beefy, so. And this game is a game I never even heard of before.
So, it says here that you can actually, you're in World War II. You're part of a unit, so you're going to start in the beaches of Normandy, like D-Day. But this is not like any other game in D-Day. They said, for example, in this game, you're actually starting off on the big ship, like before, they get in the little carrier things that take you over to the fucking land and you're getting shot at and shit. So this says you start off on the big ship, and then you lean over the side of the ship as everyone's loading into the little carrier things, and everyone's like, "Oh shit, the lieutenant is back!" And you're like, "Yeah, I'm back, boys!" And they make you climb the ladder down and hug all your fucking friends and tell, "Are you guys ready for this?" And you're all bullshitting, and then you guys roll onto the beach. Yeah, you guys are all excited, and then it's all quiet. And the next thing you know, you hear the machine guns fucking start blaring, and the airplanes going above and dropping smoke grenades and bombs, and you fucking, they tell you you can either wait and try to run out of the fucking thing as the thing pops down. You can try to run forward, or you can try to climb out the side of the thing and swim. And this is pretty much from there on out, the game just goes and it doesn't stop. And
so it's almost like was it Medal of Honor Airborne that did that? So this is almost maybe a reimagining. Yeah. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Because I didn't play much Warfighter, even though I do own it, and I do have that on the Xbox 360.
Yeah. And it says here that the game doesn't tell you this is the invasion. As you're playing this part of the game, the way they're doing it is you're just a soldier taking orders. So you're pretty much just listening to somebody tells you hey, get in that fucking car over there, or get in that boat. Get ready to go. And you're like, okay, I'm getting in the boat, ready to go. You don't realize what's happening until you're like, holy shit, we're mating right now. Holy fuck. And everyone's getting shot. Also, it's pretty cool because it says here in one of the scenes that you can, you're fighting, the Nazis in, this hotel. And inside the kitchen, you can actually pick up a pot and throw it at the Nazi and hit him in the head with the pot. Fuck yeah!
Hell yeah!
Woo!
Has all the pot throwing technology.
Gunny, guess what else you can do in this game? You can steal a Jeep.
Oh,
drive
sweet.
Off with
it. I need a Jeep right now, actually.
So this game is actually pretty fun, man. I actually hope you're right, Gunny. I hope it comes to the PlayStation. This is exclusive for the Oculus right now, though.
Timed exclusive, I hope.
Yeah, but it says sure you're going to be experiencing things from World War II, like being inside a tank, being inside a bomber plane, being inside a fucking, the D-Day fucking landing craft, and all kinds of shit. So it's fucking crazy looking. It looks pretty ambitious, man. 180 people working on it. That's a lot of people for a VR title.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I'm excited for it. I can't wait.
Yeah. Next year, Mayo. I think they said it comes out next year. So.
I'll be waiting.
Stay tuned to E3 2020.
Medal of Honor. Speaking of, like, wasn't I just speaking of Medal of Honor the other day when Call of Duty was comparing
I think
it to
he
the
was.
new one? I'm surprised they actually brought it back as a VR game. That's not a bad idea because that is it's a well-known, like, franchise, you know what I mean? People.
Yeah,
know
I played a
Medal of
lot of
Honor.
Airborne back in the day, even
yeah.
multiplayer.
That was the shit, dude. That game was awesome.
Yeah, it's like we'd play that, and then it's like, okay, let's go play Halo. And then back to Airborne again.
Yeah. So good. Anyways, next question.
All right, let's see. Another one of those questions from John where he says, you win a contest at your local liquor store and get free drinks for life. But only one brand. Which one do you choose?
So, like, you get a free bottle of something?
Yeah, so I think I'm not a big fan of, like, Jameson Irish whiskey, even though, they have a large variety of... Because I deliver all the alcohol, so I know these things.
You deliver a lot of alcohol, you fucking alcohol.
I do a ton of alcohol. I deliver all the spirits. So the only thing I don't deliver, it's from our competitor, would be like Jack Daniels, Southern Comfort, things like that. So, but I have everything else. So, geez, I'm thinking I really like Maker's Mark whiskey or like Bullet whiskey.
I'm going Crown Royale, motherfucker.
There you go. Go with that Canadian.
The good old Canadian whiskey. Mm-hmm. Because I could use the little purple bags for all kinds of shit.
You could take that, get your Crown Apple and your Crown Peach.
Yeah.
Some Seagrams, because that's part of the same, under the same umbrella.
What
Get some of that Seagram
man?
7.
I don't know. I'm bored. I don't even drink. So, I don't drink any kind of alcohol. So, I guess if I had to take any kind of drink, I'll say let's open the world up and to say any kind of drink. My drink of choice would be like Dr. Pepper. I love Dr. Pepper.
Hey, you know what? He did say at the local liquor store, so, I mean, they do sell soda.
Yeah,
so
they do.
There you go.
Yeah, not a drinker.
You don't drink at all, Mayo?
No.
I am amazed. I'm surprised.
You know what you could choose? I say Rockstar, because that is Christian crack.
Monster
is Christian crack.
Probably
the last time I have been drunk was actually on my wedding night. So.
And you never drunk since then?
No.
Wow. When was this? 1935?
97.
Wow. Congratulations, Mayo. Good stuff. Don't drink. It's bad for you.
Way to stay sober, my friend.
It's bad for your liver anyways.
Yeah. Final answer. It's going to be, I don't know, maybe Bullet. Let's go with Bullet, because you have,
No one's getting the Mickeys for life, or the fucking Old E for life, or motherfucking...
No more Schlitz. Come on.
What was it like? Some my dad used to drink, like, I guess it was like horrible. It was like Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Ugh. Gross.
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Piss water. Get that Coors piss water.
Oh, man. All right, next question, Gunny.
All right, next one from John Jerome. It says, playing Gears 5, when I notice there are collectibles, I start going the opposite direction as I should, always looking for them. Do you guys do this or not care about them as far as collectibles go? I always go down the opposite direction. Even when I'm playing co-op, I'm like, I'm going this way, I'll be back.
I try not to, but sometimes it gets to me. Like today, playing Borderlands 3, I was doing side missions, and I would see like the little claptrap symbols. Like you have to go collect these little claptraps that are like busted up or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I would legit just spend like fucking 10 minutes looking for this fucking thing. Like, where the fuck is it? How do I get up there? Try climbing shit and trying to get up there to collect them. I don't know for what. You don't get nothing out of it.
Yeah, like for example, like achievements, I generally won't go search them out. Only certain games I will. But definitely when it comes to like, I see the path wants to lead me left, I always go right. Because I know there's like a chest or a box back there or some kind of collectible.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I keep telling myself, I'm like, I just want to sometimes get through the campaign, and then I'll be going through it. Next thing I know, like Gunny says, I'll be going right, and I know I need to go left. But what's in this little, hallway down here? What do they got hiding down here? I remember Gunny doing it a lot when we were playing Division 2. I remember we would go in and we get into the sewers, and Gunny's like, "Hey, over here, there's like a hole. Or how did we get to this one item?" He can see it behind like a cell wall, and he'd be like, "How do we get that?" And I'm like, "I don't care, Gunny. Let's just go." And he's like, "No, I want to figure this out." And we get in there, and it's like, here's your basic level knee pads. Like, ooh, I'm glad we spent 15 minutes getting in there.
But Mayo, I got commons. Okay, these are common knee pads.
Right.
Or hey, look, it's level 23, and I'm not even 3 levels from it, so I can't even equip it. But,
right.
But there are things like that. Speaking of Borderlands, I think I saw that in Borderlands 3, where I'm just going to go back to Borderlands 2, where they had it almost reminded me of like a Black Ops Zombies mode thing, where you had to turn certain switches. It's not so much something as in a mission. You turn on certain switches and pull levers and shoot things that will enable the power to, like you said, to where it's behind like bars. So there are those challenges, to add, some things to your current game. But more likely, it's for you and a friend, and you've already YouTubed it and know the exact sequence to get to it. So those are a ton of fun too. The next question John has is, can you end at the end of the year podcast? Can we also include the biggest disappointments of the year as a new category?
We have to include biggest disappointment of the year. Last year, wasn't it Fallout 76?
Yeah, that's right. I think we did have that.
We were arguing about it being Fallout 76 or something else. What was the other game we were arguing about, Gunny? Biggest disappointment. What the fuck was it? I know me and you and Ryan kept fucking arguing about this. And Ryan was like, no, it has to be Fallout. And we were like, no, but this other game came out, and this other game was just as bad.
Man,
what the fuck was it?
Somebody will remind us, but the one that was the biggest one that came to mind.
Hold on, I'll find it right now. We have the notes here.
Man, there was something actually worse than Fallout 76.
Metal Gear Survive got it last year for us. Our biggest disappointment last year for 2018 Horrible Gamers was Metal Gear Survive.
And I remember adding that to the list too.
Best story was God of War. Got best story, which I agree with that. Best multiplayer was Sea of Thieves. That's interesting. Best music got Dead Cells. Best art style, Dead Cells. Best graphics, Red Dead. Interesting, Gunny. Interesting. Best indie, guess who won?
Dead Cells.
Dead Cells.
Yeah.
Game of the year, fucking God of War. Red Dead should have won that. In my opinion, Red Dead was my game of the year, but most of you guys...
Yeah, and even though I didn't finish it, I was still like...
Like, Eric was arguing fucking God of War. Ryan kept arguing God of War. I wanted Red Dead to win Game of the Year. And best ongoing game, we give it to Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah.
Let's see, for biggest disappointment for the community was, for you people listening, it was Fallout 76. Sea of Thieves was actually one of their biggest disappointment too. That was number 3, guys. Yeah. So, wow, good. That's pretty crazy. Game of the year for the community, though, was Red Dead. So Red Dead, they're smart. See, we have a smart community and stupid hosts. Smart community, Game of the year, Red Dead Redemption 2. Woo! Yeah, fuck yeah. I'm glad we have this list. It's nice to go back to this and remember all these arguments.
Gosh, can you imagine Mayo being on back at that time?
Oh, man.
Dead Cells would have won every award on
Dead
every
Cells,
category.
Best art style, Dead Cells. Best everything, Dead Cells. Fucking man. Best launcher, Dead Cells. We're going to have a best launcher category this year.
Best mobile game, Dead Cells.
See, yeah, right. It's on iOS now. It's probably on Android. So
category, right. Best launcher. Epic. For all the free games they gave us.
Yeah. I know. We can't even read this week's free game yet, but All right, next one from Harley Beaks. I should have asked this earlier, but he says, so how much Borderlands 3 have you been playing? And just to brag, I've beaten the campaign 3 times. Once on normal with Zane, hell yeah. Then on True Vault Hunter with the mode with Zane. One with Mose, and now almost done with Flack. I'm loving this game. So he's got like a level 50, a 40, and a 36.
Fuck.
Man.
I'm level 20, dude, and I feel like I played a lot of this game already.
That's a lot of Borderlands.
That's a lot of Borderlands. Like, this is like, he must be like running through it and like not even doing the side missions at this point, right?
I don't know, to get that high a level. I mean,
you
maybe he's playing through it multiple times.
Right?
With
Don't you, unless
friends,
you're doing
maybe?
multiplayer? I mean, or co-op?
What is he doing? I don't know what he's doing to do this. Harlan, you need to sleep. Go to sleep. How about this? Go to sleep.
Are you buying tons of Slim Jims for your double XP or something to boost your levels?
He boosted. He got Totino's over there. Is he buying all the Totino's up at Walmart? I don't know what he's doing.
Apparently, Harlan, we don't love this game as much as you do.
Yeah, you're fucking nuts. I wouldn't even play Call of Duty this much. I don't think I could beat it 3 times, dude. That's insane. He didn't just beat it. He's beaten it twice with the first character, then again with Mose, and now he's playing it again with Flack. Holy shit.
See, this is what I talked about, Jesus, with that replayability, right? Because probably, I'm sure if I, once things ever settle down, I'm sure I'll be on with Harlan and just going through and just farming stuff, where you're just on there for hours.
Why can you dedicate yourself like this guy can?
I would wish I could, but just busy life right now. Just keeping me way too busy.
Barely level 12, and Harlan over here is level 100 and fucking something. With all the levels.
Hey, Gunny's. I'm a higher level than Gunny.
Oh. Gunny, you gonna take that shit from Mayo?
Man, I need to get serious about gaming and get on it. Hopefully next week I will be level 30.
I would say, Gunny, we could play together and help each other, but you're over there in the Xbox land. I can't.
I know.
I can play with Jesus.
I forget Gunny is not on the PC. I was gonna say, Gunny, we should play. But fuck you, Gunny. We shouldn't play. Fuck you.
See, no, I'm the Xbox, man. That's where, it's me and the Ryan.
Fucking Xbox.
Yeah, you gotta just play with Gibbs.
You and your damn Xbox.
That's the best place to play over here.
Lame. Next question.
Next one's from Bill Gardner. He asks, with so many big games coming in 2019, what's your favorite game so far?
That would be a tough one between the Division 2 and Borderlands 3. I really enjoy the Division 2. I just haven't gone back to it. And I don't know what it is that I haven't gone back to it, but I just haven't. But I really enjoyed that game as much as I'm enjoying Borderlands 3 right now. Borderlands 3 is really fun. And I didn't think I was going to enjoy this fucking game. I wasn't even going to buy it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's actually a really entertaining game. Like we said before, we were trying to sell it on you. It's hard to describe why it's so addicting to play and kind of fun to play.
It's like just dumb. It's like I want to see what gun I can get next or something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it doesn't change anything from the Borderlands formula, really. So you can't be like, oh, it's this, or they added this. I mean, they've done little quality of life things, but just in general, it's still Borderlands, but it's awesome. It's just fun to play.
It's just the dumb jokes, the cheesy shit. I don't know what it is, because I'm not even invested in the series. I never finished 1. I barely played a little bit of 2. Haven't finished that. I didn't even do the fucking In the Moon or whatever. What the fuck is it, a pre-sequel one? I didn't play that. I played a little bit of it.
This sparks a question in my mind, too. Do you think, Jesus, this game deserves a 60-something from PC Gamer?
Somebody who's never really played the last ones and has really not really invested in it. I don't know, man. For me personally, this is more like an 8 than anything, or a 9 even. The thing.
Let's see, that falls in with everybody else. Like IGN, I'm giving it 8s and 9s.
I could see it being a 6 if I played a lot of Borderlands in the past and kind of got tired of that formula and wanted something completely different. Maybe it could be a 6, but I can't come with that opinion because I really haven't played that much Borderlands in the past. I mean, the only Borderlands game I've ever finished is the Telltale one. And that was
Right.
I love that shit. You guys heard me talk about the Telltale one plenty of times. And I love that fucking Telltale game so much. Like, everything about it. Every day I would come home from work and just play a little bit more, and continue it. And it was the best fucking series I ever bought from Telltale was that one, and The Wolf Among Us. But that one
Very
was
good
top.
one. Yep. Borderlands was probably my favorite. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then too, you have the guys that I know, like in the community, like MechMod. You know, he was a huge fan of all the other Borderlands games, and he's loving it. You know, he loves it too. And we kept saying, you know, if you like the old Borderlands games, you're gonna like this one. Well, you know, like myself included, I didn't really play much number 2.
Yeah.
You know, and we still say it's a good score. And if these guys that played all the old Borderlands games really enjoy it, I don't see where PC gamers should have gave it a 6. You know,
I think a lot of the thing has to do with the jokes they have in the game. I could see it being offensive to the SJWs of the world, I guess. And I'm not being, I'm not like trying to say that people shouldn't be judgmental or whatever the fuck of some certain jokes or whatever things people say. But at the same time, I feel like humor is targeted a lot of times, and people should really stop doing that to humor. You know what I mean? If something is used in humor, it's okay to be kind of offensive, and that's something that humor is losing and comedy is losing. I mean, if you look at comedy from the past to comedy nowadays, it's way different, and some comedians can't say or don't say or are afraid to say certain things because they're afraid they're going to offend people, and no one's going to go to their shows. Like, the one comedian I really enjoy a lot is Dave Chappelle. I don't know if you guys have seen his recent stand-up. That motherfucker gives no fucks, and he says it how it is. He says comedy is dying because people are afraid to take risks and do things and say things that are supposed to be offensive. But it's funny, like, you know what I mean? It's supposed to be comedy, and I think a lot of the jokes in the game can be offensive. For example, that Battle Royale thing that I did today as a side mission with Moxie was all about having sex with this dude. Like, you were doing the Battle Royale, you were killing people to have sex with this guy. That was the fucking trophy at the end, you know what I mean? So, like, people would look at that and be like, this is sexist, this is not right, this is offensive, blah, blah, blah. And I can see, like, a lot of people playing the game that get offended by stuff like that can easily drop the scores and get offended by that and be like, no, fuck this, because this game offended me and it hurt my feelings or whatever. Or it doesn't, I don't agree with the way this thing is saying something or sending a certain message. I'm going to lower its score.
Yeah, you know, and also, Jesus, I mean, now that we're kind of going down this path, and I had texted you guys earlier this week, and without giving out a lot of details, listening to another podcast where, you know, this is somebody who helped write a book with lots of blood and
Gore.
Killing and death and, you know, and chainsaws and things where, you know, they were talking about how the white phosphorus is, you know, it's like they're bothered by it. They're so triggered by it. It's like
being in Call of Duty as a kill streak, right?
Yeah. And it was like, you know, and then trying to explain why they're so offended by it. And I just don't think that, you know, hey, everybody's entitled to their opinion and, you know, and things like that. But it was like, I don't know. I just don't see how. I just feel like if you're playing, you know, let's say you're that person, you're playing violent games and you're, you know, and you're shooting people in the face and blowing them up with grenades and missile strikes and things like that. But then I don't know. It's just like that's just another kill streak, you know, to me. But I don't know. It's just like I don't see how that's really offensive, you know. So,
well, the reason a lot of people are saying it's offensive because in real life, people like I guess militaries around the world that have signed the Geneva Convention are not allowed, or they're not allowed to use white phosphorus in war against other soldiers. You're not. It's illegal. Like, it's a war crime. If the U.S. was to like drop fucking white phosphorus on people, it would be considered a war crime against the United States. So they're saying, why are you going to allow it as a kill streak in a game? Well, first of all, it's a fucking game.
Well, I understand. Also, I guess my point was like that it's not showing people running and screaming and blood running down their face. You know, I guess if that were the case, then I would say, yeah, that's just that is.
I mean, look at have you ever played the game Spec Ops: The Line?
No, you know what's funny is Sean Fuller bought that game for me, or for me on PC, I just never played it, but I did watch lots of games.
That game has a specific part of the game where white phosphorus specifically is being used on civilians. Like there's a fucking plane dropping that shit on civilians. And it shows you what happens. And it shows you exactly what is happening to them. They're running around screaming and shit. And it's showing you that. And that game is very graphic about that. Yet, I don't hear people complaining about that game showing that. Why is it now in 2019
I think
that's
just
offensive? Like, I don't...
Well, I think it's just I don't know. It's just that people
get offended by it, but at the same time, we don't get offended by somebody chainsawing somebody in half with a chainsaw gun.
That was my point, but that's okay. That's justified. It's normal. It's,
Or
me, right.
Or like getting a kill streak with the Predator missile. You know how many Predator missiles kill innocent people? Because they're close to it when it goes off?
That happens in real life, yeah. So that's, Iraq and
it happens all the time. We fucking drone strike hospitals and shit. It's happened. Hospitals have been hit by missiles because people thought there was a fucking terrorist in there, and we blew up a whole fucking hospital. You know what I mean? It's happened, and people don't get offended by that. But oh no, because white phosphorus is being talked about. Oh my! Like
I don't know. I guess I just feel like they should be
if you're going to be playing a fucking war game, if you're going to be playing a war game, complain that that it's fucking violent, then don't play it at all. Like just don't play it. Just be like, fuck it, I'm not playing this game. It's too violent. You should be boycotting all the violence in that game, from the stabbing, the shooting of the guns, everything should be banned, not just a certain kill streak or a certain thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. They should just
or saying that certain female, like you're playing as a female character in the game in the multiplayer. Well, what is that? When I was saying that we can't, depicting violence against women. Well, at first, women were complaining there was no female representation in the game. So you add female characters, and now they're complaining, well, now you're showing violence against women. So, which is it? Like,
I think just people being picky and choosy is my argument.
The representation, or do you not want the representation? It's either or. You're like, take it or leave it, man. Which one do you want? People get too complaining, I think. Right, Mayo?
Mm-hmm. I couldn't agree more.
Are you offended, Mayo, by the white phosphorus?
Nope, not in the least bit.
Okay, good.
And if I was offended by it, I just wouldn't play the game.
Yeah, we vote with our wallets, right? When it comes to any kind of,
I mean, if it's a game and it has something I do not like in it, or an aspect I do not like, then I'm not going to buy it. I mean, it's just that easy. Yeah. And it's out of my life. I don't have to worry about it from that point on. I'm not going to sit there and see it. If it's something I don't want to see, and I don't buy it, I don't have to see it. Yeah. It's that easy, so...
But you don't have to force a whole developer to change their fucking game or whatever. You know what I mean? Just think about that. Think if somebody made a game... If somebody made a game that was depicting, like, I don't know, fucking take something crazy, like something really bad.
Something you can find on Steam.
Yeah, something you can find on Steam, and it was really violent or whatever. Were you going to make that person take that because you don't agree with it? Like, maybe it's what they wanted to do, is what they wanted to fucking put out there, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, and just to finish my point for the audience listeners is that, you guys were like, well, why are you listening to that? Like, you're getting offended by listening to them. I'm like, no, you're actually right, Yeah. It's kind of my fault for listening to that, and yeah.
Yeah, that's why I told you. I was like, I don't listen to that specific podcast because I know that I don't agree with their views. You know what I mean? As much as I respect them as being podcasters or whatever, that's cool. You got your opinions, I got mine, and I don't agree with yours, so I'm not
right. They're probably not listening to ours either. So
yeah, they're the type of people that wouldn't listen to our podcast because they would get offended by us because we say too much shit.
Because Gunny's very offensive.
Oh, super offensive, Gunny. I'm tired of your shit, Gunny.
Yeah, I mean, hey, and and maybe I'm sure people out there are going, you just don't understand where they're coming from and fully understand it. So, no, and that's true, and I don't. But I hope I'm not being insensitive. But the
So insensitive, Gunny.
I just like I just want somebody to explain it to me. It's like what is it? Come on.
Next question.
But as far as like games, favorite this year, I mean, yeah, Borderlands 3 is up there.
Call of Duty must probably going to be my favorite game this year. I'm not gonna lie. Call of Duty, maybe Star Wars. Depends how good that Star Wars game is.
Yeah, that one's gonna take some playtime and get in there real quick, and because that comes out mid-November.
Yeah.
So we only have about a month and a half on it.
I mean, the campaign is probably pretty quick though.
Yeah. But it's a single-player game, right? So it's not gonna have a short campaign.
Yeah, it's not gonna have a multiplayer though, is it?
No, I don't think so. So I think this is a single-player only game. So it could be a long campaign. It could be a
25-hour
campaign. Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot of good Star Wars content.
That would be fucking good as fuck. Fuck yeah. Oh man, I'm hyped.
Oh yeah.
Don't forget that.
All right,
guys.
Speed. Next one from Bill Gardner. Our next question from him. If he's asking if anybody has played that Untitled Goose game. He said it's really cool, kind of like a goat simulator, but you're a goose being an asshole.
No, I haven't. I've seen it, and it looks okay. I mean, it looks like a fun game to play for like an hour, and then you're never gonna want to play it again.
It's on Game Pass. I don't know if it's on the Xbox beta for you guys, but
It's on Game Pass?
I believe so. I downloaded it. Maybe Ryan bought it.
Yeah, I think Ryan must have bought it. I think it's on the Windows Store, but I don't think it's...
How much is it?
Oh, you know what? It could have been a free trial that I downloaded.
Epic game,
it's on Epic Store for $15 right now. Normal price of $20. And I wonder if this game's getting some hate. I wonder if it's getting some hate right now because it is advertised on Steam, and it says coming soon, but it doesn't say when. And so this is more of this advertising it on Steam, and it's being released on Epic thing. But
yeah, you could bookmark this. You could put it on your wish list, but it
is on my wish list actually. But I actually did reach out to the publisher or the developer on this one actually and see if we can try and get a review code of it. But I do want to play it. It actually looks pretty entertaining to me.
Yeah, Untitled Goose Game.
Yeah. And just a side note, everything is free on the Epic Store. Everything is free, guys.
Yeah, did you guys like that article I posted? Did you?
I saw the Twitter thing and I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, there was a news article once like, Epic takes the battle to Steam and puts everything for free. Yeah. I'm like, that's totally not clickbait.
Yeah.
Super clickbait right there, you motherfuckers. Yeah.
So go get everything, guys, for free on Epic. Next one from Bill Gardner. He said, will we ever see the end of these Activision anti-consumer deals like we talked about today? He said, I like what I played and want to play the campaign, but I think I'm just going to wait and buy it used so I don't support this kind of bullshit.
And maybe he's right in waiting there. Like, I know Jesus, you're super hyped for Call of Duty, but we haven't seen a paywall on this yet. And I don't know if you remember the last Call of Duty, and I thought it was kind of funny when the Call of Duty came out, and then all the reviews of the game came out.
And then the store.
Then they released the paywall. Yeah, then they come out with a store and had all this, like cosmetics and loot crate type stuff. I can't remember what.
They always do
what
that,
prevents them from doing it this time? And what prevents them from saying, we have this ultra realistic looking mode now, and all of a sudden now we have a store where you have pink guns and stuff like that? How much does that hurt the game?
Well, actually on Reddit, it's funny enough, right now on the show, during the show, I went to Reddit to look at the ultra toxic dark comments. We were reading the article.
Ultra toxic.
On the Reddit, I saw a post saying that, hey, Activision, us Call of Duty players don't want no pussy-ass, colorful guns and stupid-ass camo for our weapons. That's what it said on one of the posts, and everyone was liking it and upvoting it. And there was another one that said, hey, Call of Duty, we just want plain guns, like PLAIN, as like plain gun camos for our guns and stuff. We don't want crazy-looking camos. And there's like another one, like right underneath it, it said, like, it's just Activision's like, we got you, fam, and it shows like a gun, like a barrel of a gun, but it has like an airplane on it. It's like we asked for plain guns, and they fucking put a plane on our guns. And it's just dumb shit like that. So people are trolling Activision right now, making sure that Activision listens. And Activision has actually come out and said that they're looking at their content that they're going to release for the game. They don't plan to release anything crazy, but you never know. I mean, they're probably going to have fucking.
I tell you this, that whether it be Activision or EA, they can see these comments and react to them in a funny way and stuff. But they're also looking at those numbers where people did download, these transactions to get these purple and pink guns.
And there's already been people.
There's money in it, baby. I'm telling you.
People already found that there's going to be loot crates in this next Call of Duty. They're going to be in there. Like, they found them in the data mining or whatever. Yeah. So, we'll see.
Right, and we saw this with EA. I think it was Star Wars Battlefront 2. Or whatever. It might have been Battlefront 2 where they even said, hey, so when this next game comes out, we're just not going to have all these microtransactions and things all up front. We will have them after the reviews have gone up and the game is out, right?
Yeah.
Very blatant, but it was still you can definitely make that day one purchase, and we're just not going to throw them at you day one.
Definitely.
Yeah. It was. I mean, I gotta commend them for their honesty and transparency. So, all right, our next question from Brian Tull. He says, you guys were talking about the resale of games last week, and that people, if they sold them, would have to give Steam, a developer, a kickback for doing so. He said he's sorry, but I don't think paying an automaker, a kickback when you sell a car again. He wants to know if he's off point and what our thoughts are on this. Probably
say no.
Regarding Steam, with their reselling games. And
he's not, but at the same time, you're not using your own storefront to resell that game. You're using Steam to resell that game. When you buy a car,
it'd be kind of like taking your car to the car dealership and selling it at the car dealership, and you get the money.
It's exactly like if we couldn't sell cars privately, like if we were forced to sell cars through the car dealerships, you would probably have to pay the car dealership some kind of fee or something to sell that car at their dealership. You know what I mean? That's the way I look at it. Mayo got it completely right.
Well, and like I said too, Brian, where if they try to keep it simple, and if this court thing goes back, then they have to sell it back to them at market value. Am I correct on that, guys? It would have to be it wouldn't be at $60 6 years later. It would be whatever the market value of that game is.
Well, I'm guessing you would be able to sell it used for whatever price you wanted to put on it. Yeah. Yes, is like I said, that's how Steam does it now with all their cards and say like on Counter-Strike, you can get exclusive guns and stuff on there. Once you get that gun in your inventory, it's like a gun skin. You can sell that at any time you want. And you can sell that for any amount you want. Then you can see a chart. It has it right there in the auction house where you sell your stuff, how much it goes for. So you can look at that and you're going to determine how much you want to put it up for sale for. If you have no value and you see that thing is going, and I say no value, but if you don't care about it and you see it's going for $400, you could put it on there for $5 if you want. And you're guaranteed to sell it in 2 seconds. And you'll get $5. But you could also put it in there for $350 and probably sell it for $350. And even Steam has a thing actually set up. If there's an item you want on Steam, it's an in-game item like for Counter-Strike or something like that, you can kind of add it to your wish list and see how much you're willing to pay for it. And Steam will automatically purchase it for you as soon as it comes available for that price. So, like, you can say, like, I want to buy this certain gun skin or certain, say in this case, a game. Say I want to buy the Dead Cells and I want to buy it used, but I don't want to pay any more than $5 for it. So as soon as somebody sells it for $5, Steam automatically buys it and puts it in my library. Like, because I said I want to pay $5, and you pretty much upfront that $5 and say whenever it comes on sale for $5, Steam will instantly buy it. But it would probably be up to us. And then Steam would just charge a transaction fee for swapping the key and stuff like that license to the new account. And they would probably charge, I'm guessing, 10% if I had to guess Steam.
So that's why, Brian, we would be paying the developer Steam a kickback.
Yeah, if it's a auction house style type thing.
Because you have to. I mean, yeah, it's like going to an auction with the car. You know what I mean? You buy a car in an auction, the person selling the car at the auction pays the auction house a fee for having their car there.
Yeah, I mean, I can see Steam possibly agreeing to something like that, but not like, okay, I need to sell my game to the Mayo, this brand new game I got, or whatever it might be for $5, so there could be anything really,
Yeah.
too crazy as far as like trying to gate ahead or trick the system,
Yeah. Well, then it comes into, okay, I'll send you real cash and then give me the game for $5 on Steam too. So where does that become a problem?
Yeah.
Since we're friends, I'll PayPal you $35, Gunny, and you sell me the game for $5.
There you go.
And people are selling it for $40 or $50 on Steam. You got to watch for that too, I guess.
Right. It's like an eBay thing. I don't know. It's weird. All right. Next question from Jonathan Arcelo. Mr. Nipron wants to know, what's your first game you ever played with your parents or grandparents? The first game.
Zelda: A Link to the Past. Super Nintendo Entertainment System. With my mom. She helped me beat it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That, and I remember after that we played a lot of Donkey Kong Country and shit like that.
I don't think my parents ever touched a video game.
Really?
Or Ever.
Not even like Pong or anything like that?
Maybe a phone game, like my mom now maybe played a phone game, type like a slots type game or something like that on her phone. but yeah, no, even back in the Atari days, we had an Atari, but my brother and my sister we would play together, but not my parents.
I'm thinking back to probably, I remember Dad bringing home Pong, me and my sister playing that, and I'm sure I probably have sat down and played that with my dad, but Mom was never in any kind of video games. But I do remember going to the arcade, and and we'd go to the movies, right? But you have to go to the arcade first, right? Before you go into the movie, and playing like a racing game where it's either got 2 or 4 wheels. I can't remember the name of the game specifically, but those were good times, I'm like, Dad, I'm really good at this game. Watch, I'm going to kick your ass in this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So those were fun. All right, next one from Jonathan Hall. He said, with the news of the Nintendo theme park opening up in Japan, what console theme park would you like to see in the States? And what game-themed rides would you hope to see opening day?
You know what? I thought about this, and I'm going to have to say we have to stick American, bro. Microsoft's Xbox theme park.
I'm right there with you.
Go.
Fuck yeah, America, motherfucker. We're going to have
the Halo
all
ride.
the Xbox and Monster Energy drinks and fucking Red Bulls everywhere and Rockstar drinks and Slim Jims and Doritos and Mountain Dews. And
oh, what a day that would be.
It's going to be an Xbox roller coaster that does it goes like a loop-de-loop, but it does the Xbox logo as the fucking loops. It has the Xbox logo as a big fucking loop. Fuck yeah, motherfucker. Xbox.
Whoever wins the...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, whoever wins the contest gets to spend the day with Master Chief and walk around the park.
No, you get to see Master Chief walking around the park. Him and the Covenant are walking around the park. and the Gears 5 people walk around the park and you can get their autographs and take pictures with them. It's like Disneyland, but Xbox Land, motherfucker. Yeah!
They hire a bunch of ex-football players to walk around the park.
Lucky's Tales walking around. Lucky's Tale. And who else do they have walking around the park? Yeah, they got a bunch of ex-football players playing the Gears people walking around the park. And, they got Master Chief, like a really tall guy playing Master Chief walking around the park. Got a hot girl painted in blue walking around Cortana. Yeah. They don't even need a hot girl. They could just put holograms or shit around her around the park.
I think my ride would be, since Microsoft now owns it, would be a Hellblade Sinuous Sacrifice ride. It'd be like a boat ride.
Like
you get in the boat.
All crazy and
at the beginning, that has all the dead bodies that are hanging from the trees and stuff, and it would have voices like whispering it toward you, like coming out of the boat and stuff.
Hands coming out of the water and shit. Oh my god, that sounds brutal. Fuck yes. Yes, let's do this.
Yeah, I want to do I was watching the State of Decay It's still Decay Fest this weekend.
Yeah.
I don't know if Blaze is still doing that, but there are other streamers involved in this, and I thought, man, that would be cool, like play some kind of VR with some State of Decay.
State of Decay. What if they
Zombies.
have the State of Decay experience in the theme park? You can be inside the State of Decay and you have to survive. Like they send you and like a group of 10 people into like this like area of the park that looks like a bunch of abandoned houses.
And go kill plague hearts.
Not even that, but your goal is to like get to the extraction point where like the military is at and you have to evacuate. But how do you get there past all the zombies? Who knows? Survive.
They have a
Survive. You got to go to those houses.
helicopter. They come and get you, and you get a helicopter right on the way
you
out.
Jump and get on the rope and go up. Fuck yeah, motherfucker.
Why not? They do it. They do it at like fairs and stuff, right? Where you see like the helicopter rides where they take you around the fairgrounds in that area and stuff like that. They could just have their own helicopter, and you got to survive to the middle, and you have all these people in costume and zombies, and they're trying to get you, and you have to get to the helicopter.
That would be so fucking cool, man. We got some cool ideas for a theme park. It would be a really expensive theme park, but I think it would be really fucking cool.
But look, too, also,
Ohio.
Instead of like go-karts, guys, this will be the Forza ride.
Forza experience, got a bunch of Lamborghinis and shit.
You'll be in a Banshee, I'll be in like a Bugatti.
There we go.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have seen those what is it, like exotic car experiences where you could take a Lamborghini on a racetrack or something like that. So you could just have one of those on the edge of the theme park.
Experience.
Yeah, it's called the Forza experience.
Everything's an experience in our park. The State of Decay experience, the Forza experience. We're gonna have a Gears of War experience. We're gonna have a real chainsaw gun, and you get to chainsaw shit. That's all you do all day, the whole time in that ride. Just chainsaw everything. You must be 21 or over to enter this ride.
What kind of drinks and food is our park going to have?
I already told you, man. Doritos, Slim Jims, Rockstars, Monsters, Red Bulls, Mountain Dew. That's
all the good stuff.
But we're not going to have a sit-down restaurant like Disney and stuff?
No, it'll just be nachos on the go, man.
Is there any food-related games that are Microsoft?
Like real food? Fuck no.
No. Is there any food? Yeah, you're right. Is there any food-related games? I think the Doritos game that's the only game that I've seen come out on the Xbox. That
was a good game.
Food-related game was that Doritos game. All I'm saying is we would have a really badass theme park. America,
I called it Dorito Runner.
And if you're a Sony pony, you don't get access. I think it would be a cool park. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it would.
Fuck yeah. And like the badges they give you to get in will have your gamer tag on it and shit. Gives you like gamer score as you ride the rides in the park. Like if you ride the roller coaster 2 times, you get double gamer score. Dun, dun, dun.
And we got our third-party developers over here, Call of Duty, so earn double XP over here.
Yeah, you got to double XP for doing the event.
The Call of Duty experience.
Hey, you know how also they have those... It's more of an old school type style thing, but they have those like theaters you'd be able to go into, and it would just be like a play, like a Gears of War play, or a Halo play. A little old school, but why not?
Should have a Halo play. That'd be funny.
You could have the Xbox Game Pass Fast Pass if you don't want to wait in line for your rides.
The ultimate Fast Pass.
Jeez, pay the $110.
That's a bad. I like your plans, Mayo. This is good thinking here, brother. Yeah. Fuck yeah, the Xbox Game Pass Fast Pass. That's makes sense.
Say that 10 times fast, man.
I like it. You like our theme park ideas? I like them. We just need the funds, people. We need all the monies to be able to do this.
Somebody fund us $50 million.
Phil Spencer, hit me up, bro. I got ideas.
We got something going down big in Seattle.
And since we have the number one theme park here, like I said at the beginning of the show, here at Cedar Point, and then we have the number one zoo, we're going to put it right between them.
The number one Xbox park. Yeah. Xbox Land.
I like it. We're going to market that right now.
Yeah,
trademark
it. I just realized we're number one because we have nothing better to do here in Ohio than theme parks.
Theme parks and zoos.
All right, guys, we got our next question. This is from Mom's Basement. This is from Shiloh Jocelyn. He wants to know who wants a mustache ride.
Excuse me?
A mustache ride. Is that like a theme or like a style.
I'm confused.
I don't know. Maybe Shiloh's got a mustache. Possibly.
Still confused.
Awkward.
Yes.
Has he been talking to Imes?
I think he has been. They must be friends.
Something. I don't know what's going on here, guys. I don't know these people.
He's a Facebook streamer. Good one, Shiloh. I'll see you on tomorrow.
Oh.
He's streaming some more Batman, possibly.
Okay.
Next one from Brian Tulp. He says, how can Gunny sell the Jeep? He wants to know how I can sell my Jeep to get something new, because I had put on Facebook today that I'm going to sell it. I'm going to get me the
Gladiator.
The new Gladiator. I always want to call it the Warrior. The new Gladiator.
The Warrior
right?
would sound better for that car. I agree. I'm with you on that. It would sound better for that truck. The Warrior.
I want to put that on the side of the Jeep. That's what I'll put.
Do it.
All right. He wants to know how I can get something new when I gave it away on the show so many times.
Yeah, what have you done, Gunny? We have given your Jeep away a lot of times on the show.
Yeah, it's been at least a few times.
At least 5 times, I would say. Your Jeep has been given away on the show.
So what should I get? What kind of
P1 raids and stuff like that? That's what voided your warranty. That's what hurt it when we drove it out there to Nevada. We probably got some sand in the transmission.
You fucked it up, Gunny. Shouldn't have jumped it like you did.
Yeah, that probably fucked my transmission pretty good. So what should my next vehicle be? I think that's his question as well.
I'm thinking you should, Gunny, embrace your oldness and just get a Buick.
An old Buick. Like one of those, just an automatic, like clunk, 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 clunk. Okay, it's in drive.
Just go and let's look at some Buicks, Gunny. Let's look at some Buicks for you here. Let's go with
Who is the
Buicks.
Skylark? Who made that Skylark?
That's Buick.
That is Buick. Yeah, I remember those.
Gunny wants to embrace this inner Buick here. Gunny, some luxury vehicles. You can get yourself a nice...
They have a little convertible Buick.
We got a convertible Buick for you, Gunny. People like you that are old, that feel young. The Cascada is the new one here. Starting at $33,070. As shown is $37,000. So, not bad, Gunny. Look at that.
You could get
hard top.
I think they made a new a remake of the Regal.
Oh yeah.
Oh my, that's nice. The Regal GS and the Regal Sportsback.
See, you get a sports version.
Oh my. Or the Regal Avenir. That's the fancy one, I think. Come on, Gunny. You got the Buicks here. You got to really embrace this here, Gunny.
Buicks, I don't know. What's wrong with, like, the new Mustang or something, man? Am I really that old and boring?
Gunny. You're old.
Gunny needs one of the new... I think they're coming out with a Volkswagen bus. I could see him driving one of those.
What about the new Chevy Blazer? I think those are pretty nice, huh?
I don't like the looks of those.
I'm just not that tough, am I? If I really need a...
They're trying to make that look like a Camaro on the front.
I see the new bus, Mayo. It's an all-electric vehicle. Oh, my.
Yeah. Yeah, it fits Gunny perfectly living out in California.
Gunny, there you go, Gunny. This fits the California lifestyle of zero emissions.
Is
it like metallic paint?
Bus.
Is that the color?
Well, no, like they have 2 colors here, like orange and yellow, but it's a yellow on the sides and the bottom, but the top is like a silver, metallic silver, and it's electric, so it has like the electric looking lines like a Tesla and shit.
Could I put a 2.5-inch lift on it?
Your logo, the VW logo, lights up in the front.
I want some 25, some 24 rims, 24s.
If you want to,
I'm going to pimp it out.
This is what's called the Micro Boost. Volkswagen, starting at $70,000, Gunny. You might as well just go with the Buick at this point.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Go back to the Buick.
Sounds
This
a little more
too much.
in my price range.
Just starting at $70,000. This is fucking way too much for a van. Even I will not let you do this, Gunny. Gunny, no, you cannot do that, Gunny. We're going back to the Buicks.
Yeah.
And Gunny, you're gonna just embrace it.
Buy 2 Buicks for $70,000.
There you go. Yeah, you could buy yourself 2 Buicks, Gunny.
Just wait for those prices to go down.
Yeah.
Because even looking at those Gladiators, those were 62. Those were, unbelievably expensive.
For those trucks?
Yeah, but I think the one that we looked at was it was raised up a couple inches. It had a few extra doodads to it. Not that I ever considered it, but it was still nice to...
Oh, the one you were looking at was probably loaded Because I'm looking at some right now that say
Yeah.
starting at 33,000. So that's like a base model of 33,000.
Yeah, but you got to remember they make the Rubicon version, and then add on bells and whistles.
Let's look at the Rubicon. The Rubicon starts at 43,000. Gunny, come on now.
That's about right because I think we paid 42 for ours brand new, 41, something like that.
Or the Overland version. Oh my. Guys, we're looking at cars for Gunny here, and I'm saying he should go with the Buick. Mayo told him to go for a Volkswagen Bus, but that's fucking insane.
I get nothing nice, do I? Oh man. I heard naming like Mustang.
Gunny wants a Jeep like he's 20 years old. I mean, I don't know, Gunny. What are you thinking?
I want to relive my youth.
Okay, Gunny. All right. We'll let you do that.
You guys over there going, it's time for a Mini Cooper. No.
Pretty much, Gunny. Don't you just use maybe a smart car? Do you want a smart car?
What's that car? Is it the Barth or whatever I call it, the Barf?
The Barf.
It's more another one of those European like little smart car style things.
Yeah. You got this little like mini smart car here.
Was it like Peugeot? Remember those? Yeah.
Yeah, you can have one of the little 2-door ones.
Yeah.
Not too big, not too small, just right.
Just enough to get groceries in and drop the kid off. Let's go.
Find a dealer, Gunny. Get a quote.
All right. Going with the Tesla. All right. It's electric.
You get the coupe.
Betterholic. Betterholic has a question, guys. Betterholic wants to know. This is on Discord. He said, I would love to see a remastered version of Rainbow Six Vegas.
Wow.
Is there any old games that you would love to see remastered? Oh my gosh, do I love this question, Betterholic, because Rainbow Six Vegas 2. I've been thinking about it this week. I think he read my mind. He must be a mind reader.
That game was so good, dude.
I think number one, I came into that later after Vegas 2 and was like, oh, there was a first one. Well, and I either downloaded it on Xbox 360 or like a demo of it or something. I was like, yeah, this one's not that great, but unlike Vegas 2, which had more maps and was a little more fleshed out, that was co-op and versus mode. You know, that kind of set the ground for me as playing anything like Wildlands or.
That game was so cool, man. You get to stack up on doors and shit.
I love the whole stacking up thing, and that's what we. When the end of the lifestyle of the last gen was, we're gonna get something similar to this, but it'll just be updated graphics with better maps.
I was so hoping that, dude, for Rainbow Six Siege, and it didn't fucking pan out. Well, wasn't that because everyone was complaining that it was like promoting terrorism or some shit? Wasn't that the whole thing?
Yeah, it was a bad time. Like people were, yeah, my gosh,
showing some executive in Wall Street getting fucking thrown out of a window or some shit. Is that what they showed? So it was like, you shouldn't probably shouldn't release this shit.
I just thought it was weird that people were triggered over that. This game looks violent,
That was the whole thing about that game. They changed it completely, remember? They were like, oh no, that thing we showed you last year? Yeah, we've canceled that now, guys. We're making a different game. I remember that now.
Yeah, you guys can't have violent video games. And then they were like, all right, fine.
Yeah.
But, yeah, definitely it would be that game. I thought about it this week, actually. How about you, Mayo? Anything as far as, it doesn't have to be a shooter?
Yeah, no, I was trying to think of something that would jump out, and I would want to go back more old school. I think there's an old game, and this would probably get boring real quick being remade, but I'd like to see a new graphic version. There's an old Atari game called River Raid. I really enjoyed it. It was like literally you were just like a little ship, or you had a little airplane, and you had to follow along the river, and it would split, and you had to choose which way to go, and you had little gas tanks you had to run over to keep your plane going, and you had to shoot little things in the water. But like a remake of something like that, even though it's real simple. Or the old game, it's also like an old game called Tiger Heli on the Nintendo. It's like just a little top-down shooter game. You just don't see much of those anymore.
Yeah, good stuff. Another really good one I was thinking about was, I remember it being on the NES. I completely forgot the name of it, but it was almost like that Rambo game. They had a console or a stand-up version too at the arcades, where it was 2-player, and I think it had that turn knob, but I could be wrong, and it was just really that top-down co-op shooter.
I guess I had another thought too. It had to be like a straight up remake though, but Mike Tyson's Punch Out in VR. So we could actually fight King Hippo and stuff in VR.
Oh yeah. Shit, that would be nice.
VR
Damn, I mean, probably lots of
new hand tech would be legit.
Yeah, there's a new. I keep almost want to pick it up. They have a new. What's the boxing game from the newest Rocky movie? Creed. There's a VR boxing game that looks pretty good. I keep thinking about picking up.
I'm thinking that game was called Commando. I was thinking about. I was just thinking it was on NES, or hell, did I even play it back on PlayStation 1?
I think that's an NES game.
Yeah. So good. I was so good playing that co-op with my brother. Yep. Anything else, guys? I think that's the end of our question segment.
No, sir.
I'll check Discord to make sure there's no late questions coming in.
Check Discord real quick. While Mail's checking Discord, people. While Mail's going ahead and do that, must I remind you, head on over to Stitcher. Stitcher.com/sign up, or whatever the fuck it's called, premium. And use promo code Horrible Gamers to get yourself a free month. That's right. You should just pick, like, you want to do a weekly or a monthly or a yearly trial thing. You pick whichever one. It'll add a free month on top of that. So if you sign up for a week trial, use our promo code Horrible Gamers, you get a week and a month for free. If you want to do a year, then you get a month for free.
In a week.
A month and a month, right?
I thought it was a month and a week.
Because you get a month for free if you do the sign up. When you sign up, if you do the sign up for a year.
All right, so there you go, 13 months.
Yeah, so you get 13 months for the price of 12, or you get a week and a month for free. So there you go.
Good deal.
Good fucking deal. Promo code Horrible Gamers. Don't forget it. Share it with your friends, with your family. Everyone, get a free month of Stitcher Premium and enjoy an ad-free listening experience and shows exclusive to Stitcher Premium, such as My Favorite Murder and Wolverine the Lost Trail and Science Rules with Bill Nye, the Science Guy. Yeah! Woo!
Woo!
You can find me on Epic Store. Jesus Walks Out playing some Borderlands on, I want to say Steam, but I haven't really been on Steam Mail since I lost the mail pass. I haven't even launched Steam.
Yeah, let's set that up tonight before I jump off for the night.
I'm sad now. I have nothing to do on Steam anymore.
Yeah, let's set that back up. That way
I used to go to Steam to just look at all the games you owned, and then I would log out. Now I don't even do that.
You know what I did, Jesus?
What?
I actually forgot earlier this week. I actually went into my Steam, and I don't know what happened with my PayPal, but either way, I deleted that off of there and then just went back and added it on again. It must be like a safety feature or security feature with Steam or with PayPal. But either way, I did buy the Rifts DLC from Frostpunk.
Oh, you did? Did you play it?
I did. But I didn't play the DLC. I went in and I thought, okay, I'm going to play that DLC. I ended up starting a game and just casually played with. I love the fact that they've got the 3 sliders with, as far as difficulty goes, with people's needs, resources, and I forgot the other one off the top of my head.
All max or something, or all easy, or what?
No, I think I put people's needs as in easy, so I wouldn't see as many notifications, but I still got.
As much.
I feel like I wasn't as bugged as much, but then I thought about, as I went through and I played it, I feel like I should have put it back because it didn't lead me to go into it was the Book of Laws, right? Where I kind of want that to be a part of the game.
Yeah, so
but either way,
like I feel like if I ever fuck with that, I feel like it's too easy. Like I want to have to make hard decisions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's always times in that game where I feel like playing it that I want the faith route. Because I'm like, I want to give people hope. I want to give them faith. But then, like, I think to myself, what if I give them too much power? What if the faith, like, what if they start listening to the religious leaders more than me? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
what I
something
start
weird
thinking
too.
of. Like, I think it reminds me of like Game of Thrones. Remember how the Queen brought back that one dude with like the septum and the seven or whatever, the god. Remember the crazy dude in season 7 or whatever, season 6, the religious guy that made the queen walk naked, the walk of shame
Yeah,
for Game of
right.
Thrones.
That was powerful.
Yeah, because he was powerful, so he made the queen walk naked as a walk of shame down like this main
Yeah, that
street.
was crazy.
Shame, and they fucking ring the bell. Like I was thinking, okay, like maybe some religious leaders have too much power because they get too powerful. Everyone believes them over the leader. That's why I'm afraid to go the faith route. Because I'm like, what if these religious people get too powerful?
Yeah. See, so I immediately built the two churches.
I always go down the negative path, the Book of Laws, fucking putting up fences and guard towers and shit and fucking.
But definitely my first order of business was to allow safe jobs for kids, and I'm hovering over the one that allows children to do all jobs. But I'm like, no, I think I've got morals, and I'm just not gonna do that at this time because it's not needed.
They need to go more jobs. What if people start dying? What if people get sick?
I'm waiting. I do have 2 scouts up. I did send 2 scouts. That's currently where I'm at. Where I play through my save is that 2 scouts are currently going out. Yeah. My first one didn't bring back not much other than resources. Yeah. I did survive the first storm, which was cool. I ran out of coal, but...
Isn't that game insane how at the end of the game it tells you, like, hey, in, like, 3 weeks, the main storm is coming. Like, you must survive this. If you don't survive this, the game is over.
And see,
like,
I've never completely done.
You've never done that?
Playthrough.
It tells you that, like, at the very end, like, if you get, like, 3 months into the game or something, it'll tell you, like, hey, yeah, like, because you find out the reason the other settlement failed, and, like, you find one survivor there, and she's like, something big happened. This crazy storm came, and no one believed us. And when we told them that it was coming, but it came, and no one believed us, and no one listened, and they didn't prepare. You must prepare. And then it tells you, like, hey, you must prepare for this huge storm. Like, you gotta have. And like when it does that, it tells you that all the people from this other settlement, like 100 or something people, they're all migrating to your like heater. So you gotta have space to accommodate like 150 new people, and that's like 150 new like beds, 150 new medical apps to like accommodate all these people that are coming in sick because they've been traveling, and all the little kids that can't work, and all the food, and you gotta like make hard decisions, dude. Like when they get there, it tells you like you can accept all of them, but half of them are sick, right? So half of them are dying. There's 50 of them, but 25 of them are dying, and they're sick. And then you could be like, I want to accept healthy ones, but the sick ones must leave. And then the healthy people get accepted, but the sick ones die outside, and everyone's morale gets dropped. Like,
it's what's the word I'm looking for, Jesus? Where
grim fucking game.
When you're looking at, like just what you're talking about, and you can see these people walking around what's the power
furnace?
core? What is that?
Yeah, the core.
We'll just call it the furnace, right? It's a big furnace that keeps everything warm. And you've got housing so you don't have enough housing for these people. And let's just say it's 25, and you see them walking around this furnace, and it's just like, I don't want to say, it's very intense.
It's sad. You're like, holy shit. And what's more crazy is that when these people start rioting and like you have to pass these laws to like get the people under control, and sometimes you have to execute people because you're like I gotta make an example of these guys. They're attacking my guards. Like if I don't kill this guy and I let him go with like a slap on the wrist, that goes to show I have no power. So
I'm sure there's a reason why.
Him. So you execute him, and then his family hates you, and his kids hate you, and everyone hates you. They think you're a piece of shit for executing people, and you're like, no, I did it for a fucking reason. And you're trying to explain, but you can't. It sucks.
The way this game plays out, it leaves a lot to the imagination.
Oh, it does. Makes you make hard choices, dude. Trust me, I made some really hard decisions for my first playthrough that I beat the whole game. At the end, I was like, holy fuck. Because even the game tells you, like, you survived, but at what cost? And it, like, tells you, like, all the laws you passed. It's like, first, You let kids go to work. Second, you started like cutting people's hands off and shit that were like sick. Like third, you forced kids to go to work at all jobs. Like all jobs were allowed. Kids were allowed to work at every job. And it's like you started adding soup to like the rations instead of regular food. And like it tells you all.
I think
the
it was
choices
sawdust did the soup. I mean, literally, the things that you did, it just makes you question your own morals.
Yeah.
It's just.
And at the end of the game, it told me like at the end of the game, you had like 450 survivors, but like you turned away 200 something people because they were sick. And it's like, holy shit, I turned away that many people? Like I thought I turned away 50. It was like 200. Fuck, and like it makes me feel bad. It's like, holy shit, like at what? And he tells you like at what cost? At what cost did you do all this?
Yeah, man, you got to get this game. You got to play it.
I played it off one of your accounts. I started it.
It's probably not a Mayo game.
I didn't enjoy the little bit I played, but I wanted to get into it more. I just kind of got away. Like we got busy, we started playing something else, and then.
Yeah, it doesn't take long. You can speed the game up.
Yeah, 3-4 hours you go through a whole playthrough, but if you're speeding it up, a lot of choices to be made though.
Yeah, I mean you can play it on normal mode and go like 8, 9, 10 hours if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it does play a little slow,
Anyways.
even on normal. Anyway, yeah, where can we find you, Jesus?
Jesus walks a lot on everything except for PlayStation. Jesus walks a lot.
All right. Go find me on those Steam machines, and the Xbox Live, and the Epic Store, and you played all that stuff under Gunny Chief, one word.
Gunny, you haven't played PS4. You need to finish God of War.
I know. I was playing the beta. Yeah, I need to go back and actually play. Get back to what I really intended this console to be. But find me on there on the PlayStation, HGP space Gunny. Where do we find you, Mayo?
And you're going to find me everywhere as the Mayo 1. And then you're going to find me on Discord as the Mayo.
The Mayo.
Keep it nice and short today for Cadillac this week.
I'm going to add another one for Cadillacs. Go ahead and find me Apple Arcade as Jesus Walks Alone. Woo! I'm out of here. Gunny, what does good you say?
Peace out, Brussels sprouts.
Woo! We'll catch you on the next week's edition of the Horrible Gamers Podcast. We're out of here. Go to Stitcher, sign up for the premium promo code Horrible Gamers, get a free month.